मूषिकवाहन मङ्गलदायक गौरीनन्दन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर गंगाधर हर हे परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर शिवशक्तीश्वर श्रीशैलेश्वर शंभो शंकर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर अभयप्रदायक आनंददायक भक्त उदाहरण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर बंसीधर हर श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर हे मधुसूदन भवभयभञ्जन मंगल पावन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नर्दन सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुण सागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजन भक्त परायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर चंद्रकलाधरा गौरी मनोहरा परम कृपाकरा नित्य पुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर गोकुलनन्दना गोपी मनोहर हरि नारायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर बन्धविमोचना पापसंहारक पतित पावन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर चन्द्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर माता-पिता गुरुदेव महेश्वर दीनदयाभर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर
Nithyanandam to all our dear viewers connected from all over the world watching this live relay from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai. With the grace and blessings of the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the Maha Paramashivaratri celebrations have started in Tiruvannamalai and in all the Kailasas worldwide. And you are now watching the live relay of the Aushadha Annadhan that is being served at Kailasa Tiruvannamalai from two locations. At Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi, Bhagwan's own parental home on Tiruvudal Street, and Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi Kshetram located on the mountain path in Adi Annamalai. The Annamalai devotees have already started the Girivala, the circumambulation around Arunachala. And as they are performing the circumambulation, they are walking into the two Kailasa locations and having the Aushada food and resuming their Girivala around Arunachala. The Maha Paramashivaratri is the auspicious occasion that celebrates the happening of Paramashiva as the first incarnation. The first ever incarnation of Paramashiva is the Lingodbhava. Paramashiva incarnated for the first time from formless to form here in Tiruvannamalai eons ago. And that happening is celebrated as Maha Paramashivaratri. Paramashiva took the form of an infinite column of fire or light, an infinite light shaft, to resolve a dispute between Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. Lord Brahma, the Lord of creation, and Lord Vishnu, the Lord of sustenance. This historic event, which marks the start of time itself for humanity, from when time itself started ticking in the human domain, is the very origin of what we know today as planet Earth. How this entire event happened, how Paramashiva assumed the form of Lingodbhava, the infinite light shaft, and what happened thereafter is the very history and origin of Tiruvannamalai, where we are watching this Aushadha Annadhan being served today. Tiruvannamalai is the land where Paramashiva assumed his first ever incarnation form. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, has revealed the happening of Lingodbhava on several occasions over the last 30 years. Following is a brief of the happening of Lingodbhava in the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Matter has two parts, mind and physique. Mind is also matter. The highest possibility of the mind is represented by Brahma, and the highest possibility in the physical realm is represented by Vishnu. Both of them thought they are the ultimate. When you reach something extraordinary in any one field, you just feel like you are the highest. So Paramashiva has to liberate both of them, give them enlightenment, the ultimate experience. He appears as a huge Deepa Stamba, a light or a fire shaft, in front of Brahma and Vishnu. He says, any one of you who finds the tail or the head or the tail end of this Deepa Stamba is the greater of the two. So immediately Brahma assumes the form of a swan and starts flying up. The intellect starts going upwards, while Vishnu assumes the form of a boar and starts moving downwards. The whole search starts, and it goes on and on for ages. This light shaft is Lingodbhava. Brahma feels he will not be able to find the upper end, but he is not able to give up his ego. He is not able to surrender. Vishnu also realizes he will not be able to make it. But one nice thing about matter is the failure is clearly informed to you. You understand the failure. Vishnu comes back and surrenders and says, it is not possible. I realized consciousness is the greatest and the ultimate possibility in matter. The matter or wealth or Lakshmi cannot give the ultimate enlightenment. It cannot give the ultimate possibility. It is a great thing. Having wealth is great, nothing wrong, but that itself is not the purpose of life. That itself is not the ultimate. It is just a utility, a good utility. Having good food, good clothes, good education, good medical care, and good infrastructure is perfect but not ultimate. While Brahma is going up, he sees a flower, the talampu, the screw pine flower, coming down. He catches the flower and asks, where are you coming from? The flower says, Shiva kept me in his ears, so from the ear I am falling and going down. Brahma asks, will you do me a favor? After all, you are going down. I will take you and tell Shiva that I came up to his ears and brought you. The flower says, no problem, that's perfect. I can do a favor to you. What is there? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes this as the disciple-disciple relationship, which ends in telling a lie to the Guru. Continuing in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So they try to play their foolish game, and Brahma comes down and says, Mahadeva, I reached your head. From your ears I brought this flower. As the witness, Shiva asks the flower, what do you say about it? The flower says, yes, yes, he brought me from the ears. Shiva just opens his third eye. Immediately Brahma is shaken. Brahma knows, after all, he cannot hide. Shiva says, because of your lying, unstable structure, nobody will worship you on the planet, and you will not be the measuring scale for anything. That is why the mind can never be a measuring scale for anything in the world. Even for your spiritual growth, your mind can never be a measuring scale, because in the morning it will show that you are in ecstasy, already enlightened, and in the evening it will tell you, an enlightenment, who are you cheating? Understand, the representation of your mood swing is Brahma. So even if you are caught with Vishnu, with wealth, don't worry, you will finally fall at the feet and get enlightened. Never get caught with Brahma, because the swing that Brahma does is unimaginable, just like the tongue which can speak anything into anything. That is why Brahma has no temple till date. To the flower, Shiva says, you will not be used anymore for my worship. Both Brahma and the flower come to their senses. They cry and beg to Paramashiva. Shiva tells Brahma, all right, wherever my charanamrita, the water used to wash my feet, falls, stand there and continuously drink the charanamrita so that your tongue will become pure. That is the reason why in all temples where Shiva's charanamrita falls, Brahma will be standing and drinking and sprinkling it and filling his kamandalu, his water pot, with that water. And only with that charanamrita he creates the world. He creates the whole universe, and whatever little bit of stability is there in the mind is because of the charanamrita of Paramashiva. As long as you drink the charanamrita, you will not have the effect of Brahma on you. The flower continuously does penance, and finally Shiva asks. Shiva says, maybe only on one day, on the Shivaratri day, I will accept. You will be used for my worship. He gives the Shapa Vimochana, the liberation from the curse to the screwpine flower. It is today, the Maha Paramashivaratri day, that the Talampu, this flower, will be offered to Lingodbhava, to the Lingodbhava deity, in all the Shiva temples worldwide. And this is the history behind this happening. Today you will see to the Lingodbhava deity that is located in all the Shiva temples just behind the main sanctum where the main Shivalinga resides. Behind the main sanctum, you will find Lingodbhava on the western side. And to him, today's entire puja, worship will be offered. And the Talampu, the screwpine flower, will be offered to him during the second jama. Means the second round of Abhisheka that is done to Lingodbhava. And today in the Arunachaleshwara temple in Tiruvannamalai, the Lingodbhava deity will be receiving continuous Abhishekam, worship, puja. And in Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, the Abhishekams have started and are continuously happening in parallel with the Aushadha Annadhan that is being served to the Annamalaya devotees who are going around Arunachala Hill in circumambulation. Today is an extremely auspicious happening for the entire humanity, as it is today that Paramashiva incarnated and liberated for Brahma and Lord Vishnu themselves and promised to humanity that he will remain forever here in Tiruvannamalai, gracing the entire humanity in three forms, as the Arunachala Hill, as the Arunachaleshwara Linga inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, and as an eternally living incarnation through an unbroken lineage of incarnations. The current living incarnation of Paramashiva being the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam.
जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयानिधे
Annamalai devotees, Paramashiva devotees in Tiruvannamalai, will continuously be performing the circumambulation Girivala around Arunachala. They will be in continuous remembrance of the happening of Lingodbhava here in this very land of Tiruvannamalai. Tiruvannamalai, Arunachala, is the land which liberates you just if you merely remember it. Smaranat Mukti Arunachala. It means Smaranam, just by mere remembrance. Mukti, you are bestowed with liberation. Smaranat Mukti Arunachala. Just by remembering Arunachala, you are liberated. That is the power of this Kshetra, this holy land. And the Annamalaya devotees are extremely fortunate and blessed on this occasion to receive this Aushadha Annadhan, the very food today, on this very day, from the divine hands of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the living manifestation of Paramashiva, through the extended hands of his own devotees. His Satya Sankalpa for humanity, his blessing for humanity, his eternal blessing and promise to liberate humanity from Tiruvannamalai, that very energy is infused into this food that is being served, which is why it is called the Aushada food, food for healing and enlightenment itself, food infused with conscious energy, food cooked with ingredients that aid conscious growth. It is just not mere food for a hungry stomach, it is food that nourishes the very soul. Though initially misled by his own arrogance, Lord Brahma himself is the one who narrates this entire story of the happening of Lingodbhava in Tiruvannamalai through the Arunachala Puranam to his own son. There is not an ounce of pride remaining in Lord Brahma anymore after being liberated by Paramashiva. Neither hot vengeance against him, whom he could have perceived as his punisher, but instead remembers with the deepest reverence. Such is the compassion of Paramashiva to liberate one even beyond the slightest hints of pain. Heeding to the request of Lord Brahma and Vishnu that he must continue to be in Tiruvannamalai, enlightening the rest of humanity, Paramashiva settles down his effulgent light form into the form of the sacred hill Arunachala to liberate human beings forever. And even as he took the hill form, those who were dearly devoted to him sweetly lamented, "O Paramashiva, if you are in hill form, other than the rain from the sky, who will be able to perform Abhishekam, the sacred bath for you? Other than the stars, who can offer pearl garlands to you? Other than the rays of the sun, who can offer Deepa, the lit lamp for you?" And in response, Paramashiva took the next form in Tiruvannamalai as the Arunachaleshwara Shivalinga, which can be worshipped by his people every day through rituals. Paramashiva also promised to be ever present in Tiruvannamalai in human form as an incarnation, the Guru. Thus, Tiruvannamalai boasts of an unbroken lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva, the current living incarnation being the Supreme Pontiff. Of broken lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva are Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal, Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, and Sri Seshadri Swamigal. In a fourth form, which was not declared by Paramashiva, but which seamlessly manifested in this holy land, he lives as the Shiva Sarva Guhasayah, as Shiva, the one who resides in the hearts of all. This is true, especially among the townspeople of Tiruvannamalai, for whom Arunachala is the Antaryami, their most supreme Lord, an intimate partner residing in their very hearts. And this is what makes it possible for Paramashiva to appear again and again as one among them in this very land. Tiruvannamalai is also known as Arunachala, and the hill Arunachala is also known as Annamalai. and the Arunachaleshwara Linga is also known as Annamalayar. Adhering to his most compassionate boon to humanity, Paramashiva takes the form of Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogishwara and guides Lord Vishnu and Lord Brahma in creating the enlightened civilization of Tiruvannamalai, and ordains the cosmic architect Vishwakarma to construct a city. And the detailed guidance that Paramashiva himself gives Vishwakarma is documented in the Uttarakamika Agama, the sacred Hindu scriptures. And therefore, Tiruvannamalai adheres perfectly to the Kamika Agama, to the mandate of Paramashiva, and it is a perfect Shiva's city. Tiruvannamalai is the hometown of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The people you are seeing here receiving the Aushadha Annadhan are the townspeople of Tiruvannamalai. And the Annamalayar devotees who enter Tiruvannamalai for every full moon night and on occasions such as the Maha Shivaratri to worship Annamalayar and to perform Girivala, circumambulation around Arunachala, which is a 14-kilometer path around Arunachala. And Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, which is located in the mountain path, is exactly at the 7th kilometer, midway in the 14-kilometer path. This kshetra was established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 19th of April 2008 on the auspicious Chitra Purnima, the full moon night that comes in the month of April. Every full moon night, this kshetram, the Nithyananda Janmabhoomi Kshetram on the mountain path, serves food to millions of Annamalayar devotees for over 36 hours non-stop. On the other days, the everyday Aushadha Annadhan happens from both these locations, where the sadhus, the sannyasis, the citizens of Tiruvannamalai, and the everyday visitors can walk in any time and ask for their meal, and they will be served. That is the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for not just Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, but all Kailasa ecosystems he has established around the world, where there is a Kailasa located, where there is a Kailasa ecosystem, a temple monastery complex, or a center located, the people living in its vicinity should find no need to light the fire in their kitchen. They should know that they can simply walk into the Kailasa ecosystem and they will be served their meal. This is the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which he educates his Annadatas with, the devotees who take charge of the food temples of Kailasa around the world. It is this inspiring vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that is a driving force of the Kailasas worldwide to continuously, untiringly serve the Aushadha Annadhan. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has already started the preparations for the Kundalini awakening initiation that he will be giving just a few hours from now for the Maha Shivaratri. As preparation for it, he has initiated his devotees already 2 days ago to prepare their bodies to receive this Diksha, the initiation he will be giving, in the best possible way and store it in their bio-memories and start manifesting it. The devotees and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have already started a 3-day special fasting for the Maha Shivaratri, where they are on either a liquid diet or one uncooked meal a day, along with a liquid diet, thus detoxifying their body, flushing out the toxins and purifying the body to be ready to receive the Diksha. the Shiva Kundalini initiation, awakening Diksha, and the followers and devotees of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have been initiated into the Mahavakya, the energized chants, a pure gift from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, or the chant Shiva Shiva. These great Mahavakyas, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has bestowed on his devotees and followers, so they may continuously chant these Mahavakyas during these 3 days and further intensify the preparation of their body-mind consciousness and be ready to receive the Kundalini awakening initiation. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that astrologically, this Paramashivaratri is extraordinarily spiritually significant, as it happens once in every 300 years. We will be hearing more about the spiritual significance of this further tonight when we have the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, the living manifestation of Paramashiva. The Nityananda Janmabhoomi, Bhagavan's own parental home, which is the second location from where the Annadan is happening, is located on the Tiruvudal street, right next to the Arunachaleshwara temple, the Annamalayar temple. During the live darshan, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, the living manifestation of Paramashiva, will be initiating us into the awakening of the Kundalini Shakti and the awakening of the third eye. The third eye, which is the Agnya Chakra, which is located between our eyebrows in our forehead, is one of the 7 main energy centers or chakras in our body. It is the very seat of the cosmic intelligence. And when it is awakened, it becomes the very seat from where we can harness the entire cosmic intelligence, where we can manifest the different powers of Paramashiva, like how our ancient rishis did in the ancient Kailasa civilization that existed once upon a time. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, has initiated millions and millions into the third eye awakening. And today, we have born blind people being able to read just with the power of their third eye. The initiated disciples and devotees of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have started manifesting the various spiritual powers of Paramashiva, for which we are hardwired, which is the core of the mission of Kailasa, of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to enable human beings to get back in touch with what they are hardwired for, their very purpose, which is to radiate, to manifest Paramashivatva, the state, space, being, powers, the consciousness, the superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. And towards this objective is the untiring work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, over the last 45 years. Sri Nityananda Janmabhoomi, the parental home of Bhagavan in Tiruvudal Street, is where the entire revival of Kailasa, the only Hindu nation in the world today, started by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam. It is here in his parental home on Tiruvudal Street in Tiruvannamalai that the revival of Kailasa started. The beginnings of every aspect, of every dimension of the Kailasa nation that we see today started right here in his parental home, and therefore it is with great pride and privilege that the sannyasis and devotees of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serve the Aushadha Annadhan food from his very own parental home. which is the beginning of Kailasa, the only Hindu nation in the world today. The temples of Kailasa spread around the world all started from the first home temple run by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism right here in his parental home, in his roof garden. Every single monumental achievement of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the Kailasa nation has its beginnings here in Tiruvannamalai, in this holy land, his beloved hometown. The Arunachaleshwara Linga inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, the entire temple is centered around the Arunachaleshwara Linga, while the entire city, the entire town of Tiruvannamalai is centered on the Arunachala Hill. That is the perfect orchestration and positioning of Paramashiva in this holy land, where the temple is centered on the Shivalinga and the city is centered on the hill. As per the Kamika Agama, the scriptural mandate of Paramashiva, exactly on the western side of the hill, if we consider the hill as a huge Shivalinga, which it is the very Paramashiva Linga in the form of the hill. Exactly as per the Kamika Agama, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed how perfectly, as per the Agama, on the western side of the hill, where Lingodbhava is supposed to be situated, we have the Lingodbhava, we have the temple, the Shiva temple, and exactly on the southern side of the hill, we have the famous Dakshinamurti temple in Tiruvannamalai, and exactly as per the Kamika Agama, on the northern side of the hill, where Durga and Brahma are meant to be installed, we have the famous Durga temple, the Durgayamman temple, near Pavalakundru, and the entire positioning on the northern, western, and southern side, having the hill as the center, as the very Shivalinga, these temples are located. That is the perfect adherence of this holy land to Paramashiva's scriptural mandate in Kamika Agama. And further, as per the Kamika Agama in Tiruvannamalai, the Shivacharyas, the temple priests, reside on the northern side, and the Adishaiva Vedalar communities, who have produced the great kings and Rajagurus and incarnations, reside in the southern side, in the eastern side, and in the southeastern side. Bhagavan's own parental home on the Tiruvudal street, which we are now watching live, is located exactly on the southern side of the Arunachaleshwara temple. Such is the precision in orchestration in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the living manifestation of Paramashiva. Arunachala is the hill that beckons every ardent devotee of Paramashiva can feel the inexplicable pull of Arunachala. In the opening verse of the Annamalai Venba, sung by the great saint of Tiruvannamalai, Guhe Namah Shivayar, he sings, Adi Nadamadum Malai, Andriruvar Tedum Malai, Jodi Madi Adaravam Sudum Malai, Nidi Thalaikum Malai, ஞானத்த போதனரை வாவென்றழைக்கும் மலை Annamalai. The translation goes, the mountain that is dancing the primordial dance, the Shiva Tandava, the mountain which the two were seeking, that is Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu were seeking, the mountain that the moon and the serpent adorn, the mountain where the cosmic law flourishes, the mountain that pulls incarnations and beings to its very abode, O Arunachala. The pull of Arunachala is authenticated in the life of each incarnation of Tiruvannamalai in the unbroken lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva here in this holy land. Whether it is the great Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi or Sri Seshadri Swamigal or Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal or Guhaira Shivayar or our beloved Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the pull of Arunachala is authenticated by them in each of their life stories. As exceptional revelations to us humans, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has described the moments of his cosmic descent from the ethereal realms to the physical realms of Arunachala. When he assumed the human birth here in Tiruvannamalai on the 3rd of January of 1978, when the Chitra star rose in the constellation on the auspicious Mahadeva Ashtami dedicated to Lord Paramashiva, Mahadeva, the 8th day of the waning moon during the auspicious Margashirsha month, which is the month that has given birth to thousands and thousands of incarnations, including Bhagavan Shri Krishna. Bhagavan's parental home on Tiruvudal Street, where the Aushadha Annadhan is being served, falls in the 6th circumambulation path of the Arunachaleshwara temple. As per the Kamika Agama mandated by Paramashiva, every main Hindu temple must have 7 prakarams or circumambulation paths around it. And in Tiruvannamalai, in the Arunachaleshwara temple, there are exactly 7 circles around Arunachaleshwara. The first 5 prakarams are located within the temple precincts enclosed by the 9 lofty temple towers, and the 6th and the 7th paths are located just outside of it. On the 6th path is located Bhagavan's parental home. This 6th circumambulation path is called the Madavidi. It comprises 4 streets that surround the Arunachaleshwara temple. On the eastern side, it is called the Teradi street. Teradi meaning where the temple chariot called the Ter is parked. Where the Ter Mutti is the parking station of the temple chariot, which is called the Teradi. Therefore, it is called the Teradi street on the eastern side. And on the western side, it is called the Pegoburam street. On the southern side, it is called the Tiruvudal Street, where Bhagavan's parental home is located, and on the northern side it is called the Ammaniyamman Gopuram Street. These 4 streets, it is called the Periyatheru, the big street on the northern side. These 4 streets comprise what is called the Madavidi, which is there for every large Hindu temple built as per the Kamika Agama. And it is on this Madavidi that the presiding deity of the temple travels in grand processions during all the festivals. Here in Tiruvannamalai, Annamalayar travels on these 4 streets, the Madavidi, almost 300 days in a year, as in Tiruvannamalai, Annamalayar is celebrated like in no other place. 300 days out of 365 days, Annamalayar travels in procession on these streets surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple, and 2 days in the year he travels the entire Girivala path of 14 kilometers. He himself performs the Girivala, the circumambulation around Arunachala, to show his devotees the profound significance of performing the Girivala, where when you're in continuous remembrance of Paramashiva, of him, and you perform the Girivala, your very mind subsides, it settles, it falls into the very Nirvikalpa Samadhi state, where the thought shaft ceases and you are centered in your very being. In Tiruvannamalai, worship is adoration, adoration of their beloved Annamalayar. And it is with this adoration they congregate inside the temple every day and draw him to the streets 300 days in a year, surrounding him as he pulls their heartstrings asunder. The relationship between Annamalayar and his devotees is too intimate to describe in words. It can only be seen and felt through these celebrations that happen in Tiruvannamalai every single day. And this explains the adoration that the people have for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, who is the living manifestation of Paramashiva in this very holy land. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during his childhood years here in Tiruvannamalai, which is the first 15 years of his life, from 1978 to 1992, and then thereon for a period of 3 years up to 1995, when he was visiting Tiruvannamalai from where he was attending his polytechnic studies. The first 17 years from 1978 to 1995, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was completely immersed in this holy land, in the revival of Kailasa in its various dimensions. Right from his childhood, his life is dedicated to his mission for humanity, to revive Kailasa in all its dimensions. In his childhood, he was a live wire that infused the love current of Annamalayar into any being that came in touch with him. His days and nights from infancy were filled only with worship, festivities, and sacred truths from the scriptures, which he was exploring with his beloved gurus of this holy land. The sadhu, sannyasis, devotees of Annamalayar reach his feet, surrendering at his feet with the ultimate trust that he will take care of them. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, takes it as his complete responsibility to take care of his devotees by providing food, drinking water, basic shelter, and spiritual upliftment continuously for his beloved people through various socio-spiritual services. As we are seeing today in front of our eyes, the Aushadha Annadhan being served to the Annamalayar devotees. And serving food to the Annamalayar devotees is especially significant in Tiruvannamalai, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as here in Tiruvannamalai. Annamalayar's devotees carry him in their very hearts as they come around in Girivala around Arunachala. And as they come around Girivala, they are in continuous remembrance of him. And here in Tiruvannamalai, since he is manifested as the infinite column of fire, as the infinite column of light to resolve the dispute between Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu, he is celebrated here as the fire element of the 5 elements of earth, air, water, ether and fire. Here in Tiruvannamalai, he is celebrated as the fire element. Therefore, when his devotees come around in circumambulation, when they are in utter remembrance of him, he manifests as their very digestive fire in their stomach. Therefore, every ladle of food that you are serving to his devotees, you are literally serving to Annamalayar himself. That is the profound spiritual significance of serving Annadan, food, to Annamalayar's devotees. This extraordinary spiritual significance of serving food to Annamalayar devotees and the spiritual credit, the punya that we get from it, is described in the very Arunachala Puranam, delivered by Lord Brahma to his own son, where Paramashiva himself reveals this extraordinary spiritual significance. He says in Tamil, உத்தமமாகிய தலங்களில் கோடி அருமையாகிய தவசிகளுக்கு படைத்த அன்னத்தின் பலன் நித்தியமாயிருக்கிற காஷியில் பெரியோர்களுக்கு படைத்த அன்னத்தில் of tapasvis, the penance doers in the most sacred places, cannot be equated to the food served to one evolved aspirant in Kashi, Varanasi, the eternal land, and the food served to crores of tapasvis, penance doers in such a land as Kashi, cannot be equated to the food served to one person in Arunachala. Such is the glory of serving food to Annamalayar devotees in Arunachala. The Hindu diaspora and the global diaspora around the world recognize the untiring services of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa and contribute continuously towards the Aushadha Annadhan, the annual global aid of Kailasa just for the service of food security and assistance alone is $20 billion. This entire Aushadha Annadhan Seva happens under the direct guidance, blessings and the micromanagement of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself for his beloved people of Tiruvannamalai. Kailasa has 5 main pillars in its service to humanity: temples, Annadan or free food distribution, education, monastery, and organic agriculture combined with Goshala, cow shelters. Therefore, Annadan is one of the 5 main pillars of Kailasa.
सुन्दर नटन मनोहर करुणा सागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर
Tiruvannamalai is today a huge spiritual tourism center. And next to the Arunachala temple, it is Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, that is the second most visited location in Tiruvannamalai.
सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजना भक्त परायणा नित्य पुरीश नित्येश्वरा
People of Tiruvannamalai are delighted to have their beloved Bhagavan back on Tiruvudal Street, his own parental street, and they are overjoyed to be receiving the Aushada food from his own parental home. Bhagavan's household was known for serving food to people. His maternal grandfather, Sri Rajamudaliyar Tata, his paternal grandmother, Anasuya Ammal, and his own mother, Ma Lokanayaki. All of them in his family were known for serving food to people. The most devout family of Tiruvannamalai and the most service-oriented family of Tiruvannamalai is the biological family of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. They are the chosen ones by Paramashiva himself to assume the human birth into their very household on Tiruvudal Street. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares his vision with his disciples, devotees, and followers ever so often on this service of sharing food with humanity. He says, "Let us create and share food. Let no hungry stomach be denied food. And let all the hungry stomachs being fed, let us not waste the food by dropping it outside." This is being authentic with food. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism emphasizes the need to grow organic food, to share it with the whole of humanity and not to waste a morsel of it. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has taught so many times that any spiritual practice by a spiritual aspirant must be supported as much as we can support it. And true to this spiritual practice of Girivala around Arunachala, every full moon night, every Purnima night, performed by the Annamalaya devotees, is completely supported by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from two locations, from the mountain path itself and from Tiruvudal Street, which is near the Arunachala temple, where the Annamalaya devotees, during their Girivala around Arunachala, can come in any time for over 36 hours, well beyond the timings of the full moon, and have their food. They can have their drinking water. They can rest inside the Kailasa campuses for however long they wish to, and then resume their Girivala around Arunachala. Kailasa's supreme aim is to serve the religious and spiritual needs of 2 billion Hindus and the whole of humanity through various initiatives such as micronations, Hindu universities, spiritual embassies, temple monastery complexes and nunneries, food banks, animal shelters, libraries, Danyanalayas, organic agriculture, to protecting indigenous nations, to recognizing gender equality, global peace, to protecting the ancient sciences, to empowering women, to eradicating poverty and illiteracy, to protecting ancient heritages, to teaching religious tolerance. Therefore, the food banks, food security and assistance is one of the main wings of Kailasa in serving the religious and spiritual needs of the entire humanity. As the food served by Kailasa is not the ordinary food, but Aushadha-based food, food that is infused with conscious energy for enlightenment, food that is prepared with ingredients that are conducive for superconscious breakthrough. Food charity is a sacred spiritual service in Sanatana Hindu Dharma itself, unmatched in quantity and quality to any other culture of the world. At just around 5 years of age, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began worshipping the deity of Annapurneshwari, the goddess of food, that was gifted to him by Sri Rajamudaliyar, his maternal grandfather. It was brought from the city of Kashi, Varanasi, which is the very home of Annapurna Devi. And this Annapurni Devi, worshipped by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is today part of the sovereign archives of Kailasa, the Pushpa Samadhi, which is items touched and used by an incarnation in the Hindu tradition, which is worshipped as the Pushpa Samadhi. And this Annapurni Devi deity receives worship till date by the followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism worldwide. In 2002, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began expanding this beautiful sentiment of serving food to people for the entire world through the Nithyananda Annalaya, by cooking and serving the very first recorded meal that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism served to his devotees, and officially commenced the services of the Nithyananda Annalaya. And this happened again here in Tiruvannamalai on the 19th of November 2002 on the auspicious occasion of Kartika Deepam. No doubt the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was serving food to his people even before that. In Tiruchangod in Tamil Nadu, But this is the first occasion when he officially cooked and served to people, even during pilgrimages, thereby officiating the service as a continuous service to the people. And we have beautiful photographs that show the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving food to the people here in Tiruvannamalai, in Pavalakundru, where the first ashram was built. The first Kailasa was built for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by his beloved gurus, spearheaded by his guru Mat Vibanandapuri. And till date, whoever serves food in the Nithyananda Annalayas worldwide have always experienced that the food is always overflowing in abundance, regardless of any shortages around them in the vicinity. And as the years have shown, the energy of Annapurneshwari has expressed through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, fulfilling the hungry stomachs of millions every day. In fact, in the year 2014, the Mahant of the Annapurna temple in Varanasi, Kashi, Sri Rameshwaranandaji, declared that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was the son of Annapurna Devi, and Annapurna Devi has graced him. It is no simple matter that the saint who has worshipped Annapurna Devi his entire life would be moved by the colossal work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, that he has declared him as her very extension. Carrying on the divine vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, today the Nityananda Janmabhoomi and the Nityananda Janmabhoomi Kshetram in Tiruvannamalai, the two Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai, continuously nourish the body and soul of the devotees of Arunachaleshwara Paramashiva through the sacred offering of Aushadha Annadhan. It continues to flow through day and night. Stay tuned with us to watch this Aushadha Annadhan being served to the Annamalaya devotees. Merely watching this Annadhan being served in this holy land of Tiruvannamalai will nourish our very souls, our very beings, as the energy that is transmitted through these two locations is directly the energy of Paramashiva, that too on this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri, where the very constellation that happened when Paramashiva incarnated for the first time as Lingodbhava is repeating itself, which is the celebration of Maha Shivaratri. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that this Maha Shivaratri is extraordinarily astrologically significant, as it happens only once in every 300 years. We will get to know more about this during the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, during his global presidential address, which will be followed by the Shiva Kundalini initiation, Diksha, which is also the third eye awakening initiation, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be bestowing on each and every one of us tonight during the core period of the Maha Shivaratri. As we can see, already over 11,000 people have been served this Aushadha Annadhan through these two locations of Kailasa Tiruvannamalai. Every full moon night, the Purnima night. Almost 2 lakh people are served this Aushadha Annadhan from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai. On this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri, aspirants around the world stay awake the entire night as the Lingodbhava energy happens on this very night when the constellation is repeating itself. The constellation that happened when Paramashiva incarnated as Lingodbhava, that very same constellation is repeating today on this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri night. Therefore, Hindus and followers of Paramashiva around the world remain awake this entire night to receive that energy in an awakened state and enter the next level of consciousness in their spiritual journey to enlightenment. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed the deeper truths of Paramashivaratri during his several global presidential addresses and during his special addresses every Mahaparamashivaratri night, when he addresses his worldwide followers and also bestows on them the Shiva Kundalini, Diksha, awakening Diksha, the initiation to awaken the Kundalini Shakti in us and to awaken the third eye energy center in us, located between our eyebrows, in our forehead, what is called the Ajna Chakra, the very seat of the cosmic intelligence, which when awakened enables us to become power manifestors who can manifest the spiritual powers of Paramashiva himself. The significance of Mahaparamashivaratri, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has revealed thus: whatever you perceive as aham, as you, other than Shivoham, meaning other than you are Paramashiva. Anything you perceive about you other than you are Paramashiva is delusion. That is the definition for delusion. Waking up from that delusion, dream, is possible this Shivaratri night. Every dream, whether it is a daydream or a night dream or a lucid dream or a subconscious dream or an unconscious dream, every dream in reality only weakens you. Every dream weakens your consciousness. The Master, the Guru, is the only dream who awakens you to Shivoham, that you are Paramashiva. He is also a dream, but he is a dream which wakes you up. He is a Simha Swapna. Simha meaning lion. Swapna meaning dream. Simha Swapna means the lion that appears in your dream to wake you up. Even if we see a lion in our dream, we will wake up. Same way, amidst our deepest delusions, if we meet the Master, the Guru, we will wake up. And this night of Mahaparamashivaratri is the time to wake up. We have spent all our nights in dreaming and sleeping, but this night is not the night for dreaming or sleeping. It is the night to wake up from all the dreams. Every Shivaratri night, for the past 25 years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, has conducted the Shiva Kundalini Dhyan for his devotees and followers worldwide, receiving the Kundalini awakening initiation directly from the living energy of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is the highest and inconceivable gift for any human being. And the least that is expected from our part for this is to remain awake the whole night. Just by being awake, our being is awakened to the highest consciousness by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are already on a 3-day sacred fasting initiated by him, preparing their bodies to receive the explosive Diksha of Kundalini awakening in just a few hours from now. They are either consuming only liquids or one uncooked meal a day along with liquids, and they are continuously chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, or Shiva Shiva. It is the Ajapa Japa, where the continuous chanting becomes completely automated within you, and even without you voluntarily chanting, it starts happening within you. It is with great pride that the sannyasis and devotees of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are serving this Aushadha Annadhan today from his own very parental home on Tirubudal Street, which has come back into the divine fold of Kailasa after 28 long years, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism left his home, left Tiruvannamalai to pursue the global mission of Kailasa. This is the first Shivaratri in the history of Kailasa, where the Aushadha Annadhan is being served on such a large scale to all the Annamalaya devotees who have congregated in Tiruvannamalai, right from Bhagavan's own parental home. And therefore, it is too historic today, this Aushadha Annadhan happening from Bhagavan's own parental home in Tiruvannamalai. Being served through his extended hands, represented by his sannyasis and his devotees. On this Shivaratri day, Paramashiva blesses and liberates Lord Vishnu and Lord Brahma. And Shivaratri is the time when Paramashiva, the formless, assumes the first form as Lingodbhava. And Shivaratri is the time when timelessness penetrates time, when timelessness descends into the time zone, when space descends into the place zone, when the Brahmanda descends into the Pindanda, when the macrocosm descends into the microcosm. It is the time when the whole of nature cooperates, supports, helps us to experience the higher consciousness. When Paramashiva, the highest cosmic principle, is happening in our time zone as the Lingodbhava, the entire nature becomes doubly auspicious as his very extension and starts supporting us for the flowering of our consciousness. The flowering of consciousness in not just human beings, but in all beings, in all of creation. Nature creates the possibilities for the superconscious breakthrough. It makes everything possible available to us to experience the higher consciousness on this auspicious night. To help us understand, to experience that there is an ultimate truth beyond us. The truth that was experienced by Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu, that Paramashiva is the supreme truth. And it is on this day that Brahma and Lord Vishnu realize this and are liberated. Paramashiva is the cosmic being, is the cosmic principle whose inner space is completely awakened, who is living in pure light, radiating that energy. And if the inner awakening happens in each one of us, we start living as Paramashiva. And Maha Paramashivaratri is the day we dedicate to awakening our Kundalini Shakti, our enlightenment energy that is latent in us. And when this inner awakening happens, our chakras, our 7 main energy centers in our body, they come to life. They start radiating the higher energies for us. And we experience it as transformed emotions in us, where our base emotions are transformed to higher emotions in the spiritual zone. We have 7 major chakras or energy centers in our body, and each of these chakras corresponds to a fundamental emotion in us. And when each chakra is awakened, that particular emotion gets transformed into its higher emotion. The Mooladhara chakra is located in the base of our spine and is associated with the lust or greed emotion. The Swadhisthana chakra in our spleen center is associated with the fear emotion. The Manipuraka chakra in our navel center is associated with the worry emotion. The Anahata chakra in our heart center is associated with the emotion which makes us to seek attention from our others all the time. The emotion where we feel a lacking of love. The Vishuddhi chakra in our throat center is associated with jealousy and comparison. The Ajna chakra in our third eye between the eyebrows is associated with our ego. And the Sahasrara chakra, which is located in our crown center on top of our head, is associated with ungratefulness. When these 7 chakras are energized through initiation from the Guru and through meditation and through constant remembrance of the highest truths, these 7 base emotions flower into transformed higher emotions. Our lust or greed transforms into pure love. Our fear transforms into fearlessness. Our worry simply disappears. Our constant attention seeking from others transforms into ourselves being the source of giving love and attention to others. Our jealousy and comparison flower into understanding that each of us is unique and there is no scope for comparison or jealousy. Our ego simply dissolves and we merge in oneness with everything around us. Our ungratefulness flowers into deep gratitude towards everything and everyone around us every minute. These 7 emotions, when they are transformed, reveal the space of Paramashivatva inside us. Paramashiva has infinite auspicious attributes, what is called the Ananta Kalyana Gunas in the Hindu tradition. But these 7 base emotions are the fundamental ones that we need to awaken in us first. Then the rest they become just derivatives of these emotions and become easy to manifest. To awaken these 7 fundamental emotions in us, to awaken these 7 chakras, and to awaken the very Kundalini Shakti, the energy of enlightenment in us, this Maha Paramashivaratri is dedicated. Every year, the one who has experienced the inner awakening, starts living as Paramashiva. And the untiring effort of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is to awaken us to our Paramashivatva, the state of Paramashiva inside us, the space of Paramashiva inside us, the very being of Paramashiva inside us, the powers of Paramashiva inside us, and the superconsciousness of Paramashiva inside us, and ultimately the Kailasa and Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva inside us. It is the indescribable fortune of humanity that we have amongst us today. The very living energy, the living manifestation of Paramashiva himself. As the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, radiating that primordial energy that manifested as Lingodbhava eons ago in this holy land of Tiruvannamalai, gracing not just Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu, but the whole of humanity. That very same energy, embodied by the living incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is available for us today on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night. And the least expectation from us to receive this energy is to remain awake during this entire Maha Shivaratri night in continuous remembrance of Paramashiva and receive the initiation that we are about to receive from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Our Kundalini energy is represented, metaphysically portrayed as a snake, which is why always in Paramashiva's pictures you will see him with many snakes over his head and all over his body. These snakes represent the awakening of the major and minor chakras in our body. While we have 7 major chakras that we just described, there are hundreds of minor chakras as well. And they are being represented by these snakes on Paramashiva. Paramashiva is the very energy which burnt Manmata, who represents the fantasy that human beings have before marriage, the lust fantasy. He burns Manmata with his third eye, symbolically burning the fantasy. He destroys the fantasy, and it is after this incident with Manmata that Paramashiva marries his divine consort Devi Parvati to show humanity that after destroying the fantasy element, one should enter into the marital vows. Paramashiva is beyond any fantasy. He is the very source of the entire cosmos. But these leelas, these divine plays of Paramashiva, is to show to humanity the path that they need to follow, to show to them to move beyond their own fantasies and be established in the truth. Paramashiva destroys the Tripurasuras, the 3 demons who symbolically represent the demonic qualities in human beings. It is Paramashiva who burns the Tripurasuras as well. Paramashiva is established in pure love, and only because he is an embodiment of the pure love, he is able to destroy Manmata, who symbolizes the fantasy love element. Paramashiva is Ashutosha, who is a simple, innocent being who can be pleased so very easily. He is the eternal bliss, the eternal fulfillment. And it is from this fulfillment that he dances his Ananda Tandava as Lord Nataraja, the Sadanritya Murthy, who is in the eternal cosmic dance, performing his 5 cosmic tasks of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, putting into delusion, and liberating people. As he dances the Ananda Tandava, he performs these 5 cosmic actions. On this Maha Paramashivaratri, which is happening, we must continuously chant the Mahavakya, the great utterances, the chants given to us by the great gurus. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has initiated his devotees, disciples and followers into multiple Mahavakya chants. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, Shiva Shiva are 2 of the chants that he has initiated humanity into. On this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri, we must continuously immerse ourselves into chanting of the Mahavakya and eating minimal food so that our body is detoxed and prepared to receive the Diksha, the initiation from the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The initiation to awaken our Kundalini Shakti, to awaken our third eye, our Ajna Chakra, located between our eyebrows, after which we will be able to start manifesting the various spiritual powers of Paramashiva himself. When we prepare our body, mind and consciousness with these spiritual practices such as fasting and continuous ajapa japa, meaning the continuous repetition of these sacred chants, our inner space becomes like a fertile land, plowed and kept ready for the Master, for Paramashiva, to sow the seed, to awaken our Kundalini Shakti, to sow the seed of initiation in our inner space, which will immediately sprout as our very enlightened consciousness. From Bhagavan's parental home, located on the 6th circumambulation path, the 6th prakaram of the Arunachaleshwara temple here in Tiruvannamalai, we have a beautiful view of Arunachala and a beautiful view of the lofty temple towers of the Arunachaleshwara temple. And today, on this auspicious occasion of Maha Paramashivaratri, the entire Arunachaleshwara temple is gloriously lit, as tonight is the night when Paramashiva happened and awakened Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. He lit the light of the lamp of liberation in them. We are continuing to watch the Aushadha Annadhan being served at Kailasa Tiruvannamalai from 2 locations, from the mountain path and from Tiruvudal street, where Bhagavan's parental home is located. On the mountain path is the temple monastery established by Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, on the 19th of April 2008. The Annamalayar devotees are continuing their Girivala, the circumambulation around their beloved Arunachala, on this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri night. And they are stopping by at both the Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai to have their meal from the hands of their beloved Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Continuous holy bath will be offered tonight, the entire night, to Lingodbhava, the first incarnation of Paramashiva, who happened on planet Earth on this sacred Maha Paramashivaratri night, eons ago. Millions of Paramashiva devotees will congregate in all the Shiva temples around the world to witness the worship being offered to Lingodbhava. And in all the Shiva temples around the world, the Lingodbhava deity, which is actually the deified form of the infinite column of fire, the infinite form of fire that Paramashiva assumed, the deity form of that infinite column of fire is what we call the Lingodbhava. And this deity of Lingodbhava can be found in all Shiva temples, right behind the main sanctum on its outer wall. And as part of the deity of Lingodbhava, we will also find Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu represented as the swan and the boar. We will find the carvings of Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu in the form of a swan flying upwards near the head of Paramashiva, near of Lingodbhava, and as a boar, sculpted as a boar, as Lord Vishnu, near the lower end of the Lingodbhava deity. And this we will find in every single Shiva temple around the world. And it is to this Lingodbhava deity that the Abhishekams, the holy baths, will be offered continuously during the entire period of this Mahaparamashivarathri, celebrating his happening for the whole of humanity. And his energy is available live to the entire planet on this night. The same energy that happened eons ago is today available on this one single day, which is the celebration of Mahaparamashivarathri. And humanity is multifold blessed to have the very living manifestation of Paramashiva, radiating that very energy through his physical form, through a living form, as the living form of the incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. As we prepare to receive the direct Diksha, the direct initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the living energy of Paramashiva on the planet today, we are preparing ourselves to receive the initiation as well as the sacred truths that he will be revealing on this extraordinary auspicious night. It is just a few hours since the start of the Aushadha Annadhan, and already over 15,000 people have been served the Aushadha Annadhan. 15,000 Annamalaya devotees have been served the sacred Aushadha Annadhan as they continue their Girivala around Arunachala. Throughout the entire night, Annamalaya devotees will be circumambulating Arunachala. The Aushadha Annadhan will happen continuously until the last Annamalaya devotee has completed the circumambulation. Through this most auspicious live relay from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, the very energy of Lingodbhava is continuously being transmitted to us from the very comfort of our own homes. This live energy of Lingodbhava is bestowed on us with the grace and blessings of the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam. From his infinite love and compassion for the whole of humanity, he makes this available to us He gives it to us so we may receive it from the comfort of our own homes. During this entire Paramashivaratri night, our thoughts should be rested continuously on Paramashiva, on Lingodbhava, the happening of Paramashiva, as the hill Arunachala, as the Arunachaleshwara Linga, and as an eternally living incarnation, the current living incarnation being the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivам. Tonight is the night for our very consciousness to awaken, where the energy of Paramashiva is happening in its ultimate concentrated form on the planet. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that this Paramashivaratri is especially profoundly spiritually significant, as astrologically it happens once in every 300 years. We will learn more about this astrological significance during the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, that will happen in just a few hours from now, where he will appear and deliver his message to the whole of humanity as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, and bless them and give them the Diksha, give us the Diksha to awaken our Kundalini Shakti and to awaken our third eye energy center, which is located between our eyebrows, which is the seat of the very cosmic intelligence, which when awakened enables us to start manifesting the various powers of Paramashiva, like how our ancient rishis did during their entire lifetime, where during their entire lifetime they lived a life of power manifestation, radiating the powers of Paramashiva and revealing profound knowledge, harnessing the knowledge directly from the cosmic archives and revealing it to humanity as the various inventions and discoveries which remain unparalleled till date. This Aushadha Annadhan that we are watching in front of our eyes is being served from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai at two locations in Tiruvannamalai, from Tiruvural Street and from the mountain path. In Tiruvural Street, the Kailasa Tiruvannamalai is the very parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, where he assumed the human birth and lived the first 17 years of his life from 1978 to 1995. And the second location is on the mountain path in Adi Annamalai, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established the temple monastery complex on the 19th of April 2008. And ever since the inauguration, this Nityananda Janmabhoomi Kshetram on the mountain path has been serving the citizens and devotees of Annamalayar and the visitors to Tiruvannamalai with a host of socio-spiritual services. This Aushada food plays a very important role in our conscious growth, which is why serving Aushadha Annadhan from all Kailasas worldwide is one of the core visions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Because the food that we eat forms an important component of our lives. The majority of the human population eats at least 3 times in a day. And whose food, thought currents, and intention goes into making that food and serving it plays an important role in the consciousness of the person eating that very food. This is the science of Aushada as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where the food is prepared by people whose thought currents and intention are the highest thought currents and intention which will aid the conscious growth of the people consuming the food. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained this very science through the famous incident in the Mahabharata where Bhishma Pita is about to leave his body after the onset of the Uttarayana Punya Kala, and Yudhishthira, the eldest amongst the Pandava brothers, comes to him, is unable to control herself and starts laughing. Bhishma Pita asks her why she is laughing, and Draupadi says, "Oh grandfather, sorry, but I am not able to control myself. What happened to all your laws and knowledge and teachings when I was abused by Duryodhana and Duschadana when they were disrobing me in your very court? Why did you not open your mouth and say even 1 or 2 words to them?" Bhishma Pita replies, "O my daughter, understand, from whoever you eat, from whose hands you take your food, you imbibe their quality. Duryodhana was the king. I cannot speak anything against him. I could have at least walked out of the court to show that I was not happy with the whole thing. But when you eat somebody's food, when you are taken care by somebody, when your basic food is supplied by somebody, you imbibe their quality. That is why in the Vedic tradition, they say you should eat the Guru's food, because then you will imbibe the Guru's quality." Bhishma Pita continues to explain how Bhagavan Sri Krishna took away all the blood that was in his body created from Duryodhana's food by piercing his body with Arjuna's arrows. And now only the bone and bone marrow given by his father and mother is left. And he has regained his knowledge of right and wrong, the Rajaniti, the knowledge about how to rule a kingdom. From this incident, we can understand the importance of food in our lives. Food plays a very important role in the way we exist, our qualities, our consciousness, and how we experience ourselves, how we experience God, and how we experience the world, and above all, how others experience us. Therefore, this science of Aushada is one of the oldest Hindu sciences, tradition, and very lifestyle. On the 4th of November 2018, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed how the science of Aushada wakes you up literally, physically. He explains that the mind is established on the brain. It uses the brain to cognize and operate. The very physical size and shape and capabilities of the brain matters when you want to live a responsible, mature mental life. When you consume Aushada food, there will not be any conflict between your body and mind because the brain's growth will be so complete. It will be able to hold the highest cognitions of a mature mind. When you eat altered food, you develop a certain lifestyle, a set of diseases and mental patterns, and start needing medical attention for your entire life. Because of the food-like products that are available today, that are being consumed today, the brain's capabilities are drastically brought down. The deep tiredness invoked in your body, where we literally feel like we're beaten every day and made to sleep. The boredom invoked in our mind is only mainly because of the food. When we have Aushada food, it clears the parasites that we have built up in our system due to the non-organic, unnatural, toxic, altered food. Aushada expands our very body and brain to hold the space of Mahasada. It heavily, intensely opens up and awakens the fire of Mahasada in us, for us to start manifesting his very powers for which we are originally hardwired. And it is for this that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism untiringly serves the Aushadha Annadhan worldwide, thus bringing the living enlightenment software and its principles into the very food that is being served. So anyone who consumes this food starts radiating and manifesting those principles in their life as a living reality. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has repeatedly explained the importance of vegetarian food and peaceful coexistence amongst human beings and all creatures of the planet. He has explained that even global warming is because of the non-vegetarian industry, and this is true even as per the Google statistics. Non-violence is Kailasa's core principle. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. It means non-violence is the ultimate cosmic law. The Aushadha Annadhan, served by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is strictly vegetarian, non-violent and infused with conscious energy, and served with the intention of growing conscious sovereignty in each being who consumes it. The sankalpa or conscious resolution behind serving of this Aushadha Annadhan is from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And this is the greatest news for those consuming this Aushadha food. As the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the eternal sankalpa, the eternal conscious resolution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for all of human beings is each human being manifesting the space of Shivoham within him or her. Shivoham meaning the space of Paramashiva, the state of Paramashiva, the being of Paramashiva, the powers of Paramashiva, the superconsciousness of Paramashiva, and ultimately the Kailasa, Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva. And it is this sankalpa of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that will fulfill the purpose of all human beings, bringing them excellence in their lives beyond their imagination, in their inner and outer worlds. It is this intention of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism which infuses the very food that he serves, which directly starts manifesting in those who consume this food. Merely by consuming this Aushadha Annadhan on a regular basis, human beings can achieve individual peace and therefore contribute to the global peace, as it will evolve individuals who will slowly move to the space of non-violence and conscious sovereignty, and only individual peace can lead to global peace. The Maha Shivaratri celebrations are on in all Kailasas around the world. Abhishekam, the holy bath, is continuously happening to all the deities. the Aushadha Annadhan is being served. And on the 7th of March, on the sacred occasion, Kailasa, Houston, in the United States of America, is celebrating its 7th temple anniversary. And on the 8th of March is the Varsha Kumbhabhishekam Homa and the 108 Kalasha Abhishekam, Alankar and Maha Arati in Houston. And on the 9th of March, the Navagraha Homa is happening. And on the 10th of March, the Mahamrityunjaya Homa is happening. As part of tonight's Paramashivaratri celebrations, we have the special live satsang directly from the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And we have the first, the second, the third, and the fourth Jama Abhishekams, the holy bath, being offered to Paramashiva at 6 p.m., 9 p.m., 12 p.m. and 3 a.m. respectively. In just a few hours from now, we will be having the special live appearance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And it is an indescribable, fortunate moment for the whole of humanity to have amongst us the living energy of Paramashiva radiating through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, especially on this Paramashivaratri night, as it is this night, eons ago, Paramashiva incarnated for the first time as Lingodbhava. And that very same energy is repeating itself today, which is the celebration of Paramashivaratri. Today is a celebration of Ayul, Arogyam and Saukyam, of a healthy, long life and eternal bliss. And in what better way can be celebrated than receiving the Aushada food from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, food for conscious growth, food for the superconscious breakthrough, the Aushada food that we are seeing being served in Kailasa Tiruvannamalai from 2 locations to all the Annamalaya devotees who are circumambulating the Arunachala Hill on this sacred occasion. Tiruvannamalai is the very birth town of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, where he assumed the human birth and lived the first 17 years of his life, from 1978 to 1995. Tiruvannamalai, Arunachala, is the land that liberates one just through mere remembrance of it, which is described as Smaranat Mukti Arunachalam. Smaranat Mukti Arunachalam means Smaranam, mere remembering of Arunachalam, of Tiruvannamalai, liberates, gives one Mukti, liberation. And in this holy land, this sacred Aushadha Annadhan is being offered today to the Annamalaya devotees who are celebrating the Paramashivaratri by coming in Girivala around Arunachala. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, again and again, has explained to us the importance of vegetarian food, the importance of peaceful coexistence of human beings with all the creatures on the planet. And he has described the ideal ecosystem to have, which is the ecosystem of Kailasa, which he has revived today. The ideal ecosystem where all of creation coexists peacefully in accordance with the sacred Hindu scriptures revealed directly by Paramashiva as the Upanishad. The Hindu scriptures say, Go Brahmanebhya Shubhamastu Nityam Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu, means the cows, not just the cows, but all animals, and the Brahmana, the class of people that does not eat animals but protects them. Both of these need to be happy and blissful. Only then humanity will have a blissful life and future. This is the very meaning of these words. For all of humanity to be blissful, the cows, the sacred animals, and the Brahmanas, the class of people that protect the cows and animals, need to be kept happy. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has revealed Paramashiva's words in the Kamika Agama, the sacred Hindu scriptures, on how an ideal ecosystem should prevail. And it is this ideal ecosystem which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving as Kailasa. In his own words, the Kamika Agama names 10 trees such as the drumstick tree, the papaya tree, and 8 more trees to be grown in our houses, where we should also keep cows and care for them. Then we will never need to be in hunger, as our own house will become a self-sustaining unit for all its fundamental needs. This is one of the features of an ideal ecosystem described by Paramashiva himself in the Kamika Agama. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls seeing his own maternal grandfather, Sri Raja Mudalyar, carrying bags of cotton with cotton seed and giving it and taking cotton clothes in return. This was the ancient way of keeping a unit self-sustaining, which is described in the Kamika Agama. In fact, this self-sustaining model, which prevailed in our very land years ago, shocked the British who ruled India at that time, when they were studying methods to enslave India and destroy the ecosystem. And it is because of this self-sustaining model ecosystem that our very roads were made only for pilgrimage purpose and not for any transportation of goods, because every village was self-sufficient. And the kitchen water of such an ecosystem, when drunk by its hens and ducks, should keep them healthy, which is the indicator that the whole system is run organically, with no chemicals used for everyday cooking. And each village should have naturally formed honeycombs. The science behind this, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is, for a bee to survive, a few things are required. The land cannot be polluted. If the flowers grow in polluted land, and if the bees drink the honey from such flowers, they will die within a few seconds. Second, for the flowers to be pure, the air has to be pure. The water source has to be pure. Only then the flowers will be pure. And only then the bees, when they suck honey from such flowers, they will flourish and build the natural honeycombs. Further, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed from the Agamas how we must maintain our doors, our very doorways, where we must hang mango flowers, neem flowers, and rice paddy on our very door frames, and the little sparrows must come and eat them. Only then it means that the air is pure and conducive for living in that area, because sparrows have very sensitive lungs. Only if the air pollution is low and the air is pure will the sparrows even come and live in the area. Therefore, sparrows chirping is an indication of pure air in the living area. Next, Paramashiva has revealed, as explained to us by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, that we must walk without shoes, barefoot on the land. Only then Mother Earth, Bhuma Devi, will scan our body and she will determine the vitamins and minerals and important ingredients required for our body, which we lack. And she will grow that as the very food in that area. And when we harvest that food, it becomes essential medicine and food for us at the same time. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains how, in this fashion, geography is biology in Hinduism. The earth is not mere geography, it is biology for us. And Bhuma Devi is conscious and alive, and she simply does the whole thing for us, which is why she is worshipped as Mother Earth, Bhuma Devi. She is worshipped ritualistically in Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed to us how this entire Aushadha-based lifestyle becomes a Vatavarana, an ambience for us to experience Shivoham, the space of Paramashiva, the state of Paramashiva, the very being of Paramashiva within us, the superconsciousness of Paramashiva, and ultimately the Kailasa, Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva within us. The science of Aushada is an alchemy science originated from Paramashiva himself, the Adi Siddha, the primordial Siddha. Paramashiva passed this science to Nandi Devar, his sacred bull, and from Nandi Devar onto the whole of humanity. Paramashiva has shared different sciences of Sanatana Hindu Dharma to his various disciples. He shared the Paramashiva Vijnana, his very experiences with Devi, his own beloved divine consort. He shared the knowledge of creating a civilization through Lord Subramanya, his own second son, who created a civilization in the south with this knowledge. The alchemy science of Aushada, Paramashiva shared with the world through Nandi Devar, his sacred bull, because Nandi Devar knows all the herbs as he is all the time roaming in Kailasa. He knows where all the natural products and herbs are available. All of Paramashiva's esoteric mystical components of knowledge he shared with the world through the 7 great sages, the Saptarishis. The science of logical thinking, Sankhya, Paramashiva shared with the world through sage Kapila Muni. And the entire enlightenment science, all the 4 Vedas, Paramashiva shared and spread it to the rest of humanity. So this science of Aushada, which is the underlying science of this Aushada food that we are seeing being served today, came from Paramashiva to Nandi Devar, who mastered it, and from Nandi Devar to the great Siddhas, the mystics, enlightened mystics of the Siddha tradition of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and from them to the rest of the world, to the rest of humanity. Annamalaya devotees are continuously walking into the 2 Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai to receive the Aushadha Annadhan. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started the revival of the science of Aushada right from his childhood, here in his very parental home that we are seeing in front of our eyes where the Aushadha Annadhan is being served in Tiruvannamalai. He explored this great science of Aushadha with his Aushadha Guru, Sri Narayan Swami Pillai, also called Narayan Swami Tata or Totakara Tata. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has gifted different types of Aushadha to humanity for external application and oral application for specific purposes, and he's continuing to revive more and more types of Aushadha. Some of the Aushadha gifted to humanity by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are the Aushadha to awaken the Kundalini energy, Aushadha to awaken the third eye for us to manifest all the spiritual powers of Paramashiva, Aushadha for immortality, Aushadha for anti-aging. On the 23rd of October 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the first groundbreaking Putra Kameshti Yajna, employing Aushadha, sacred energy herbs, to enable couples to conceive divine children carrying the energy of Lord Subramanya. On this occasion, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained that the babies that would be born through this process will carry the energy of Subramanya, and as evidence to it, they will carry any one of three birthmarks. 1. A clear hole, a clear mole in the shape of the veil, the spear of Lord Muruga. Or second, they will have an extra finger or an extra toe, making it 21 fingers or toes for the child. Or third, a clear dip in the third eye spot between the eyebrows, where the Agnya Chakra is located. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism defined these three as Lord Subramania's Anga Lakshana, sacred marks on the body that can be found on these babies. And we have scores of testimonials from those who attended this Putra Kameshti Yajna, who were initiated through this Putra Kameshti Yajna, and who gave birth to babies carrying one of these three marks, and who have testified to observing the babies that were born through this Putra Kameshti Yajna displaying extraordinary abilities and carrying a divine energy, making it the most delightful process for the parents to bring them up as divine beings in their life. On the 5th of November 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism unleashed the Dhanakarshana Bhairava Aushadha, Aushadha infused with the highest wealth-based conscious thought currents. This Aushadha merely needs to be applied when going to sleep. It is a sheer gift from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which he gave with the blessing, "You will sleep your way to wealth." And on the 3rd of September 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gifted humanity the Aushadha for manifesting the space of Ishwaratva, which is the leadership attribute of Paramashiva, where our inner space will automatically start functioning with the highest integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessed this Aushadha as the blue veil Aushadha. Veil meaning the very spear of Lord Subramanya, which symbolizes victory and Ishwaratva. And he declared that this Aushadha will be a powerful antidote to the blue whale Aushadha, meaning the blue whale of the ocean, which makes us powerless. He said this Aushadha will take us from powerlessness to powerfulness, to the leadership quality of Paramashiva himself, what is called the Ishwaratva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains how Aushadha products create vibrations that work on our very physical body and produce 100% result. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also gifted Aushadha for manifesting the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi inside us, where the fundamental thought shaft ceases to exist in us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained the life of an ardent Shiva devotee, Kungali Kalaya Nayanar, who lived centuries ago who used to create and spread the fragrant Aushada smoke called the Sambrani or the Kungilium in Tamil. It is actually an Aushada medicine with a very pleasant smell. If you inhale it, the non-mechanical parts of your brain will simply be awakened. The Amritadhara, the nectar intra-organ located on your Sahasrara chakra, your crown center, will open up. And the Sahasrara will start releasing everything needed, the chemicals and hormones, for you to be healthy and connect with Paramashiva. The only work this Nayanar would do from morning till night is he will go to the temple for the pujas that are offered 6 times a day, and he will create the Sambrani smoke in the temple. Just by living this lifestyle, Paramashiva, he was blessed by Paramashiva with the space of Kailasa, the Shiva Padavi, because even that smoke matters to keep the very ecosystem alive. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made at least 1,000 Kungili Kalayam vessels for creating this Sambrani smoke, this Aushada smoke, and he has distributed it to all the Kailasa ecosystems worldwide. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism therefore explains with such historical references the importance of reviving these lifestyle aspects of Sanatana Hindu Dharma for ultimately creating global peace. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further explains that especially during the global presidential addresses, what we call the satsangs, or during the Kundalini awakening processes that he conducts, if the Kungilium smoke is created, we will literally experience Kailasa because the non-mechanical parts of our brain is awakened through the inhalation of the smoke, and the quality of our consciousness is raised just by inhaling that very smoke. Which is why such things were made part of our very lifestyle in the Hindu tradition. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further explains how to keep our third eye energy center between our eyebrows pure and awakened. The third eye has nerves just like the normal 2 eyes, which get calcified by the neurotoxins that we build because of the quality of the food that we eat. Therefore, the detoxification of these toxins need to happen. And this can be achieved in multiple ways. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has prescribed rubbing pure organic turmeric on our third eye every day before going to sleep. On the 28th of June 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained the science of money mantra and Aushada. Hinduism is basically the science of exploring the multiple possibilities and powers, opening various states of consciousness and exploring multi-dimensions of the universe. Paramashiva employs 3 major methods, money, mantra and Aushada, for this purpose. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism employs all of these 3 to reprogram our biomemory and raise our very consciousness. Money means the non-invasive spiritual alchemy products, which do not get into our body, which we just keep near us, like the various mandalas gifted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, such as the Sadashiva Mandala and more. Merely by keeping these alchemy products next to us, the very superconscious energy is continuously infused in us. Mantra means the spiritual alchemy process where you sit in a mandala in a circle and specific sacred geometric lines are drawn and specific sounds are generated, and initiation is induced through this, reprogramming our very biomemory with the space of Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducts such mandala processes during all his meditation programs worldwide, generating the precise sounds needed to awakening our Kundalini. Aushada means infusing herbs, specific herbs, with conscious energy for giving us healing and enlightenment. Sacred herbs, which we will either be consuming or merely keeping in our mouth, through which our very consciousness raises to the other planes of the universe. Such is the great science of Aushada. And today we are watching the Aushadha Annadhan being served to us at Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, being served to all the Annamalaya devotees who are circumambulating Arunachala, the hill form of Paramashiva in this holy land of Tiruvannamalai, which is it has a 14-kilometer mountain path around it. And on all full moon nights and on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night, and also every day, the Annamalaya devotees circumambulate Arunachala. Today is the auspicious Maha Shivaratri. It is on this day, eons ago, that Paramashiva incarnated for the first time as Lingodbhava to enlighten Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu, who had a dispute between them as to who is the greater of them. To resolve this dispute, Paramashiva assumed the form of an infinite column of fire, worshipped today as Bhagavan Lingodbhava. He assumed this infinite form and told Brahma and Vishnu that whoever finds either of his two ends would be considered the greater of the two. Lord Brahma assumed the form of a swan and started flying upwards towards the head of Paramashiva with the aim of finding his head, and Lord Vishnu assumed the form of a boar and started moving downwards to find the feet of Paramashiva. In this historic happening, Lord Brahma represents the mind and Lord Vishnu represents wealth or matter or Lakshmi. Vishnu realizes sooner that he will never be able to find the lower end of Paramashiva because he is the supreme infinite cosmic being, the very source of the entire cosmos. And he comes back and surrenders at the feet of Paramashiva, telling him that he has realized that he will never be able to find the lower end of Paramashiva and that the superconsciousness which Paramashiva embodies is the ultimate. While Lord Brahma, as he's flying upwards, is unable to come to terms that he will never be able to find the head of Paramashiva. But unable to reconcile with the sacred truth, Lord Brahma finds a false witness in the form of a talampu, the screwpine flower, a flower which is falling from the very ears of Paramashiva, a flower which Paramashiva had placed on his very ears. He catches the flower and asks, "Where are you coming from?" And the flower replies, "I am falling from Paramashiva's ears." Immediately Lord Brahma asked the flower, "Will you do me a favor? I will take you to Paramashiva and you can tell him that I indeed saw you on his very ears, which means I would have seen his face as well." And the flower, unable to refuse Lord Brahma, who is the very Lord of creation, agrees, and both of them go to the court of Paramashiva. The moment Paramashiva sees them, he knows what has happened, and he tells Lord Brahma, "For the lie that you have uttered, you will never receive worship from human beings. There will be no temple dedicated to you." And he tells the screwpine flower, the talampu, "You will no more be used in my worship. for coming as a false witness to Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma and the Talampu realize their huge mistake and beg and cry for forgiveness to Paramashiva. Paramashiva relents and he tells Lord Brahma that he will forever stand, that Lord Brahma will ever stand at the spot where the sacred bath waters of Paramashiva fall in all the Shiva temples, what is called the Charanamrita. The sacred bath waters that wash Paramashiva, that are offered to Paramashiva. That Charanamrita comes out of the sanctum sanctorum and falls at a spot called the Gomukh. And therefore here we will find Brahma standing in all Shiva temples worldwide, drinking the Charanamrita, drinking the water that has washed the divine form of Paramashiva, and filling his water pot, his kamandalu, with these very waters. And out of that water, performing the entire cosmic task of creation. It is from Paramashiva's sacred waters that Lord Brahma is performing the task of creation itself. And the Talampu, the screw pine flower, does extended penance in remembrance of Paramashiva. And finally Paramashiva appears and says, all right, you will be used during worship of me on one instance during the whole year. And that instance is today, the Maha Shivaratri day. Today you will find that in all Shiva temples, today is the only day that Talampu is offered to Paramashiva. And that too during a specific time, during the continuous Abhishekams, holy bath that will be offered to Paramashiva on the sacred night. It is on this Maha Shivaratri day that Paramashiva, as Lingodbhava, bless and enlighten Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. And this profound happening happened in this very land, Tiruvannamalai, Arunachala. And therefore, of all the kshetras, of all the holy temples and lands in the entire world, Tiruvannamalai becomes the most preferred destination for Paramashiva devotees, because it is here that this very happening took place. The incarnation, the first incarnation of Paramashiva happened here in Tiruvannamalai as the Lingodbhava. And we will find the Lingodbhava deity as Paramashiva standing inside an infinite column of light. And this Lingodbhava deity we will find behind the main Shivalinga in all Shiva temples on the western side. This Lingodbhava deity will be seen along with the carvings of Lord Brahma as a swan and Lord Vishnu as a boar on his opposite ends. Lord Brahma as a swan near his upper end and Lord Vishnu as a boar near his lower end. And on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night, which falls once in every year, all the special abhishekams, the special worship, special rituals are offered to this Lingodbhava deity in all Shiva temples, commemorating the most auspicious happening for humanity, which is the happening of the first incarnation of Paramashiva, Lingodbhava. As we can see, already over 23,000 meals have been served across the two locations in Tiruvannamalai, the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, on Tiruvudal Street and in Adiyannamalai, have together served over 23,000 meals to the Annamalaya devotees who are coming around Arunachala in Girivala circumambulation. On the 12th of August 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed the 4 dimensions of Aushada. The first are the energized herbs that need to be consumed, that need to be orally taken by us. The second, herbs that need to be kept between our teeth or in our ears or in our eyes during the Kundalini awakening process. Third, certain mutations or actions that need to be done by us to our bodies, such as fire walking or taking a bath in turmeric water or water with boiling neem leaves, or piercing our body, such as the lemon piercing and the piercing of the veil or the spear of Lord Muruga. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that even dengue fever can be taken care of through such simple Aushada-based remedies. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained the science behind fire walking in temples, which is one of the dimensions of Aushada. He has explained what happens when we do the fire walking, which is a grand tradition, especially in the South Indian temples. When we do the fire walking, what happens is the depth with which we feel violence, we feel violated within us. With that same depth, if we feel sacrifice, commitment, and devotion, then that violence in us will be muted. The actions which make us feel violated when forced to do, if we do the same actions voluntarily in the name of devotion, in the name of commitment and sacrifice to the god or goddess to whom we are offering that act, such as fire walking, then the whole thing becomes a tapas, a penance, and it becomes a mutation of our fundamental instincts of violence and anger. Same way, when we allow the lemon piercing to be done in our body as devotion to the universal cosmic mother, the lemon piercing is called the Alagu Kuttudal in Tamil, and it is a widely practiced tradition in villages. When we do the lemon piercing, the violence which we normally feel when our body is pierced will be muted because we are undergoing the same piercing act out of devotion. So the same instinct is kindled in us with the clarity that we are dedicating it to our preferred deity or Ishtadevata or Kuladevata. The same intensity is awakened in us, but muting the feeling of being violated. The feeling of sacrifice or commitment or devotion transmutes the feeling of violation. Tapas or penance transmutes the feeling of being violated and the feeling of violence. So all of these divine acts like fire walking, body piercing are all the third dimension of Aushada as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The fourth dimension of Aushada is inhaling certain herbal perfumes and falling asleep immediately after that. So the inhalation works on our system as we rest. So these are the 4 primary Aushada processes given to us by Paramashiva, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism facilitates for us and supports us in manifesting Paramashivatva, the state, space, being, powers, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. And therefore, this Aushadha Annadhan, which we are seeing being served in front of our own eyes on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri, belongs to the first dimension of Aushada, which is consuming Aushada as our very food. As we can see, the crowd is thickening in both the Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai. Increasing numbers of Annamalaya devotees are reaching the 2 Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai to have their Aushada food as they continue circumambulating around Arunachala.
श्रीशैलेश्वर शम्भो शङ्कर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर
In just a few hours from now, we will be having the special live satsang from the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And we will be receiving the Shiva Kundalini Dhyan initiation, the Diksha for awakening of our Kundalini Shakti and for awakening our third eye energy center located in our forehead between our eyebrows, which will enable us to start manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. We are just a few hours away from the live appearance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And it is our indescribable fortune that we have the direct living energy of Paramashiva initiating us on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri, when the energy of Paramashiva as Lingodbhava is happening once again on the planet. The first time Paramashiva ever incarnated is here in Tiruvannamalai as Lingodbhava, and today that very constellation is repeating itself, which is the celebration of the Maha Shivaratri. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that this Maha Shivaratri is extraordinarily significant astrologically and spiritually, as it happens only once in every 300 years. We will get to know more about the spiritual significance during the live satsang, the live global presidential address of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in just a few hours from now. And therefore, it is extremely important for each one of us to remain awake during this entire Maha Shivaratri and support our conscious growth, as it is on this day, it is on this night that the entire Prakriti, the entire nature supports us for our superconscious breakthrough, because the energy of Paramashiva as Lingodbhava is happening during the Shivaratri night, and therefore the entire nature is completely aligned in supporting us for manifesting Paramashivatva in us. And the only requirement on our part is remaining awake and receiving the great truths and the initiation from the living energy of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And preparations to receive this Diksha in the best possible way through our mind-body system. Preparations for this has already started 2 days earlier, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism appeared live and initiated his worldwide disciples, devotees and followers into preparing their bodies and minds and consciousness to receive the Maha Shivaratri initiation. In preparation, the disciples and followers are observing a 3-day special fasting, which completely detoxifies the body. A fasting on liquid food or one uncooked meal a day, along with chanting of the Mahavakya. Mahavakya, chants energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with which we have been initiated. Two Mahavakyas, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham and Shiva Shiva. These two Mahavakyas are being continuously chanted worldwide in all the Kailasas and by all the devotees and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in preparing their body and mind to receive this sacred initiation on this Mahaparamashivaratri night. It is important that we detoxify our body and flush out all the toxins that we have accumulated due to inappropriate food habits and purify it and keep it ready so it becomes like a fertile, plowed land. So when we receive the Diksha, the seed of Diksha, initiation, directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it is like a seed that has fallen on a fertile soil and it immediately sprouts and flowers as our very consciousness. Therefore, the devotees and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are already in preparation to receive the Diksha. Aushadha Annadhan is being continuously served from both the locations. In Tiruvannamalai, Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, located on Tiruvudal Street, right next to the Arunachala temple, in the very sixth circumambulation path of the Arunachala temple. And the second location where the Aushadha Annadhan is being offered is Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi Kshetram in Adi Annamalai, which is located on the mountain path itself. This Aushadha based food that is being served is not only to fill a hungry stomach, but to nourish the very souls of those who are consuming this food. It is food infused with conscious energy. It is food infused with the very living enlightenment software. It is food infused with the highest thought currents for giving conscious sovereignty to those consuming it. And it is also being served by initiated disciples, devotees, and sannyasis of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, across both the locations on Tiruvudal Street and the mountain path, have the unique distinction of being the only destination in Tiruvannamalai that serves food for over 36 hours on these auspicious occasions. On every full moon night of the month and on such festival occasions, both the Kailasas serve food non-stop. A marathon Aushadha Annadhan Seva is offered to the Annamalaya devotees. Until the very last devotee of Annamalaya completes the circumambulation, the Aushadha Annadhan continues to be served, nourishing the souls day and night. As we can see, over 24,000 meals have already been served to the Annamalai devotees from both the locations. And on this special occasion, Kailasa Houston in the USA is celebrating its 7th temple anniversary. The 7th anniversary of the Kailasa temple in Houston, USA. The parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi, is located on the Tiruvudal street. And it is hardly a year since the divine acquisition of Bhagavan's parental home happened, spearheaded by Kailasa Bharat. And this street is called the Tiruvudal street because one of the flagship festivals of the Arunachala temple, the Tiruvudal festival, happens here on this very street. The entire history behind the festival is enacted here on this street during the Tiruvudal festival. Ever since this divine acquisition of Bhagavan's parental home happened, non-stop Aushadha Annadhan is and a host of other socio-spiritual services are being offered from Bhagavan's own parental home with great pride by the Kailasavasis and Sannyasis. All the services that are being offered here from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi, are under the direct guidance and the micromanagement of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam. As soon as this divine acquisition happened, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessed for a bore well to be laid in this very location to provide cool, purified drinking water to all the sadhu, sannyasi, citizens and visitors of Tiruvannamalai on a 24/7 basis. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed that the water that gushed forth from this borewell is the same sacred water current of the Shiva Gangai Tirtham, which is the water body inside the Arunachaleshwara temple in its 5th circumambulation path. Healers initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offer spiritual healing here at Nithyananda Janmabhoomi, along with the Aushadha Annadhan that is being served. And the Annamalai devotees are continuously enriched with the services offered by Kailasa for their holistic upliftment. During the childhood years of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in this parental home, during all the procession days of Annamalai, the relatives of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would gather here in his very home to have a first row pavilion view of Annamalayar passing by, as this Tiruvudal street, where Bhagwan's parental home is located, is part of the Mada Veedi, which comprises 4 streets surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple, the southern side street being this Tiruvudal street. And it is on this Mada Veedi that Arunachaleshwara travels in his grand processions during all the festivals of Tiruvannamalai. And therefore all his relatives would gather to have a first-hand view of Annamalayar as he passes by in his royal retinue. It is the Hindu tradition that when the Lord steps out in procession, the Mandagapadi is offered to the Lord. Mandagapadi is the offering to the Lord of all the items used in his worship, such as robes, flower garlands, holy bath items such as the sandal powder, rose water, kumkum, tender coconut, incense sticks, coconuts, fruits, and more. All of this comprises the Mandagapadi. And the devotees offer Mandagapadi to the Lord when he steps out in procession, reaching them at their own doorsteps, gracing them out of his infinite compassion. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived this tradition of offering Mandagapadi to the Lord as a mainstream lifestyle in all the Kailasas worldwide, where all Kailasa temples worldwide offer Mandagapadi to the deity when the main deity of the temples in their neighborhood step out in procession. Here in Tiruvannamalai, Mandagapadi is offered to Annamalayar from both the locations, Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi on Tiruvudal Street, and Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi Kshetram on the mountain path. And when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism happens to be present in Tiruvannamalai during the festival seasons when Annamalayar is taken out in procession, it is the most endearing sight to see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the very living manifestation of Paramashiva, himself offering Mandagapadi to Annamalayar, Paramashiva, at the very doorstep of Kailasa Tiruvannamalai on the mountain path. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his biological family, lived as a large joint family in and around his parental home on Tiruvudal Street. The entire family lived within the 7 circles of the Arunachaleshwara temple. Their entire life they lived and served Annamalayar. The home complex, the parental home complex of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is known as the AKS complex. It was originally a traditional tile roof structure with 2 houses, one for his paternal grandfather Annamalai Chettiar and his wife Anasuya Ammal, and one for Annamalai Chettiar's elder brother Swami Chettiar and his wife Danakoti Ammal. Swami Chettiar and his wife had no children, and therefore after Swami Chettiar left the body, the house was remodeled in 1988 to the current form that we are seeing here in front of our own eyes. And Danakoti Ammal, Swami Chettiar's wife, continued to stay with the family, and she lived beyond 100 years. When the house was remodeled, it was made as 2 parts. One for the father of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Arunachalam, and one for his father's elder brother, Sri Kumaraswamy. And both the families lived in the first floor of this AKS complex, and they rented out the ground floor to various tenants, shop owners of Tiruvannamalai. All of these shop owners were people extremely well known to both the families, and therefore they lived as an integral part of the whole family, as a large joint family. And it is these very shop owners who are the direct eyewitnesses to the grand revival of Kailasa by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his very own parental home, right from his childhood. In Tiruvannamalai, the entire village functions as a single large joint family, where each one knows the other, and each one knows the happenings in each other's homes. In this very parental home, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would wake up every morning and walk outside to the corridor with closed eyes. And he would open his eyes on Arunachala, so that his beloved Arunachala would be the first sight which caught his eyes when he woke up every morning. And sometimes his brothers would jocularly turn him around, trying to disorient him. And if ever he opened his eyes on anything other than Arunachala, he would walk right back to his mat and pretend to sleep and wake up all over again and walk once again with closed eyes to the corridor and open his eyes on his beloved Arunachala. And in the same way, before going to rest for the day, Arunachala would be the last thing that he would set his eyes on, and then he would immediately shut his eyes and go to rest. It is here, in his parental home, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted all the Hindu festivals in the same model as the celebrations in the Arunachaleshwara temple, with such fervor that the passers-by would participate in his celebrations with equal fervor as they would in the celebrations of the Arunachaleshwara temple. This entire parental home of Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has reverberated, has resonated with his childhood celebrations, with the festivals he conducted during his childhood years here. And today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducts 11-day and 21-day Brahmotsavams, festivals worldwide, dedicated to various deities in all the Kailasa temples, and he has been awarded the Asia Book of Records for conducting the maximum number of Brahmotsavams in a year, from March 2nd, 2021 to June 18, 2022. And this is a phenomenon that happens till date in all Kailasa temples worldwide. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism ran his own home temple here in his parental home, which is the first temple of Kailasa, built personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Today, Kailasa has temples worldwide, consecrated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where the deities are made as living entities, radiating the various energies through the special process of prana pratishta, which is directly infusing the life energy into these deities, possible only by incarnations. And as the living incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism consecrates the deities through this process of prana pratishta, where he directly blows the life energy into these deities, and they start functioning as independent intelligence, answering our prayers and blessing us. It is here in the Nityananda Janmabhoomi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, that he started the first Madappalli of Kailasa temples, which is the temple kitchen. It was run by his own mother, Ma Lokanayaki. She would dutifully prepare all the Naivedyams, food offerings requested by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to offer to his deities every single day, as well as during festive occasions. In later years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism cooked his own Naivedyam in his roof garden, where he had his own temple set up. It is here in his parental home that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his first flower gardens, from which he plucked flowers and offered to Paramashiva. Therefore, it is here that Kailasa's first flower gardens were maintained personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. As prescribed by Paramashiva in the Uttarakamika Agama, flowers should not be purchased, they should be homegrown, plucked and offered to Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was protected during his childhood years in this parental home by various powerful energies, amongst which are the 11 Rudras, manifestations of Bhagavan Kalabhairava, the guardian god. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism could see these 11 forms around him regularly, and during his childhood years, he would think that they were probably extended relatives, as he was from a large joint family and he was continuously surrounded by people. He mentioned this to his yoga guru, Shiragopati Yogi, who clarified to him that they were the 11 Rudras who were ferociously protecting him, being the living manifestation of Paramashiva. It is here, in his own parental home, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sculpted the first deities of Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had darshan of the universal cosmic mother as Devi Bhuvaneshwari inside the Devi shrine of the Arunachala temple at around the age of 11. Following this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sculpted her very form on a soapstone here in his parental home in Tiruvannamalai. This Devi deity receives personal worship from him till date. And around the same time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism made the first metal deity through the process of casting. It was a Lakshmi deity. It happened when he ran to his Guru, Mat Vibanandapuri, and shared with her one day how delightful it was for him to see the huge deities of the Arunachala temple. And he expressed to her that he wanted those deities. And she told him that he could have it, he could make it himself. With no idea of impossibility in his very system, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism immediately made a clay mold of a Lakshmi deity, using the Lakshmi deity that belonged to his neighbor. And he picked up a few aluminium vessels from his dear mother, and he melted those vessels and he poured it into the Lakshmi mold, and therefore cast his first metal casted deity. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made over 1 million deities through Kailasa's Nithyananda Sacred Arts University, which is a virtual city with 7 working units and the workforce of 600 people. And it supplies deities not just to Kailasa's temples, but to other temples as well. And it is today the largest temple arts production center in the world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had the darshan of the Shri Yantra, also called the Shri Chakra, at around the age of 12, again inside the Arunachala temple. And the moment he had his darshan, he ran back home and etched the sacred geometry that he saw on a copper foil, here in his very parental home. And today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gifts innumerable yantras to his worldwide followers as powerful tools to aid their religious and spiritual practices and growth. And it is here in his parental home that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism created all the handmade temple jewelry, robes for the deities, deity vehicles that he built with an assortment of things that he got from his home. And it is here that he made all the other procession and decoration items comprising the various temple arts. And all of this he offered to his home temple deities. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism makes these very same items through Kailasa's Nithyananda Sacred Arts University and supplies them on a global scale, thus offering livelihood to all the artisans involved in the process. And it is here, in his very parental home in Tiruvannamalai, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism delivered his first discourses as a child to his own family members, relatives, and friends. He used to repeat verbatim the discourses he heard from the great Tamil orators and Shaivite scholars who visited Tiruvannamalai during festivals. He would narrate the Ramayanam at the mere age of 3. The narration of Ramayanam is the first discourse by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at age 3. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been recognized and awarded the Asia Book of Records for the maximum number of hours of public discourse delivered by an individual, which is 289,928 hours on 7,407 different topics. Of course, as we speak, this figure has been already surpassed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is here in his parental home that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism hand-wrote his first books, the first publications of Kailasa, carrying the great spiritual truths and understandings that he received from his beloved gurus. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been awarded the Asia Book of Records for the maximum number of books published by a single author, which is a figure of 1,123. And it is here, in this parental home, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism commenced the revival of the science of yoga with his yoga guru, Yogi Ram Yoganandapuri, also known as Raghupati Yogi. From the age of 3 until the age of 13, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism underwent rigorous training with Sri Raghupati Yogi. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been awarded the Asia Book of Records for the maximum traditional asanas performed by a group of people, which is 508 asanas in 108 minutes, and the award for the longest duration to hold the Padmasana yogic posture held by a group of disciples, which is 3 hours and 10 minutes. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the recipient of the Guinness Book of Records for the largest rope yoga lessons, rope yoga being a traditional form of yoga known as the Kundalini Rajju, which is done by performing yogic postures on a hanging rope. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the recipient of the Guinness Book of Records for the largest pole yoga lessons, which is the traditional yoga called the Mallakamba, where yoga is performed on a pole. He was awarded this on the 3rd of October 2017. Both these yogic forms tremendously increase the body's strength and flexibility and awaken the Kundalini energy, facilitating us to start radiating spiritual powers as a natural consequence. And this is the original intention of yoga as prescribed by Paramashiva, where as a natural byproduct of practicing yoga, we start radiating the powers of Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also been awarded the Guinness record for the largest number of people in the formation of the sacred syllable Om on the 17th of December 2017. It is here in Nithyananda Janmabhoomi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where this Aushadha Annadhan is happening today, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived the entire Hindu science of ritualistic worship during his very childhood years. He owned his own small set of deities gifted to him by his guru Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara and by his maternal grandfather Sri Raja Mudalyar, by his father Sri Arunachala Swami. And also, he himself picked up deities from his mother's worship set that formed part of her wedding trousseau gifted to her by her father Sri Raja Mudalyar. As it was the custom of the Adi Shaiva Velalars, the traditional community, to gift to their daughters the Shiva Panchayatana, comprising 5 deities, which they gifted to their daughters when sending their daughters away in marriage. The deities of Paramashiva, of Devi, of Lord Subramanya, of Lord Ganesha, along with the Navagraha Yantra, and the deity of Nandi, the sacred bull, and also the deity of Vishnu, and sometimes the deity of Surya. It was here, in Nithyananda Janmabhoomi, his parental home, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, made innumerable clay deities of Ganesha and other gods and goddesses and celebrated Ganesh Chaturthi and other Hindu festivals. He would take his grandfather's tricycle from his rice shop and go to the place near the Shivanji Kulam here in Tiruvannamalai, where the vendors who sold the clay Ganeshas would have left behind the clay after the Ganesh Chaturthi festival was over. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would collect these heaps of clay in his tricycle and bring it back to his home here in his parental home, which we're watching live, and store it in the terrace on the first floor. And he would put hay over it and continuously preserve it by pouring water over it. And it is from this clay that he and his siblings who were inspired by him would make all the clay deities. And they would make these deities from Ganesh Chaturthi onwards till Navaratri, and celebrate Navaratri with all the deities that they made during this period. The deities that they made would form the Golu of the Navaratri festival that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism celebrated in such grandeur, even as a child. He would invite the entire neighborhood, going door to door, personally inviting each one of them to come to his home to see the Golu, to have the darshan of Devi and receive the prasada. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also took his deities in procession, not only inside his home, but also on the Madhavidi, the 4 streets surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple. Inside his home, he would take his home deities in procession on the 108 feet long corridor on the ground floor. And all the shop owners on the ground floor were direct eyewitness and participants of these loud processions. And on the Madhavidi, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would take his own small deities alongside Annamalayar. And this was witnessed by the entire townspeople and the Shivacharyas, the temple priests of Arunachaleshwara temple. His celebrations as a child was known to the entire town. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his childhood, along with his team that he had inspired and kept with him, was very well known to the townspeople, and they would call them the Swamiyar Goshti, meaning the Swamiyar and the Swami and his team. Even during his childhood, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was addressed as Swami, not only by the townspeople, but even by his own parents. Therefore, this space of his parental home in Tiruvannamalai, where this Aushadha Annadhan is being served today, has reverberated with his celebrations for the first 17 years of his life. The various celebrations, the chants, the rituals. And today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been awarded the Asia Book of Records for the maximum number of verses chanted in 1 hour, which is 999 verses, and the award for the longest duration to chant the Rudram chant, which is 30 hours. And it is also here, in his parental home, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sung his first devotional songs towards the Lord, reviving the bhakti, the devotion dimension. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been awarded the Asia Book of Records for the maximum number of songs dedicated to a single person alive, which is 530 songs. These are the songs offered at his divine feet by his disciples and devotees, the very Kirtans of Kailasa. Every extraordinary milestone of Kailasa has its beginnings here in Nithyananda Janmabhoomi Tiruvannamalai, in the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Through attracting these various awards, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously restores legitimacy to the various dimensions of Hinduism, its various attributes. And through this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism restores confidence in born and practicing Hindus on their own culture and tradition, which was literally robbed from them by the invaders. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism works untiringly to restore legitimacy to these various Hindu sciences, which is the only hope and way to help humanity have the superconscious breakthrough, as the science of Sanatana Hindu Dharma holds the key to humanity's superconscious breakthrough. It is here, in his parental home, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived the glorious Guru Parampara of Tiruvannamalai by learning at the feet of his beloved Gurus and Acharyas, starting from Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara to Vidwan Panduranganar. And all of the Gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have stepped foot into this parental home and sanctified further the sacred space. And today, it is our joy to witness the Aushadha Annadhan happening in this very parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where the Annamalaya devotees are being served the Aushadha food as they perform the Girivala around Arunachala on this auspicious occasion of Maha Paramashivaratri. the Aushadha Annadhan is continuing to be served to the Annamalaya devotees from both the locations of Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, at Adiyannamalai and at Tiruvural Street. Close to 28,000 people have been served the Aushadha Annadhan till now. And this is going to continue to happen till the very last Annamalaya devotee completes the circumambulation around Arunachala. Sri Raja Mudalyar, the maternal grandfather of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, lived such core values of the Hindu tradition of this ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai. He was the embodiment of the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai that existed during the 1980s. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on his grandfather, Sri Raja Mudalyar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares, "Today, the whole world is contaminated by the idea that old age is retirement, and people destroy their mind and body with this idea. I tell you, my grandfather used to have such faith on his own body, mind, and consciousness. In his entire life, he was hospitalized only twice. Such a hard-working man he was. Your body is a mechanism. What you cognize about your body, mind, and you is a mechanism, and whatever you cognize becomes reality." I have seen the faith he had about himself, and I am so thankful to him because he took care that the idea of sickness never settled inside my system. By merely seeing him and living around him, health became my basic cognition. He was the only active earning member of the family. He had everything in his hand, but he never even owned a car or a bicycle even till his death. He lived such a simple personal life. Until the end, he used to say, "I will go walking and come back walking." Until his last breath, he had everything beautifully under his control and gracefully exited. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on his beloved grandfather. He reveals that he learned how not to settle down in life from his grandfather. As his grandfather held the keys to his home business till the day he died. He was in his 90s. He offered his everyday puja without missing a single day, come rain or shine. Whatever may be the time of the day, he would come back from his work, even if it was 1 a.m. He would be up for his morning puja, which he never missed till his last breath. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains the importance of living an extremely active lifestyle till the last breath. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he shares, "When I saw my grandfather, my grandmother, all of them, I saw that the concept of settling down never existed for them. It is good that I was brought up by them. Now, these modern day IT people think, I will work till 40 and then retire. I will make money, buy a flat and a car, and settle down by 40. This means that even while they are studying, acquiring knowledge, the goal was just to acquire comforts and luxury through it and then drop out of life itself. And this is the kind of inspiration they will have about their very knowledge and life. And therefore, their knowledge will be so heavy on them. They will only try to constantly find cunning methods of how to know less and make more money. Because the purpose becomes money, wealth, luxury, and comfort. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further explains the purpose of being active or having knowledge should not be merely acquiring wealth or luxury or comforts. I'm not saying don't acquire. I'm only saying that alone should not be the purpose. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further shares on his grandfather. He says, "He taught me not just integrity, but charity too. He was a person of such charity. Every night, even if it was 1 a.m., he would go to rest only after signing the accounts ledger and completing the day's accounts. I learned that habit from him. In those days, there was no computer. It was only in the notebook." The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to reveal the most important thing was he had a box. On that box, there would be a board, Magama Bandhu. It means he would put 10% of his income in that box every day, and that was kept aside for charity. So when people came asking for donations for any temple function, religious function, any temple inauguration, or Annadan, food distribution, based on their expense level, he would give them a donation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares, "One day I asked my grandfather, what is the use of giving money like this, of giving donations like this?" He replied, "The result of giving donations is more people will come to receive more donations. That's all." The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains, "Reward for wealth is more wealth. Reward for love is more love. Reward for work is more work. Reward for charity is more charity opportunities. Reward for integrity is more integrity." Cognizing the joy that integrity brings in you, the powerfulness you experience through integrity, cognizing that integrity is the ultimate, will lead to living life without any blind spots. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also shared innumerable times on how his grandfather lived such an enlightening lifestyle, singing devotional songs, reading spiritual books before going to rest at night, whatever time of the day it might be. It is the quality of human beings such as Raja Mudaliar, the maternal grandfather of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is this quality of human beings that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving today in Kailasa. Sri Raja Mudaliar lived as a model being in the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai. On this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri night, all Shiva temples around the world will be offering continuous Abhishekam, holy bath, to Bhagavan Lingodbhava. Bhagavan Lingodbhava is the first incarnation of Paramashiva that ever happened, and it happened here in Tiruvannamalai. Therefore, Tiruvannamalai is more special than any of the Shiva Stalas, Shiva Kshetras around the world today. In just a few hours, we will be receiving the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the living energy of Paramashiva on the planet. It is our extreme, indescribable fortune to be able to receive the direct initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri night. On this occasion, when the energy of the happening of Lingodbhava is once again repeating, as the constellation is repeating itself on the sacred day. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that this Mahaparamashivaratri is extraordinarily significant, as astrologically this happens only once in every 300 years. It is Paramashiva's promise to humanity. After he appeared as Lingodbhava here in Tiruvannamalai, he promised to humanity to remain forever here in Tiruvannamalai in three forms: as the hill Arunachala, as the Arunachaleshwara Shivalinga, and as a living incarnation. The current incarnation being the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. His predecessors in this lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva and Tiruvannamalai are Sri Seshadri Swamigal, Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, and Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal. These are his immediate predecessors. But this lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva in Tiruvannamalai remains unbroken from the time Paramashiva incarnated as Lingodbhava. Incarnations have been happening continuously here in Tiruvannamalai. As the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, assumed the human form on the 3rd of January of 1978 as per the Gregorian calendar. During the time of descent of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from the cosmic realms, several significant phenomena were happening in the multiverses. Happenings in the multiverses usually go unnoticed by our meager human eyes unless brought to our specific attention. Planets collide into each other. A loophole from one dimension to the other suddenly opens up. A gigantic star implodes and creates an enormous gravitational pull, sucking any matter that surrounds it into its very depths. These cosmic happenings only show up on our radar as a microscopic blink. And what's more, we only come to know about them thousands or perhaps millions of years after they take place. It is only by chance that we even realize that somewhere something phenomenal has actually happened. And then, just for one chilling moment, we grasp the enormity of this grand universe. The happening of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on planet Earth is one such event, except that it is a million trillion times more impactful and more meaningful for the universe. While a black hole emerging might be irrelevant in the grand scheme of many lives, the advent of the incarnation is directly relevant to every single form of life. Through the 11 dimensions of the universe, the cosmos itself, the pure consciousness, accepts the human body so it may interact with every form of life and raise life itself to the next level. When incarnation assumes human birth, the moment of recognition of this grand event is proportionally more profound. The beings who understand the significance of the incarnation buzz with excitement. Bhudevi, Mother Earth herself, rejoices at the feet of her beloved Father, how the incarnation is addressed, from whom she came, is once again gracing her surface. All of life that understands this phenomenal happening relishes this momentous occasion and vibrates with a single sentiment that the incarnation himself vibrates with upon his arrival on the planet, which is celebrations. According to the Big Bang theory, the creation of the universe began from a single point, a singularity, where time and space merge, and the laws of physics, including gravity and time, cannot operate. This singularity is a black hole which manifested into the Big Bang, the creation of the entire universe. The entire universe will once again merge back and end in a singularity, a black hole which will consume everything. What modern scientists understand as the Big Bang theory is just a glimpse of what our great Hindu rishis have mapped as the happening of the universe and have described it in the Vedic scriptures. The Arunachala Puranam describes how Paramashiva manifested as the infinite light shaft to liberate Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. The happening of Lingodbhava is the creation of the very universe. From the pure formlessness, the Nishkala Swarupa space, Paramashiva manifested and continues to manifest everything that exists. From black hole to Big Bang, Avyakta to Vyakta, from unmanifest to manifest, and from Linga to Lingodbhava, the pure cosmic consciousness assumes a form. The Srimad Karana Agama, the sacred Hindu scriptures revealed directly by Paramashiva, in the Purva Bhaga, in Patala number 71, in the Sakalotpatti Vidhi, in the shlokas, verses 8 to 9, the incarnating of Paramashiva is described by Paramashiva himself. Ityevam nishkalam proktam param bhavamiti smritam srishtistham lokarakshartham lokasyotpatti karanam sadhakanam ithartham tu swechaya grihnate tanuhu. The translation goes, in this way, Shiva, who is Nishkala without any body and parts, who is the ultimate supreme being, who is established in the creation, who is the cause of the creation of the universe, assumes a body out of his own free will for the protection of the universe, for the welfare of the spiritual seekers and devotees. Making the ultimate superconsciousness manifest inside every being is the purpose of the descent of the cosmic superconsciousness into the embodied form as the avatar, the incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam. Thus, on the 3rd of January 1978, as answer to the prayers of millions in the modern day, Paramashiva himself descended into the human form, leaving an undeniable record of his happening in the night sky. When, in the constellation of Akila, a supernova appeared. In the universe, 10 million light years away from the Earth, the thermonuclear explosion of a white dwarf star caused one of the brightest supernovas ever to be observed. The impact of the supernova for us on planet Earth had positive effects that are expected to last for the foreseeable future. The supernova's cosmic radiation can increase the resistance to disease and reduce the risk of cancer. It is also linked to positive changes in the Earth's climate, such as increased cloud formation and increased precipitation. Thus, the 3rd of January 1978 marked a turn of events for humanity, literally changing life as we know it, with the descent of Paramashiva himself into the human form. Over 31,000 people, the Annamalai devotees, have been served the Aushadha Annadhan from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai from 2 locations. From Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi Kshetram, which is the temple monastery located on the mountain path established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 19th of April 2008. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describing his divine birth, he reveals, it was the Tamil month of Margari on the Chitra Nakshatra. The important aspect of my horoscope is Kanya Rashi and Kanya Lagnam. Those of you who know astrology will know that for this combination, only a girl child can be born. Because it was a body that was beyond male and female, at a time suitable for a girl child, a male body was born. My mother experienced enlightenment when I was born. When an enlightened soul, enlightened consciousness lands on the body, for those 3 kshanas, 3 moments, the mother who's giving birth becomes enlightened. She gets the Satori experience. This happened with the biological mothers of Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa and Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi. Even with my own mother, when I saw her energy, I saw very clearly she had the enlightenment experience when I took birth. My life is one of the greatest strong nuclear positive expressions, force, directly on this universe from Sri Kailasa. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You're watching the live relay of the Aushadha Annadhan from two locations of Kailasa Tiruvannamalai on the sacred Maha Paramashivaratri night.
सिद्धि विनायका नित्य पुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गंगाधर हरा हे परमेश्वरा जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिव शक्तीश्वरा श्री शैलेश्वरा शंभो शंकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा अभय प्रदायक आनंददायक भक्त उदाहरणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि
The Aushadha Annadhan. The Aushadha food is being continuously served to the Annamalaya devotees. The sannyasis, devotees and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, relentlessly deliver this Aushadha Annadhan Seva to the people, inspired by the divine vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam.
नटन मनोहर करुण सागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजन भक्त परायणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा.
As the advent of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism commenced here in Tiruvannamalai on the 3rd of January 1978. The gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who were involved in his happening from formless to form, were keen on ensuring that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was well settled within the human frame and ready to manifest in multifold ways. Within the first 3 years of his advent, the Gurus indeed did recognize him as the incarnation through several indicators that are denoted in the ancient Hindu science of reincarnation. His Gurus carried out an ancient process for him by placing different items in front of him and a box full of dazzling jewelry. Without hesitation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism selected the sacred Rudraksha Mala. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism selected the sacred Rudraksha Mala that was lying amidst the dazzling jewelry, and the Rudraksha beads are symbols of Paramashiva himself. They are nothing but the bliss tears of Paramashiva. The very same Rudraksha Mala picked by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is today offered worship as part of the sovereign archives of Kailasa. This method of recognizing the incarnation in the Hindu tradition is what is followed in Tibetan Buddhism to identify the next Dalai Lama. Over 32,000 meals have been served thus far from both the locations of Kailasa Tiruvannamalai through this marathon Aushadha Annadhan Seva, distribution of free food to Annamalaya devotees who are circumambulating the Arunachala on this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri night. Shortly after the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism took birth into the family of Sri Rajamudaliyar and Annamalai Chettiar, his mother, Ma Lokanayaki, approached the family astrologer Sri Venkatasamy Reddiyar to draw the horoscope of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Sri Venkatasamy Reddiyar was a renowned astrologer of Tiruvannamalai who resided just 5 houses away from Sri Rajamudaliyar's home on Kannikovil Street. Today it is called the Rajarajan Street. Sri Venkatasamy Reddiyar possessed a remarkable reputation for his accurate predictions, and he served as the family's most trusted astrologer. During the consultation, Sri Venkatasamy Reddiyar revealed to Ma Lokanayaki a momentous prophecy that her son would become a Raja Sannyasi. While sannyasis are prevalent in the distinguished town of Tiruvannamalai, A Raja Sannyasi occupied an esteemed position among them. In the ancient civilization, Raja Sannyasis served as the Raja Gurus, gurus to the very kings who ruled the land. And they were revered by the entire kingdom as the embodiment of Paramashiva himself. The son of Sri Venkataswamy Reddyar, Manikkavasagamaya, still lives in the same house on Kanikovil Street, and he shares on what he remembers hearing from his father on the divine horoscope of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Manikkavasagam Ayya has shared in his own words, "My name is Manikkavasagam. We live on Kanikovil Street for more than 40 years. My profession is astrology, Jyotisha. Astrology is something we have been doing for generations. From those days, the merchants around us would come only to us to study their horoscope. Tiraja Mudalyar, who lives in our street, also owns a rice shop. His house is 5 houses away from ours. He is the maternal grandfather of Sri Nithyananda Swami. For his entire family, we would only cast the horoscope. We are familiar with him because we are in the same street. If my father casts the horoscope, what he reveals will be true." When he was born, Swami's mother had come to my father to cast his horoscope. My father shared with me at one point in time that his horoscope was of the nature that he would become a Raja Rishi, king among monks. Manikkavasagamaya recalls his father Venkataswamy Reddyar telling Ma Lokanayaki, "Don't reveal this to him," meaning don't reveal the part about the Raja Sannyasi to him. If you tell him, he will become a sannyasi soon. Or else his sannyas life could get delayed. It is your wish how you want to handle it. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was born on Mahadeva Ashtami, the 8th day of the waning moon in that particular month, which is very special to Paramashiva. As the energy of Lingodbhava is once again happening on the planet today, which we are celebrating as Maha Paramashivaratri, Annamalai devotees are continuously circumambulating Arunachala, and they're being served this Aushadha Annadhan from Tiruvudal Street, where Bhagavan's parental home is located, and from Adi Annamalai, where the temple monastery of Kailasa is located. This is the first Shivaratri celebrations after the acquisition of Bhagavan's parental home by Kailasa Bharat. Right from his birth, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism went to the Arunachaleshwara temple. His maternal grandfather, Sri Raja Mudalyar, would take him on his very shoulders, walking every day to the Arunachaleshwara temple. And he would narrate to him the life stories of the great child saints. These life stories are depicted on the pillars of the Devi shrine inside the Arunachaleshwara temple. These saints are Markandeya, Bhakta Prahalada, Dhruva, Nachiketa, and more. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would in turn repeat these stories verbatim to his family at home. He was an integral part of his grandfather's everyday morning puja. He would wake up hearing his grandfather's puja bell. Once the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started going to the temple by himself, he literally lived and grew up in the Arunachaleshwara temple here in Tiruvannamalai. He went home only to feed his own deities in his home temple and offer them their due worship. The rest of the time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent inside the Arunachaleshwara temple or in various other hallowed spots in Tiruvannamalai, such as Pavalakundra, the hallowed hilltop where he had his enlightenment experience at age 12, or at Kundratil Kumaran temple, a Muruga shrine, a shrine dedicated to Lord Subramanya, Lord Muruga, on the slopes of the Arunachala, or at Arunainaiki Amman temple, where he spent hours decorating Goddess Arunainaiki Amman. Or he would be with his beloved gurus, exploring and reviving the various Hindu sciences. The family of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was very closely associated with the Arunachaleshwara temple and its administration. Sri Muttiah Chettiar, one of the grandfathers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, served as the Arunachaleshwara temple trustee during his lifetime. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has spoken innumerable hours on the science of temples and temple-based lifestyle. And this he demonstrated right from his childhood, the significance, the importance of living in temples, around temples, and living a temple-based lifestyle. He demonstrated right from his childhood years, right from the time he assumed the human birth. And he has spoken relentlessly on the topics of temples and temple-based lifestyle. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed whatever may be the experience, whether it is Kundalini awakening or enlightenment, it can just be transmitted from one bio memory to another very easily if human beings live in one enclosure. And temples are systematically built infrastructures or enclosures to optimize this energy transmission. All temples are just an expansion of the human frame. The human frame itself is a miniature of the cosmos. Therefore, all temples are also miniatures of the cosmos. They are designed to transmit the experience to human bodies, the ultimate experience of superconsciousness. The sanctum sanctorum, the Garbha Mandir, the Garbhagriha of the temple is the main energy source. The Dvajastambha, which is the flagpole, is the transformer. Everyone who sits inside the enclosure will feel the very strength and energy and vibration. Temples also act as a place where the energy is multiplied and the experience of Shivoham, the space of Paramashiva, within oneself gets permanently strengthened in our system. Temples are an expanded space of the body, used as an energy storage battery to awaken people to enlightenment. In just 20 minutes from now, we are going to be having the live darshan of the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. We are going to be having the live darshan and hearing the Maha Shivaratri message directly from Kailasa through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And we're going to be receiving the Shiva Kundalini Dhyan initiation, meditation for awakening of the Kundalini Shakti in us and for awakening the third eye energy in us. The third eye is the energy center located between our eyebrows, what is called the Ajna Chakra. Awakening this is like awakening the seat of the cosmic intelligence in us. And it enables us to start radiating, manifesting the various powers of Paramashiva, which is the core of the mission of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to make us radiate the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, Kailasa and Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva. Devotees, disciples, followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism worldwide have been preparing their bodies, minds and consciousness for 3 days now to receive this initiation, this Diksha from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, they started the 3-day fasting, a special fasting for Maha Shivaratri, where they are on a liquid diet or on one uncooked meal a day, and they are continuously chanting the Mahavakya. Mahavakya are energized chants in Hindu tradition, energized by various incarnations, masters. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, has gifted to humanity various Mahavakya chants, and two of those chants, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham and Shiva Shiva, are what he has blessed for chanting as Ajapa Japa, for preparing our bodies and minds for the Paramashivaratri, Diksha, initiation. Therefore, devotees, disciples, and followers worldwide are reverberating with this Mahavakya chant in preparation to receive the Diksha, the initiation, directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the living energy of Paramashiva on the planet. It is an opportunity of not just one lifetime, but multiple lifetimes, for it is very rare that we have amongst us the very living energy of Paramashiva himself, and we are celebrating the auspicious Mahaparamashivaratri when the energy of Paramashiva incarnated for the first time here in Tiruvannamalai as Bhagavan Lingodbhava. The very same energy is happening again, close to planet Earth. And the entire Prakriti, the entire nature is supporting us today during these few hours of Mahaparamashivaratri for us to have the superconscious breakthrough. The entire nature aligns with the happening of Paramashiva as the incarnation, Bhagavan Lingodbhava. The least that is expected on our part on this auspicious occasion is to remain awake during this auspicious night, so our very being can be awakened. In just another 15 to 20 minutes, we will be having the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam. The Aushadha Annadhan is continuing to be offered from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, from both the locations. From Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi, Bhagavan's own parental home located on Tiruvudal Street, right next to the Arunachala temple, and from the second location, which is Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi Kshetram, which is a temple monastery established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the mountain path on the 19th of April 2008. You can see here in Bhagavan's own parental home, where the Aushadha Annadhan is being served, the biographical panels describing the life of Bhagavan here in Tiruvannamalai during the first 17 years of his life. Beautiful portraits. The childhood portraits of Bhagavan are seen with narrations from his divine life here in Tiruvannamalai. Over 35,000 meals have been served till now to the Annamalaya devotees over just a few hours since the Aushadha Annadhan started from both the locations here in Tiruvannamalai. And the Aushadha Annadhan Seva will continue till the last Annamalaya devotee has completed the circumambulation around Arunachala. The sannyasis, devotees, followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, are untiringly serving this marathon Aushadha Annadhan Seva, which happens on this large scale every month on the full moon night, the Paurnami night, and millions of Annamalaya devotees come around Arunachala in Girivala circumambulation. This Maha Paramashivaratri, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is extraordinarily significant spiritually as well as astrologically, as it happens only once in every 300 years as per the astrological information. The Maha Paramashivaratri night is the night for us to awaken to the Paramashivatva in us, for us to remember the auspicious qualities, the Ananta Kalyana Gunas of Paramashiva, meditate on the auspicious qualities the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed on the 7 base emotions in us, which need to flower, which need to transform into higher emotions. And this happens in us on this Maha Paramashivaratri day, when we meditate on Paramashiva, continuously remembering him, and receive the Diksha or initiation from the great incarnations. This flowering of the Paramashivatva happens in us on this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri day. As it is on this day that Bhagavan Lingodbhava happened eons ago to enlighten Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. The live darshan of the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has commenced. It is the most indescribable extreme fortune of humanity to have amidst us the living energy of Paramashiva, manifesting in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the current living incarnation in the unbroken lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva, happening here in Tiruvannamalai from the time Paramashiva incarnated as the first incarnation, Bhagavan Lingodbhava, and promised to humanity to be eternally available in Tiruvannamalai as a living incarnation forever. The current living incarnation, the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, being the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The live darshan has started. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is now giving the live darshan to worldwide followers of Paramashiva. As part of today's live darshan, we will be hearing the global presidential address, the direct message of Paramashiva from Kailasa through our beloved Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And we will be receiving the Shiva Kundalini Dhyan meditation initiation to awaken our Kundalini Shakti, the enlightenment energy in us, and to awaken our third eye energy center, the Ajna Chakra located between our eyebrows, which is the seat of the cosmic intelligence, and which awakens us to manifesting the various spiritual powers of Paramashiva. Kailasas worldwide have now tuned in to receive the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Millions of followers worldwide congregate in the different Kailasas worldwide to have the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are in preparation to receive this Diksha over the past 3 days, today being the third day of the special fasting that they have been observing as initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The special fasting for Maha Paramashivaratri to receive the Diksha from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. They have been preparing their body, mind and consciousness through a special fasting. They are on a liquid diet or on a diet of 1 uncooked meal a day, and they've been continuously doing the Ajapa Japa, the continuous chanting, repetition of the Mahavakyas, which they have received as initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. As their system becomes the Mantra Maya, the very form of the chant that they are repeating, it completely purifies their system, along with the detoxing that happens by virtue of the fasting that they have been observing. And this completely prepares their body, detoxifies their body, purifying it, for them to receive the Diksha on this Mahaparamashivaratri night. So the Diksha may manifest completely in their system and radiate the space, state, powers, being, superconsciousness, Kailasa and Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva in their own inner space. The Annamalaya devotees continue the Girivala circumambulation around Arunachala, stopping in between to receive the Aushada food from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai on the mountain path and Kailasa Tiruvannamalai on Tiruvudal Street, which is the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has started. The Shakti Pada and the Shaktini Pada, the energy entanglement with the very energy of Paramashiva, is happening for millions of followers worldwide through the divine form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the living manifestation of Paramashiva on the planet.
Chandrasekhara Pannagabhushana Nikilalochana Nityapurisha Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara.
Over 37,000 meals have been served thus far to the Annamalaya devotees from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai as they circumambulate Arunachala in Girivala. And the Aushadha Annadhan continues to be served to the Annamalaya devotees and will end only after the last Annamalaya devotee has completed the circumambulation around Arunachala. Merely by being awake on this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri night, our very being can be awakened through the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the living energy of Paramashiva on the planet amongst us today. Through Shaktipada and Shaktinipada, energy entanglement, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiates us with the sacred truths, the Paramashiva Jnana, and the Diksha, the initiation through which he awakens our Kundalini Shakti, our very enlightenment energy latent within us. He is also bestowing the third eye awakening initiation, awakening of the third eye, which is the energy center called the Ajna Chakra, located between our eyebrows. Awakening of the third eye enables us to start manifesting the very powers of Paramashiva. Today, millions of devotees of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have received the third eye initiation, awakening initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and are successfully radiating, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, which include blindfold reading, where they read with the help of the third eye, while their two eyes are blindfolded, and they're able to do remote scanning, to scan remote places, which is the very power that Sanjaya manifested in the Mahabharata, through which he was able to see all the happenings in the Kurukshetra, in the divine battlefield, and narrate it to the king Dhritarashtra. The third eye awakening also manifests the power of body scanning, where the initiates are able to scan the bodies and precisely tell what the issue is. And not only that, through the power of the third eye, they give the methods to get the relief from the disorders, methods directly from the power of the third eye, and will therefore be unfailing to the person receiving it. Further, through the power of the third eye, the initiates are able to project remote vision onto what is called the Krishtashila, a granite slab, and enable others to see what they projected. It was in the days of Devi Meenakshi that this power manifested as a very lifestyle, where Devi Meenakshi, in those days, there was no television, but she would appear on a large granite slab, which would act as a television, and she would appear live on it, and the people, her citizens, would be able to receive her message. That is the very power revived today by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where people initiated by him are able to see remote visions and project what they are seeing on the Krishtashila granite slab. Over 463 powers Paramashiva has made available to humanity, and it is only through Diksha, initiation from his very incarnation, that it becomes possible for us to manifest these powers of Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, continuously initiates his disciples, devotees, and followers into the various powers. the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivim, has commenced for this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri. The Shakti Pada and Shaktini Pada, the energy entanglement, has commenced. Soon we will be hearing Paramashiva's direct message from Kailasa through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri, and we will be receiving the Shiva Kundalini Dhyan meditation initiation, the Diksha, to awaken our Kundalini Shakti and to awaken our third eye, the energy center located between our eyebrows, what is known as the Ajna chakra. It is the very seat of the cosmic intelligence. An awakened third eye functions as the very browsing center to browse the cosmic archives and harness any information, knowledge in any field. Exactly like how our Rishi forefathers of the ancient Kailasa civilization did in their lives. It was their very lifestyle. It is through this power that they contributed their extraordinary contributions in the field of inventions and discoveries, in the field of various sciences, ranging from astrology to physics to chemistry to biology to mathematics, which stand unparalleled till date and which are still the reference pages for modern day scientists. Continuous Abhishekam, offering of sacred bath to Lingodbhava, happens during this auspicious Maha Shivaratri in all the Shiva temples worldwide. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has given the Lingodbhava Bhavasamadhi Darshan on multiple occasions for worldwide followers. It is the boundless compassion and sacrifice of the great incarnations to give the various Bhava Samadhi Darshans, radiating specific energies purely for the sake of humanity, for humanity to absorb, imbibe, and awaken and live a superconscious life. The infinite cosmic energy continuously to humanity. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has innumerable number of times revealed and shared how his own yoga guru, Sri Raghupati Yogi, Yogi Yoganandapuri, prepared his body extraordinarily through extreme training methods in Hatha Yoga and Ashtanga Yoga, preparing his very nervous system and his body to withstand the gush of the cosmic energy continuously in it, to be able to not only withstand it, but transmit it, radiate it to humanity at large. Because containing the cosmic energy within the body of the incarnation, the human body, is like, in order for the hut not to collapse, tremendous preparation is needed, which is what Sri Raghupati Yogi did to the divine body of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. From when he was 3 until the age he was 13, right here in Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi. And it is because of Sri Raghupati Yogi's rigorous training that the delicate mortal frame of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is able to withstand the continuous gush of energy and transmit it continuously to humanity at large. Each one of us owes our deep gratitude to Sri Raghupati Yogi for his most remarkable service to the whole of humanity. All Kailasa temples worldwide, centers, Paduka Mandirs are all tuned in live at this moment and are receiving the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the living manifestation of Paramashiva on the planet. It is only through Diksha initiation that the direct transmission of lamp happens in the science of enlightenment. Therefore, Diksha initiation from the living incarnation is the most significant happening in the life of any individual. Receiving the great sacred truths directly from the incarnation is one level of transmission. But the Diksha or initiation, which is a direct transmission of the lamp from them to us, is the most significant happening. And it is happening right now, on this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri night. Astrologically, this Maha Paramashivaratri is said to happen only once in every 300 years. Therefore, this Maha Paramashivaratri is extraordinarily special and extraordinarily significant in our spiritual growth. And the least expected from our side for this to happen to us is to just remain awake so that our very being can be awakened. The much awaited live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has commenced. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed so often that the large gap that has happened for humanity in the zone of spirituality, in the zone of enlightenment, is because of two main reasons. One, we stopped living the lifestyle, the ancient lifestyle of Adi Shaivism, which is the original science of enlightened living that was prevalent, that was given by Devi herself when she came down from Kailasa, which she herself established in the ecosystems of Tiruvannamalai, Kanchipuram and Madurai. We stopped living the ancient lifestyle, wherein all the methods for enlightenment was integrated into the very lifestyle. And second, Diksha or initiation for the direct superconscious breakthrough stopped happening on a large scale level because of the destruction of Gurukuls, the Guru Parampara through which this was happening. And therefore, it is the revival of the enlightening lifestyle of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and the revival of bestowing Diksha on a large scale level. It is a revival of these two that is a core of the revival of Kailasa by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. It is on this Paramashivaratri night that the huge possibility of waking up from our long life of delusion and dream is possible. Whatever we perceive as us, as aham, as me, which is other than Shivoham, which means I am Paramashiva, is what we call delusion. Anything that we perceive about us, which is not Paramashiva, is the definition of delusion, as per Sanatana Hindu Dharma, revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Every dream, whether it is a daydream or a night dream, or a subconscious dream or an unconscious dream, every dream in reality only weakens us. Every dream weakens our consciousness. The Master, the Incarnation, the Guru, is the only dream that awakens us to Shivoham, meaning I am Paramashiva, the very space of Paramashiva, realizing it within us. He is also a dream, but he is a dream which awakens us. The Incarnation, the Guru, is a Simha Swapna. Simha meaning lion, Swapna meaning dream. It means he is the Simha Swapna, the lion that appears in your dream to awaken you. This is the night to wake up. We have been spending all our nights in dreaming and sleeping. But this night of Paramashivaratri is not for dreaming or sleeping. It is the night to wake up from all the dreams till now. The Annamalaya devotees are continuing their circumambulation around Girivala on this auspicious Paramashivaratri night, keeping awake the entire night and immersing themselves in this most auspicious spiritual practice of doing the Girivala around Arunachala. It not only keeps them awake on this auspicious night, but it also keeps them in continuous remembrance of Paramashiva, Arunachala. And above all, Tiruvannamalai, Arunachala, is the place described as Smaranat Mukti Arunachalam, meaning by mere remembrance, Arunachala liberates. Just by remembering Arunachala, we are liberated. That is the power of this holy land of Tiruvannamalai, where mere remembrance of it liberates. Through the happening as Bhagavan Lingodbhava Paramashiva taught to Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu and to the entire humanity that consciousness of Paramashiva is always the ultimate, and it is that which will also lead you to the ultimate, more than wealth or intellect. This ultimate lesson was taught to Paramashiva, to not only Brahma and Vishnu, but to the whole of humanity. Through incarnating as his first incarnation form, Bhagavan Lingodbhava. And this cosmic history happened here in Tiruvannamalai, which is why Tiruvannamalai, especially today on this Maha Paramashivaratri day, the very day when Paramashiva gave enlightenment to Lord Brahma and Vishnu, appearing as Lord Lingodbhava, their entire cosmic history happened here in Tiruvannamalai. And on this auspicious occasion of Maha Paramashivaratri, the Annamalaya devotees are receiving the Aushadha Annadhan from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva himself, which is extremely significant for their spiritual growth. This Arunagiri Yogeshwara Arunachala Sarvagnya Peetam, the spiritual Hindu University of Tiruvannamalai, the seat of the oldest spiritual and religious kingdom that has protected Hinduism and continues to protect it. The backbone of this oldest kingdom is the unbroken lineage of gurus and disciples, starting from Paramashiva as Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Ever since then, this holy land of Tiruvannamalai has been the abode and home of an unbroken lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva and various enlightened beings, Siddhas, Munis, whom we call the mutants. Forty of the known incarnations of Tiruvannamalai, starting from Paramashiva, are Idaikada Siddhar, Paramashiva Tavattiru Veera Vairagya Gurumurthy Swamigal, Shivattiru Irai Swamigal, Shivattiru Panakku Swamigal, Sevi Vali Seidi Siddhargal, Shivattiru Shiva Swamigal, Shivattiru Mangayarkarasi Ammayar, Devattiru Devasigamani, Jnanadesigar, Devattiru Panipatra Swamigal, Shivattiru Jnanaprakasha Swamigal, Devattiru Sri Arunagiri Nada Swamigal, Devattiru Guhai Namah Shivayar, Guru Namah Shivayar, Shivattiru Adiyaviradhankonda Tambiran Swamigal, Shivattiru Appaya Dikshadar, Shivattiru Shaiva Velappa Navalar, Shivattiru Kumaraswamy Pandarattar, Shivattiru Shivaprakasha Swamigal, Tavattiru Sonachala Devar, Shivattiru Ammani Ammayar, Tavattiru Dakshinamurthy Swamigal, Shivattiru Jnanadesika Swamigal, Tavattiru Sadguru Swamigal, Shivattiru Jnaniyar Adigalar, Tavattiru B.C. Dandapani Swamigal, Shivattiru Palani Swamigal, Tavattiru Adimudi Siddhar, Tavattiru Sri Sheshadri Swamigal, Tavattiru Sri Ramana Maharishi, Tavattiru Sri Alagananda Swamigal, Tavattiru Natesha Jnanadesika Swamigal, Shivattiru Sonachala Bhartiyar, Shivattiru Sadaichi Ammayar, Shivattiru Isaki Swamigal, Shivattiru A.P. Annamalai Swamigal, Tavattiru Yogi Ram Suratkumar, Shivattiru Moopanar Swamigal, Tavattiru Narayana Guru Swamigal, Tavattiru Jnanathai Umadevi Ammayar, தற்காலத்து சித்தர்கள் அருணை மகாமுனிவர் Srila Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, our beloved Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, through the unbroken lineage of superconscious mutants of the great incarnations, which form the very backbone of the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai. Tiruvannamalai has been sustained all these years, and now the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is reviving all the sampradayas, all the paramparas of Hinduism, which he explored for this very purpose with his various gurus in Tiruvannamalai, for reviving all these sampradayas and putting them back as mainstream lifestyle.
Shambho Shankara Nityapurisha Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Madhava Murahara Madhura Manohara Giridhara Nagara Nityapurisha Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara
For over 26 years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given powerful messages directly from Kailasa and powerful initiation for awakening of the Kundalini energy on this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri night as the living manifestation of Paramashiva. Along with it, he is also serving the sacred Aushada based food through the Aushadha Annadhan, free food distribution to all of Annamalaya devotees who are circumambulating Arunachala in Girivala It's a 14-kilometer walk around the Arunachala mountain, where the devotees start circumambulation right from the Arunachaleshwara temple and continue passing by Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi Kshetram in Adi Annamalai, and continue the walk around the mountain, reaching the Arunachaleshwara temple once again. It is the most ardent spiritual practice of Annamalaya devotees performing the Girivala. As the Aushadha Annadhan is happening from both the Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai, the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the living manifestation of Paramashiva, has commenced. In preparation to receive the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri, the devotees, disciples and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have been observing a special 3-day fast to detoxify their bodies, purify their body-mind consciousness, to receive the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the sacred night, receive the Diksha, the initiation, through the intense fasting of these 3 days. They plow their very inner space and make it like fertile soil on which the seed of Diksha or initiation sown by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism may fall and take root and sprout immediately as the flowering of their very consciousness. They have been following a special fasting of a liquid food or one uncooked meal a day, along with continuous chanting of the Mahavakya. Mahavakya are special energized chants gifted to us by the great incarnations. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has gifted to us several Mahavakyas, 2 of which he has initiated us into repeating as Ajapa Japa, continuous repetition, as preparation for these 3 days to receive the Shiva Kundalini Dhyan initiation. It is in the temple of Arunachaleshwara, here in Tiruvannamalai, which is one of the largest Shiva temples in the world, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism literally lived and grew up in. Tiruvannamalai is one of the 5 sacred linga sites of Shiva in South India. Paramashiva is worshipped in his 5 elemental forms as the earth, water, fire, air, and ether. known as the Panchabhutas. In Tiruvannamalai, Paramashiva is worshipped as fire because he appeared here as the infinite column of fire to resolve the dispute between Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu as Bhagavan Lingodbhava. Paramashiva also appeared to Devi Paramashiva Shakti, his divine consort, as a column of fire on the auspicious full moon night in the lunar month of Kartikai, accepting her arduous penance towards him to attain oneness with him. In Chidambaram, South India, Paramashiva is worshipped as ether or space. In Kalahasti, he is worshipped as the air element. In Kanchipuram, he is worshipped as the earth element. In Tiruvannaikkaval, he is worshipped as the water element. The glory of the Arunachaleshwara temple in Tiruvannamalai is extolled by various Tamil saint poets such as Trijnana Sambandar, who lived in the 7th century. Trijnana Sambandar himself is revered as the incarnation of Paramashiva. The entire childhood of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the first 17 years he spent in the Arunachaleshwara temple and the surrounding temples of Tiruvannamalai, thus demonstrating undeniably to humanity as to what is the best thing they must choose in life for conscious living, which is temples and temple-based lifestyle. And it is the temple-based lifestyle that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving today through Kailasa, the only Hindu nation which he has established. This Maha Paramashivaratri, as per the astrological information, happens only once every 300 years, this particular Maha Paramashivaratri, and therefore it is extraordinarily significant for us to receive the Diksha initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, on this multifold auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri. Aushadha Annadhan, which is food infused with conscious energy, food infused with the very living enlightenment software, with the highest conscious vibrations, is being served to the Annamalai devotees with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. As the Aushadha Annadhan is being served, the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is happening on this auspicious Paramashivaratri night. The Shakti Pada and the Shaktini Pada, energy entanglement with the very incarnation of Paramashiva through physical and remote means, is happening. And the intense energy of Lingodbhava, which is manifesting through the very physical form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the living manifestation of Paramashiva, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is happening. The sannyasis and devotees of Annamalai surrender at his divine feet with a complete trust that he will take care of them. And as the living manifestation of Paramashiva Annamalai, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism takes it as his complete responsibility to take care of his beloved people, especially here in Tiruvannamalai. He provides the Aushada-based food 24/7. Cool purified drinking water and continuous spiritual upliftment through various spiritual services. Paramashiva's message directly from Sri Kailasa through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has just commenced on this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has started to deliver Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa to the whole of humanity. as the Aushadha Annadhan continues to happen from both the Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai, from Thiruvudal Street, as well as from the mountain path in Annamalai. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivам, is delivering his message as the living manifestation of Paramashiva to the whole of humanity through live darshan that is happening right now. And he will also be initiating us through Diksha initiation, awakening our Kundalini Shakti and our third eye energy center located between the eyebrows as the Agnya Chakra. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is delivering his message to the whole of humanity on this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri, right at this moment through live darshan, blessing each one of us with Paramadvaita Anubhuti, the experience of oneness with Paramashiva and all of creation. For it is only through oneness that deep peace is created in each individual, which will ultimately lead to global peace and recreate the enlightened civilization once again on the planet. followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from around the world are attending the Paramashivoham program at 3 levels, level 1, 2 and 3. The Paramashivoham programs happen continuously around the year, back to back. Through these programs, the highest teachings imparted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Paramashiva Jnana, are transmitted to the people, and they are completely exposed to the highest meditation techniques, the most powerful cognitions from the Paramashiva Jnana, and handheld completely to internalize, imbibe these truths and make it an integral part of their lifestyle. The Paramashivoham participants of all the 3 levels are also tuned in live on this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri, and they are receiving the direct message of Paramashiva through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism brings all the truths of Hinduism back to life through every incident of his own very life, through living the very truths right from his childhood, learning at the feet of his gurus. And through this, he has successfully revived the various sampradayas, the traditions of Hinduism, inspiring his worldwide followers to live these truths, showing by example with his own life. The live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, is continuing to happen on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night. the sannyasis and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are untiringly serving the Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalaya devotees here in Tiruvannamalai from two locations, Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Tiruvudal Street, and from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi Kshetram, the temple monastery located on the mountain path established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 19th of April 2008. Paramashiva is the ultimate cosmic principle of oneness. From time to time, Paramashiva superconsciously mutates as the ultimate incarnation, and as incarnations who radiate specific attributes, the 33 crore gods of Hindu history are the various incarnations, the superconscious mutations of Paramashiva. Which attribute we connect with, that God can be our Ishtadevata, our preferred deity, through whom we can experience the oneness, as we are also extended manifestations of Paramashiva, hardwired to experience this deep oneness. When each being starts experiencing oneness, all violence and lower attributes, which we call demonic in Hindu tradition, transform into divine attributes, rooted in deep peace. And only individual beings realizing inner peace can lead to real global peace. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is rooted in oneness, the ultimate cosmic principle, and is therefore the science, not a religion. It is a science to create a peaceful, enlightened civilization. Paramashiva superconsciously mutated for the first time ever as Bhagavan Lingodbhava, as an infinite shaft of fire. And the place where it happened eons ago is this hallowed land of Tiruvannamalai, Arunachala, where we are watching the live Aushadha Annadhan being served to the Annamalaya devotees on the sacred occasion of Maha Shivaratri. And it is here in this land that Paramashiva promised to be in three forms forever guiding humanity. 1. As the sacred Arunachala Hill. 2. As the Arunachaleshwara Linga. And his third promise to forever be available here as an eternally living incarnation. And therefore Tiruvannamalai boasts of an unbroken lineage of incarnations from that time of happening of Bhagavan Lingodbhava, the current living incarnation being the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai that he experienced in the 1980s as the ideal ecosystem which he is reviving as Kailasa. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa is Tiruvannamalai gone right. Merely understanding the nuances of this indigenous ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai can awaken us to a higher self. Geniuses spawned this ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai. Geniuses such as Narayan Swamigal, Yogi Ram Suratkumar, Mat Vibanandapuri, Sri Narayan Swami Pillai, Mauna Swami Narayan Swami, Jatai Swamigal, Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal, great acharyas who taught in Tiruvannamalai and who visited Tiruvannamalai on festive occasions to impart the Paramashiva Jnana to the people of Tiruvannamalai. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, is continuing to deliver his message from Kailasa to the whole of humanity.
प्रदायका विघ्न विनाशका सिद्धि विनायका नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गंगाधर हरा हे परमेश्वरा जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिव शक्तीश्वरा श्री शैलेश्वरा शंभो शंकरा नित्यपुरीश
The happening of Lingodbhava on this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri night is the Big Bang that created our very Surya Mandala, our galaxy. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Big Bang of the Surya Mandala, our galaxy, where we are existing, is the appearance of Paramashiva, formless in form, timeless in time, nameless in name as Arunachala, Lingodbhava, 61 galactic years ago. 4,300 million years is about 18 galactic years. After the Big Bang, the Sun was born 20 galactic years ago. Sun is junior to the Lingodbhava of Arunachalam. After the Sun, the Earth cooled to support life. This happened 17 galactic years ago. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues in his revelations. That is when the Anandagandha, core of that Big Bang, cooled down and appeared as Arunachala in the planet Earth that we have now. Today, scientists know that at the center of every galaxy, there is a black hole. That black hole can be called as the Atmalinga of that galaxy, the personal Shivalinga, or Kailasa of that galaxy. And all galaxies are going around one center. That center, which is the source of all oneness, is what I call Maha Kailasa, Paramashiva. Paramashiva does 5 cosmic actions: creation, sustenance, destruction or rejuvenation, putting into delusion and liberation. The black hole is shaped very much like a Shivalinga, which is the Atmalinga as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It attracts and gobbles everything into it, which is the destruction aspect of Paramashiva, the destruction for rejuvenation. And this black hole also creates other stars and galaxies, which is the rejuvenation aspect of Paramashiva. The energy beam emanating from the two ends of the black hole is the Deepa Stamba, the infinite column of light, the Lingodbhava. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that Arunachala exists in all the 14 primary lokas, what are called the vertical time zones. Our planet Earth is the Bhuloka. It is one particular time zone. It is one among the 14 vertical time zones. Above it are the higher lokas, higher time zones, which are known as the Bhuvarloka, Suvarloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapoloka, Brahmaloka, and beyond to Vaikunta, Kailasa and Maha Kailasa. And there are 7 lower lokas or lower vertical time zones called the Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Rasatala, Patala. And Arunachala is the embodiment of all these 14 lokas and worshipped by beings in all lokas. All the 14 are within him because he is the very Linga. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the happening of Lingodbhava here in Arunachala.
चंद्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माता पिता गुरु देव महेश्वर दीनदयाभर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि
The live message from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the living manifestation of Paramashiva on the planet, is continuing. Followers worldwide, in all the Kailasa ecosystems worldwide, are tuned in live to the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and they are receiving the live message directly from Kailasa.
ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய
Arunachala is described in the Arunachala Puranam by Paramashiva himself, which is narrated by Lord Brahma to his own son, Paramashiva. It describes Arunachala, which remains unchanging through all the yugas, through the cyclic eras of time. Arunachala has remained, only changing in its glorious forms. This is described by Paramashiva in the Arunachala Puranam as follows. Satya Yugatil Pon Malayagavum, Treta Yugatil Manikka Malayagavum, Dwapara Yugatil Velli Malayagavum, Kali Yugatil Kal Malayagavum, which means as the fiery golden mountain in Satya Yuga, meaning the infinite column of fire, which she appeared for the first time, as the Manikam gemstone mountain in Treta Yuga, as the silver mountain in Dwapara Yuga, and as a stone mountain in Kali Yuga. Kali Yuga being our current age in time. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed ever so often that of all the Shivalinga temples, Tiruvannamalai is considered to be the house of the Mula Linga, the source Linga, because it is here that the first ever manifestation of Paramashiva happened as a form. It is here in Tiruvannamalai that he appeared. Similarly, of all the Nataraja temples, Chidambara Nataraja is considered the Mula or source Nataraja, and of all the Ardhanarishwara temples, Tiruchendur Ardhanarishwara is considered the Mula. Almost 50,000 people have been served the Aushadha Annadhan on the sacred occasion of Maha Shivaratri. Almost 50,000 people have been served the Aushadha Annadhan on the sacred Maha Shivaratri. As the Aushadha Annadhan continues, the live darshan and the live global presidential address, the message for today directly from Paramashiva from Kailasa is happening. The live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. More than on any other occasion or celebration of Paramashiva, the Maha Paramashivaratri is one of the most auspicious as it is the celebration of the very happening of Paramashiva for the first ever time on the planet Earth. It is the untiring effort of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, to make people realize the oneness in them with Paramashiva, as it is in this oneness that is rooted the solution for all our problems that we face today, whether it is individual problems or global problems. And therefore, it is his untiring effort to make us realize this oneness, the Parama Advaita Anubhuti, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism experienced in his life with the grace of his gurus, Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara and Annamalai Swamigal, who was a direct disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi. Over 47,000 meals have been served from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is continuing his message to the whole of humanity on this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri, the direct message from Paramashiva from Kailasa. He is delivering it both in English and in the Tamil languages. bringing back the Adi Shaivism lifestyle. Right from the way human beings dress traditionally, to all the lifestyle aspects and habits, reviving the Adi Shaivism lifestyle, the original lifestyle of Kailasa prescribed by Paramashiva and directly manifested by Devi as an enlightened civilization in Madurai, Kanchipuram and Tiruvannamalai. It is this lifestyle which existed even before the word religion was coined. It is this lifestyle that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has started and continuing his live address on the sacred occasion of Maha Shivaratri. Adi Shaivism, the original life science as taught by Paramashiva to Devi and which Devi taught to the whole of humanity, is not a religion. It is a very lifestyle, enlightening lifestyle that existed, the spiritual lifestyle. And it is Adi Shaivism that knows the technique to make all beings, not just human beings, manifest enlightenment. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where he says in Tamil, Kondai Kattudalum, Kottai Kattudalum. It means wearing the matted locks of Shiva, the Shiva Jatas on your head, and wearing the Rudraksha strings on your body. These are not rules of Adi Shaivism. They're very big scientific boons. How much heavy jatas you are able to bear on your head, that much your consciousness will remain seated on the top of the head, and your Kundalini Shakti will raise continuously and keep you established in the space of Kailasa. Applying Bhasma, holy ash, on the body is also one more boon of Paramashiva to us through the lifestyle of Adishaivism. Applying Bhasma will activate all the energies in our body. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed in his own words, if I spread only Yoga or Jnanapada, which is spiritual powers, or the Kriyapada, which is rituals, where you are taught, if you want this, you offer this puja. If I taught only these three and left the lifestyle component, I would have earned trillions. But these three are only like the fruits. Charyapada, which is the very lifestyle given by Paramashiva, is the real boon given to us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues revealing, making people understand this is my first responsibility. And that is the reason why so many attacks on me also. He further reveals, it is not just because there was no Diksha, initiation from incarnation. It is not just because there was no Diksha, initiation from incarnations, that the gap happened for humanity. It is also because the lifestyle that we think is just ordinary, the Kondai Kattadal and Kottai Kattadal, meaning the wearing of the Shiva Jatas and the wearing of the Rudraksha strings, it is because such a lifestyle disappeared. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares how, in those days, the very communities were named as Kondai Katti Mudaliyar and Kottai Katti Mudaliyar. And he further asks, if it was just ordinary, will they keep the very title of a community as Kondai Katti Mudaliyar and Kottai Katti Mudaliyar? He makes us understand that our ancestors inserted the very lifestyle habits into the very title of their communities as its very identity. the Annamalaya devotees are steadily coming into the two Kailasas to receive the Aushada based food. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the living manifestation of Paramashiva on the planet, is now in live darshan for the whole of humanity. His message from Kailasa to the whole of humanity for this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri has just been delivered, and he's about to start the Shiva Kundalini Dhyan meditation initiation, the direct Diksha from the living manifestation of Paramashiva, to radiate Shivoham, oneness with Paramashiva, oneness with all of creation, for which Paramashiva is the very source. Merely being awake on this one Mahaparamashivaratri night and receiving the sacred truths and the initiation, the Diksha, will awaken our very being to Paramashivatva, for which we are originally hardwired.
वाहना मंगलदायक गौरी नंदना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा.
Kailasa is built on the foundation of the Guru and the Guru Parampara, the tradition of Guru-disciple lineage, which is the very backbone of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, because it is through the Guru Parampara that the Diksha or initiation was transmitted over generations, preserving the enlightenment science and passing it over generations. The tree of Kailasa's Guru Parampara is as vast as the banyan tree, covering every nook and crevice of the Vedic knowledge of Sanatana Hindu Dharma.
जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा.
The late 1970s in Tiruvannamalai was seeing the last rung of mutants in Tiruvannamalai who were adepts at various Hindu sciences and capable of transmitting these Hindu sciences to their disciples. These beings are the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his childhood. The royal curriculum of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with his gurus was as diverse as Hinduism itself, with these most elite, most mysterious and powerful enlightened beings who lived at that time. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his gurus, were fully aware that none less than Paramashiva himself, the one who exceeded all of them in spiritual prowess, was once again on the planet Earth among them as their own disciple. But yet they played their role with such authenticity until the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism left Tiruvannamalai at the age of 17 to embrace the global mission of Kailasa. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, on the Guru Parampara, he reveals, if still the method of enlightenment, the science of living enlightenment, the science of completion, and the science of enlightened lifestyle is still available to planet Earth, if we are able to still enjoy it, it is just because of the Guru Parampara. It is just because of the Guru Shishya Parampara. Thousands and thousands of our sannyasis, gurus, have given their life. They have even died. They gave up their body many times just to protect our tradition, knowledge, and values. Thousands and thousands of our sannyasis were killed during the invasions. Thousands and thousands fought to protect our values, our traditions. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has received 16 types of initiations through the traditional methods to carry forward the Guru Parampara forever. He received this from all of his gurus in Tiruvannamalai, starting from Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is Paramashiva himself, transmitting the truths and experience from guru to disciple over generations in cyclic succession, through initiating disciples to be acharyas and finally gurus themselves. As the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is vested with the authority through the unbroken chain of Guru Parampara, the Avachinna Guru Parampara, to initiate humanity into Paramashiva Jnana, Paramashiva Advaita, intellectually, experientially, ritualistically, and to give the Shaktipada, Shaktinipada initiations that can connect us with Paramashiva directly. And as we speak, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is giving the Diksha to live darshan for this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in his golden childhood here in Tiruvannamalai, explored the science of yoga with Yogi Ram Suratkumar, the science of Siddha with Sri Isaki Swamigal, the science of Vedanta with Sri Isaki Swamigal and Mat Vibanandapuri, the science of Tantra and Sri Vidya with Mat Vibanandapuri, the science of enlightenment with Sri Annamalai Swamigal, who was a direct disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, the science of Mantra, Yantra and Aushada with Sri Narayan Swami Pillai, the science of Advaita Bhakti with Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal, the science of Muruga Bhakti with Sri Jatai Swamigal, the science of Shakta worship, temple building and deity making with Sri Tiruchi Mahaswamigal, the science of universal boundaryless consciousness with Sri Thinnai Swamigal, another direct disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, the science of self-inquiry with Sri Sadhu Om, again a direct disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, the science of Nirahara Samyama and Kaya Kalpa with Sri Mauna Swami Narayana Swami, the science of Siddha Vidya with Paramashiva Shivananda's lineage, the science of Vedic astrology with Tanjavur Swamigal, the science of Shakta worship with Sri Tiruchi Swamigal, and above all, the science of Paramashiva Jnana and Paramashiva Vijnana with Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who was Paramashiva himself. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the great Guru Parampara of Tiruvannamalai, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares, I will only question Pashu and Pasha. I will only question me and the Maya delusion. I will never question Pati, my Guru. I do not have any questions about my Pati. I will not question Pati. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism uttered these words while explaining how, even in the peak of delusion, one should have the clear understanding never to question the Guru. One should question only the mind which creates the delusion and the attachment which is born out of it. Here in Tiruvannamalai, as per the promise given by Paramashiva, he continues to appear as living incarnations from time immemorial. And it is not that one incarnation trains the next. It is not that Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi trained Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal or Sheshadri Swamigal trained Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi. All of them are Swayambhus, meaning natural incarnations. But the chain was never cut. Each incarnation was unique. Over the course of history, the hub of Tiruvannamalai remained a spiritual and religious kingdom, a place that continuously generates great enlightened beings who would nurture the overall welfare of the people. the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, is right now in live darshan. He has just delivered his message on this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri to the whole of humanity, and is in the process of conducting the Shiva Kundalini Dhyan meditation, the powerful Diksha initiation to realize Paramashivatva in us. In his message today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, reiterated to his followers worldwide to intensely be with what they considered as themselves to be for themselves. Whatever may be their level of self-doubt, self-denial, or self-hatred, what he calls SDHD, he urged them to remain with how they feel about themselves. Sometimes they may feel they are the body, sometimes we may feel we are the consciousness, and even our own idea about ourselves continuously changes from morning till night. His message today is, whatever it may be, just remain with what you feel about you, and I will take care. I will breathe the Paramashiva space inside you powerfully. On this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri night, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has unleashed the most simple, the easiest meditation that we can ever do on our part, where whatever we may feel about ourselves, however our mind might waver, it is enough if we just remain awake and be with it, without pursuing it with any self-doubt or self-denial or self-hatred. And it is his deepest, most powerful assurance to us that he will do the job of breathing Paramashivatva into us. All we need to do is just to remain awake and be with what we feel about ourselves to be. And he will do the whole thing for us by breathing the very space of Paramashiva inside us as the living manifestation of Paramashiva. As part of his most powerful message on this auspicious occasion of Maha Paramashivaratri, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, has revealed that it is enough if we understand that Paramashiva is the real name of us. We are in reality Paramashiva, and Shiva is our real name. And he asks a simple question to the whole of humanity. Do you remember your name continuously to remember you? Therefore, it is not even required for you to continuously repeat the name of Shiva. If you just understand that in reality, your name is Shiva and you are Paramashiva, it is enough. And it is his deepest assurance and promise to us that in spite of our self-doubt which might surface, he will breathe the space of Paramashiva into us on this auspicious night and make it happen for each one of us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, during this powerful initiation that is happening right now through his live darshan, has requested us to hold our Atmalinga, which he has given to us through initiation, in our hands. And For those who do not have the Atmalinga, they can hold the Rudraksha, the sacred bead, in their hand, while he does the ultimate job of breathing the space of Paramashiva into us. And all we need to do is just remain awake. Just being awake, he will awaken our very being on this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri night. The live darshan is still happening. The initiation, the Diksha, is in progress. Disciples, devotees, and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism worldwide is in the process of receiving the Diksha. Each one of them is holding the Atmalinga or the Rudraksha in their hands and just sitting with what they believe as them this very moment, which might change, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says it doesn't matter. Your idea of you can continue to change. You just be with whatever you think as you, and I will do the job of blowing the space of Paramashiva inside you, of initiating you into it, irrespective of what you may think about you. Although in reality, you are Paramashiva. Your name is Shiva. It is something that you do not have to repeat to remember. This most profound and most simple cognition, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has unleashed today to the whole of humanity through his Mahaparamashivaratri global address, his message directly from Kailasa to humanity. The most critical thing and the least expectation from us on this Mahaparamashivaratri night is to be awake. The rest of it is his. The rest of it he has given complete assurance on his part to do for us, to make happen for us. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared so very often with us how his gurus, his beloved gurus of this holy land, Tiruvannamalai, consolidated him right in his childhood. Even before his individuality came alive, they consolidated him and made him understand that he is the ultimate cosmic principle, Paramashiva himself. And therefore, his very individuality became Paramashivatva. It is the complete assurance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, that he will do the consolidation for us to make us realize our Paramashivatva. And for that, on this auspicious Mahaparamashivaratri night, he is giving this powerful cognition and initiation, Diksha. And all we need to do is to remain awake during this auspicious night, because it is now that the energy of Lingodbhava, of Paramashiva's first incarnation, Lingodbhava, is happening once again on the planet. That is the celebration of Mahaparamashivaratri. And therefore, every Mahaparamashivaratri, the only thing we need to do is to remain awake so that that energy can engulf us while we are awake and conscious and simply lift us to the superconscious zone. The happening of Lingodbhava on this auspicious Mahaparamashivaratri night as part of the ongoing Diksha on this auspicious Paramashivaratri night, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the living manifestation of Paramashiva, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, is in the process of giving the Diksha initiation to the whole of humanity, to awaken the Paramashivatva, the space of Paramashiva inside every being. And as part of the Diksha initiation, the disciples and devotees and followers are seated, holding the Atmalinga or a Rudraksha bead in their hands and receiving the Diksha. They are vibrating as per the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with the Parama Mantra, Shiva, 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 which is meant to consume their whole being, dissolving their very individual identity that they have about them as something separate from Paramashiva. This powerful initiation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is in the process of giving to the whole of humanity, where the individual identity is dissolved in the Parama Mantra of Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. Over 51,000 people have been served the Aushadha Annadhan on this auspicious Paramashivaratri night. As the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism takes it as his complete responsibility to consolidate our very being, that we are Paramashiva. He awakens the Paramashivatva in us, the very state, space, being, superconsciousness, powers, Kailasa and Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva within our inner space. On this auspicious Paramashivaratri night, the entire nature, Prakriti, supports raising our consciousness as the energy of Lingodbhava is once again showering on the planet Earth on this auspicious Paramashivaratri night. And therefore, the entire nature is aligned to it, supporting us in our leap to superconsciousness. Therefore, merely remaining awake on this Paramashivaratri night is enough for our consciousness to take a leap into the superconscious zone. the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, through the ongoing live Diksha initiation for the whole of humanity, has now unleashed the technique of vibrating our very being with Shiva, 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 so it consumes our very individual identity and manifests Lingodbhava inside us. As the living manifestation of Paramashiva, whose first incarnation is Lingodbhava, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, has given us the simplest of simple techniques in his very energy presence on this auspicious Maha Shivaratri night of filling, vibrating our very being with the Parama Mantra Shiva, 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 and just by virtue of it, manifesting Lingodbhava in us. The Annamalaya devotees are continuing to come in Girivala around Arunachala in Tiruvannamalai and stopping in between to have their Aushada meal at Kailasa Tiruvannamalai on the mountain path in Adi Annamalai. It is here, in Tiruvannamalai, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, had his experience of enlightenment at the age of 12 in Pavalakkundru, a small hilltop. It is in Pavalakkundru that Devi Parashakti herself experienced oneness with Paramashiva. And it is here that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his profound enlightenment experience of feeling one with everything around him. The state of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. He was able to see 360 degrees around him with closed eyes. And this experience was triggered when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sat on a rock in Pavalakundru on an auspicious full moon night in the month of Vaikashi, when the Vishaka star rose in the constellation, and he was playfully following the technique given to him by his guru Annamalai Swamigal, a direct disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi. The technique was to trace the source of our thoughts. And as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sat with this technique, suddenly the experience of enlightenment opened up. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he describes, precisely if I have to put it in words, what happened on that particular day. Paramashiva started manifesting as Parameshwara on that very day through this being and through this body. I felt that the skin of the stone on the rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The air, the breeze, the setting sun, the rising moon, the whole Arunachala Hill, all the plants, bushes, shrubs, trees, everything became so alive. The idea that something is inside and something is outside was completely lost. First, I was able to see in all the 10 directions, 360 degrees, and the next moment, I realized not only I'm able to see, I'm able to experience all of that as me. I felt so powerful. I just know I'm that oneness, the existence. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the entire 360 degrees, below me, everything. I realized I was not only able to see, I was able to feel, experience. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describing his enlightenment experience at age 12, when he experienced the oneness with the whole of existence. Today, on this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri, where we are witnessing the Aushadha Annadhan being served to the Annamalaya devotees from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is in live darshan giving the Diksha initiation into realizing our Paramashivatva, where he has asked us to vibrate our being with the Parama mantra Shiva, 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 which will consume our very individuality, which shows us as separate from Paramashiva. In his divine presence, in the presence of the very energy, that is the energy of Lingodbhava, which his form embodies, he is bestowing this powerful initiation on us out of his infinite compassion for humanity. After the enlightenment experience, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism came down the small hillock of Pavalakundru and shared with his guru Mat Vibanandapuri on what happened. And it was Mat Vibanandapuri who confirmed to him and reassured him that he need not have any fear of the profound experience that had happened, as it was the divine that had possessed him and not any ghost that had possessed him, as he doubted. She took him to the very shrine of Arunachaleshwara and asked him to recall the experience, and asked him if the experience was intensifying in the space of Arunachaleshwara or it was getting dulled. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism told her that the experience was indeed intensifying as he recalled it. And Mata Vibanandapuri explained to him that any experience that intensifies in the breathing space of Arunachaleshwara is a divine experience, and no ghost, spirit, or black magic will be intensified in his presence. They will only get dulled and disappear. Overjoyed that he was indeed graced by Paramashiva, and overjoyed at the oneness he felt with Paramashiva through the profound experience, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism next went to his own playmate, Sampath, and shared with him what had happened, and spontaneously embraced him in a hug, which became the first historic energy darshan after the enlightenment experience. He simply transmitted the gush of energy to Sampath, who felt completely overwhelmed at the inexplicable energy from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He then took Sampath to the Arunachaleshwara temple and told him that he had a 360-degree vision now, and he told him that he could test him. Sampath tossed silver coins up in the air multiple times, and every time Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism answered correctly. And slowly the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started describing what was happening behind his head, describing the ants that were moving on the laburnum tree behind his head. And at that point in time, Sampath started feeling fear, as it was a peculiar turn of events which he had not witnessed before with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and he hurriedly left him, citing nature's call. Tiruvannamalai is filled with beautiful memories, divine memories of the Avatara Leela, the divine childhood life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism up to the age of 17. Each place in this holy land is destined to be a temple in its own right, where the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is meant to be celebrated and worshipped. The enlightenment experience of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at Pavalakundra at age 12 is celebrated every year as the Nityananda Purnima. It is on this day that Lord Subramanya got enlightened through receiving the Sarvajnanottara Agama teaching from Paramashiva. And it is in this place that Devi Paramashiva Shakti attained her oneness with Paramashiva, and this is commemorated through the presence of the Ardhanarishwara temple right here in Pavalakundra. Ardhanarishwara is the Hindu god, which has the form of Paramashiva as half Shiva and half Devi, his divine consort, which symbolizes the oneness that Paramashiva Shakti experienced with Paramashiva right here in Pavalakundra. And it is here in Pavalakundra, Tiruvannamalai, that Mata Vibanandapuri, the Guru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, built the first ashram for him. The first Kailasa built for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is by his gurus, and it is here in Pavalakundra in Tiruvannamalai.
चंद्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माता पिता गुरु
the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is in the process of giving the Diksha, the initiation, to the whole of humanity. He has appeared live more than an hour ago, delivered the message for today, and is now in the process of giving Diksha, initiation, to his worldwide followers. As the year 1995 was approaching in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his gurus determined that he was ready for the global mission of reviving Kailasa. And this also meant that their time on planet Earth was coming to a close, as their own purpose was to bring down the superconsciousness into form and ensure his perfect expression as the living manifestation of Paramashiva. Therefore, in 1994, his gurus coronated the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the successor of the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Arunachala Sarvajñapeetham through the Yoga Pattabhishekam ceremony, thus officially recognizing him as the next avatar, incarnation in the sacred unbroken Guru-disciple lineage of Paramashiva in Tiruvannamalai. The Yoga Pattabhishekam signified a historical milestone for the whole of humanity as the date of emergence of the incarnation of Paramashiva, the loud declaration of sung and unsung heroes of Hinduism, of what incarnations have promised time and again, that Sanatana Hindu Dharma will never die. Marking this historic event, Mataji Vibanandapuri created the sacred document of official spiritual inheritance by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 24th of May 1994. This document is a part of the spiritual and historical precedents of the nation of Kailasa. And along with it, Mataji Vibanandapuri also arranged for photographs to be taken of herself and of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. With this Yoga Pattabhishekam, Mata Vibanandapuri offered the land in Pavalakkundru to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This ashram in Pavalakkundru is the first ever Kailasa. It is the first enlightenment ecosystem revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is here that he has sat for endless hours with his Guru Mata Vibanandapuri, exploring the great sciences of Hinduism. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, on the Yoga Pattabhishekam and its subsequent happenings, he reveals, "When I was given Yoga Pattabhishekam by my gurus, it is not that immediately I started looking for a territory. I started working intensely first for reviving the enlightened civilization, most ancient enlightened Hindu civilization. I was all out working day in and day out, intensely, simple hard work, reaching out one person at a time, sharpening myself. My gurus gave me tremendous spiritual knowledge, powers, but I need to start working on understanding the society. So they gave me the guidance. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism received many direct initiation and gifts from all his gurus, which happens in the Hindu tradition only when the disciple has proven to the Guru that he will indeed take all the wealth of knowledge and initiations received from them to millions more. Only then the disciple is entrusted with these most coveted and celebrated secrets of the universe. For if they are given to anyone lesser, they lose their very value and purpose. It is here in this holy land of Tiruvannamalai that all the divine incidents, life incidents happened in the first 17 years of the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the planet. He literally lived and grew up in the Arunachaleshwara temple and the surrounding shrines in Tiruvannamalai. There are 7 circumambulatory parts around the Arunachaleshwara linga in the temple. The first 5 parts are inside the temple precincts enclosed by the 9 lofty temple towers, and the 6th and the 7th path are just outside of it. In every path, divine incidents have happened in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as it is in these 7 paths that he grew up and spent 17 years of his childhood before he left Tiruvannamalai. In the first circumambulatory path, just around the Arunachaleshwara linga, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had the ultimate experience of Parama Advaita, the Parama Advaita Anubhuti, the oneness experience through his beloved Guru, Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara. In this divine incident, at the age of 10, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had the darshan of Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara seated on the very Arunachaleshwara linga inside the Sanctum Sanctorum. The darshan initiated an instant unclutching from the thought shaft within him, thus opening the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, oneness with the whole, where duality ceases to exist due to ceasing of the mind. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gives the same unclutching experience as the Parama Advaita, oneness with Paramashiva. The Parama Advaita Diksha he gives to his worldwide followers. In the second circumambulatory path around Arunachaleshwara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has participated in the Palli Elchi and the Palli Arai rituals unfailingly every single day. It is in this second circumambulatory path that Annamalai, Arunachaleshwara, and his divine consort are ceremoniously made to rest for the day in the Palli Arai chamber. It is the last ritual of the day, and they are woken up ceremoniously the next day during the early morning Brahma Muhurta time of 4 a.m. through the Palli Elchi ritual. Sri Vaidyanatha Shivacharya, a senior priest of the Arunachaleshwara temple, shares that if the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was not present for either of these 2 rituals on any given day, you could be sure that he was not in station on that day. Such is the surety with which the townspeople of Tiruvannamalai vouch for the integrity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to the core values and traditions of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which he was reviving from his very childhood. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has inculcated the same integrity and devotion into his disciples and devotees who perform these rituals in the Kailasa temples worldwide. In the third circumambulatory path of the Arunachaleshwara temple, at the age of 10, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his first darshan of his beloved Guru Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara at his Jiva Samadhi, the four-pillared stone mandapam, where his energy is enshrined. And it is also in this path that the Devi shrine, the shrine of Unnamulai Amman, is located. And it is here that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had the live darshan of Devi Bhuvaneshwari inside the very sanctum sanctorum of Devi. And it is here that he also had the darshan of the Sri Chakra, the Sri Yantra, which is a two-dimensional sacred geometrical representation of the whole cosmos, which is central to Devi worship in the Hindu tradition. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sculpted the form of Devi Bhuvaneshwari on soapstone and etched the Sri Chakra form on a copper foil, both of which are worshipped today by millions of his followers worldwide as part of the sovereign archives of Kailasa. Following these profound happenings, his guru, Mat Vibanandapuri, initiated him into the Sri Vidya worship of Devi. She also initiated the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism into the sacred Shodasi, the 16-syllable utterance used in Devi worship. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiates millions of followers into the Shodasi as a powerful tool for their conscious growth. In the fourth circumambulatory path of the Arunachaleshwara temple is located the Kritika Mandapam, which is a 36-pillared stone structure dedicated to the worship of Lord Subramanya. It is here that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his rigorous training of yoga with his yoga guru, Yogi Ram Yoganandapuri, also known as Raghupati Yogi. And this happened from his age of 3 to the age of 13. The Arunachaleshwara temple garland maker, Subramanyam Ayya, used to tie the temple garlands standing in this mandapam all day long. As the direct eyewitness to the yoga lessons of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism every morning, Subramanyam Ayya has shared that come rain or shine, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would be there with Sri Raghupati Yogi for the training. Subramanyam Ayya has seen the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism climb the pillars of the mandapam up and down, often with one hand free and often upside down. He says it was like having darshan of Annamalai himself doing the leela of yoga. In this fourth encircling path is also located the Amavasya Mandapam and the Goshala, the cow shelter of the temple, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has spent time meditating in the Amavasya Mandapam and caring for the cows in the Goshala. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the traditional yoga worldwide, where his followers from all religions, caste and creed wake up during the early morning Brahma Muhurta time, perform the Panchakriya, 5 traditional methods of body cleansing, and at sharp 4 a.m. they practice the Prathama Vinyasa Krama, the 108 yogic asanas sequence prescribed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that includes 10 components such as the asana itself, pranayama, the breathing, mudra, the yogic hand posture, the bandha, the yogic action for Kundalini awakening, and 7 such more components. In the fifth circumambulatory path of the Arunachaleshwara temple, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the first historic recorded public function, the Ganesh Chaturthi festival, to the Ganesha deity under the banyan tree. He organized the entire function, built a small pandal, thatched roof over Ganesha, brought the official temple Udal drummers to play for the function, and invited one and all for the function, and went by bicycle finally and distributed prasad to all those who contributed towards the festival. there is a clear photograph as evidence to this first organized public function of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is also here in the fifth circumambulation path inside the Arunachaleshwara temple that the sacred banyan tree is located, under which Ganesha is seated. Ganesha, to whom Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offered Abhisheka and organized the first public festival. It is here on the branches of this very banyan tree that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would be seated and playing when he chose to be away from school. The temple watchman would find him and hand him over to the school watchman who would have come looking for him. This banyan tree inside the Arunachaleshwara temple in the fifth prakara is specially significant in the history of Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed that this banyan tree carries the same DNA as the banyan tree in Adi Kailasa, Biddi. Disciples submitted samples of both the trees to the laboratories, labeling them, and it was proven scientifically that both the trees carried the same DNA. Another historic event happened on this fifth circumambulatory path of Arunachaleshwara. The 230th Pontiff Kailai Punidar Seelathiru Jnanaprakasha Swamigal Durai Jnana Sambandha Mudaliyar of the Tondai Mandala Adinam, ancient Hindu kingdom of Kanchipuram, South India, recognized the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the incarnation of Paramashiva and officially performed the Acharya Abhishekam to him, coronating him as his successor to the kingdom, ritualistically empowering him to teach and initiate others. This happened in the 1,000-pillared mandapam, what is called the Ayiram Kal Mandapam in this path. The rituals were performed by Sri Rajaganapati Shivacharya, who was the person in charge for all the ritualistic initiations that happened from the temple. The respected Sannidhanam, the 230th Guru Maha Sannidhanam in the lineage, performed the Acharya Abhishekam and several other initiations for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in this fifth circle of the Arunachaleshwara temple and ordained him as his successor. And it was in the year 2001, after the avataric realization, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism officially assumed the responsibilities as the head of the Mat and began by constructing the Adinam, the Kailasa in Tiruchendur, which is part of the Tonde Mandalam region. After the Mahasamadhi of the 230th Guru Mahasannidhani, two other Sannidhanams sat on the seat until the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was ready, as per the legal norms, of attaining 21 years of age before he could sit on the spiritual seat. The sixth circumambulatory path of the Arunachaleshwara temple comprises 4 streets surrounding the temple, collectively called the Madavidi. It is in this sixth circle that Arunachaleshwara comes in his royal procession 300 days in the year as part of the temple festivals. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also used to take his own small Annamalaya deity in procession on Madavidi during these festivals. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would accompany Annamalaya from the time he stepped out on the streets until the time he was taken back to his Yathasthana, his due location, inside the temple and offered the final arati for the day. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism felt a deep sense of responsibilism towards Annamalaya, and therefore he would be by his side from the time he was taken out of the temple to the time he was brought back to the temple. The seventh circumambulatory path of the temple is the mountain path itself, what is called the Girivala. Giri means mountain and Vala means coming around in circumambulation. During his childhood days, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done the Girivala of 14 kilometers every day by foot under the instructions of his Guru Mata Vibanandapuri, also known as Mataji Kuppammal. In those days, the mountain path was remote and no one ventured on it beyond 4 p.m. But the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would walk all by himself around Arunachala and report to Mataji Kuppammal that he has finished the Girivala for the day. And he will also share any extraordinary incidents that happened during the Girivala. It was on one occasion when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was going around the hill all by himself as a child, reading the verses of the Arunagiri Andadi written by Gohenama Shivaya. He was looking down at his book and reading the verses and joyfully coming around Arunachala in Girivala when he suddenly looked up and saw a bunch of hyenas growling and waiting to pounce on him. Hyenas are known to attack small children, especially when they themselves are in a group. It was on one such occasion that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was walking around Arunachala in Girivala, singing the verses of Arunagiri Andadi. He looked up and suddenly saw a bunch of hyenas waiting to pounce on him. At that very moment, he let out a deep scream from his very fear center. He screamed, "Arunachala!" And from nowhere, an old man appeared with a long stick and chased the hyenas away. And even before the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism could determine what was going on, the hyenas had gone, and so had the old man. He felt within him that Arunachala himself came to save his life.
मूषिकवाहना मङ्गलदायक गौरी नन्दना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिव शक्तीश्वरा श्रीशैलेश्वरा शम्भो शङ्करा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा अभयप्रदायक आनन्ददायक भक्त उदाहरणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बंसीधर हरा श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा हे मधुसूदना भवभयभञ्जना मङ्गलपावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा
It is on the seventh Girivala path, the seventh circle around Arunachaleshwara here in Tiruvannamalai, that the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism performed the Yoga Pattabhishekam ceremony for him in the year 1994, when he was 16 years of age. Through this, they officially handed him over the mantle to start guiding humanity as the living manifestation of Paramashiva. The ceremony happened in Panchamukham on the Girivala path, the location of the Jiva Samadhi of Sri Isaki Swamigal, from where the 5 faces of the Arunachala Hill can be clearly seen. Panchamukham, Pancha means 5, Mukham means face. Therefore, in all the 7 circumambulatory paths around Arunachaleshwara resound with the divine memories of the golden childhood of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In the later years, after the global mission commenced, it is here in the 7th circumambulation path that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism performed the historic first recorded Chandi Homa, a powerful fire ritual to Devi Rajarajeshwari at the Rajarajeshwari temple on the 7th of November 2000, which is right opposite Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhӯmi Kshetram on the mountain path in Adiyannamalai. Exactly opposite the entrance of our Kailasa is located the Rajarajeshwari temple, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the first ever recorded Chandi Homa, personally himself. This is one of the first rituals offered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism while starting his grand mission of Kailasa in the global level, by first giving obeisance to all the gods and goddesses of Kailasa. As per the Hindu tradition, any new venture starts auspiciously only with the declaration of the conscious will, what is called the Sankalpa. Once declared, this will is infused with abundant energy as a blessing from the divine. And for such a grand venture as the revival of a very nation, there was not just a single ritual but a series of them. It came to be a period of intense ritualistic austerities known as the Satya Sankalpa for reviving Kailasa, where the gods and goddesses themselves manifested to bless the beginning of the Renaissance. When the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was offering the final offerings into the Homa fire in this Rajarajeshwari temple, Devi Rajarajeshwari herself appeared in the fire and received the offering. This divine happening has been captured beautifully in photographs. Further, when he was about to enter the temple early morning of the ritual, a large light emanating from his third eye in his forehead has also been captured in photographs. Sri Ravi Ayya, the chief organizer of the Chandi Homa, worked under the direct guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And he has shared with us through his interview delightful details of working personally with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Dasa Mahavidyas, the 10 forms of the Universal Cosmic Mother, were made and installed in this Rajarajeshwari temple under the direct guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And of course, last but not the least, it is on this 7th circumambulatory path that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhӯmi Kshetram, the temple monastery. Over 60,000 meals have been served through this Aushadha Annadhan Seva for Maha Paramashivaratri to the devotees of Annamalayar who are circumambulating Arunachala on the sacred occasion of Maha Paramashivaratri. The advent of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was predicted by his predecessors Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal and Pundi Mahan Swamigal. Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, the successor of Sri Seshadri Swamigal, in the Avachinna unbroken Guru Parampara of Paramashiva in Tiruvannamalai. Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi popularized the path of self-inquiry taught in the Upanishad as a path to enlightenment. The path of self-inquiry, experienced and taught by Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi and perfected by his disciples, is what is now being revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Kailasa. Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi was once asked by his disciples who would succeed him in the lineage of incarnations in Tiruvannamalai. Bhagavan prophesied that a saint holding a fan would be his predecessor. He had indeed described Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal. The disciples then asked him further who would succeed next, to which Bhagavan replied, a young sage with a turban smiling under a banyan tree. A prophecy clearly describing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, seated under the banyan tree of Adi Kailasa. Prior to departing from his mortal frame, Sri Raja Mudaliar, the biological grandfather of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, sought the blessings of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi in the late 1940s. In a ceremonious gesture, Bhagavan blessed him and proclaimed that Bhagavan Arunachala himself would be his lineage, thus predicting the birth of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism into their very household. Pondi Mahan, another great saint of Tiruvannamalai, was a mystic who never spoke much and who would bless anyone who goes to him with a boon. He was a living Kalpataru, a wish-fulfilling tree for the people. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his maternal grandmother Yellammal, took Ma Lokanayaki Amma to Pondi Mahan, when Ma Lokanayaki had conceived her second child, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Yellammal Amma always wanted a granddaughter of the stature of Devi Meenakshi, while Sri Raja Mudaliar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's father, always wanted a grandson of the stature of Annamalai himself. Yellammal expressed her wish to Pondi Mahan, who looked up and threw some rice and flowers at Ma Lokanayaki and said, Ammayappana Pirappen Po. It means, I will come and be born as mother and father. Go. As a pure channel of Paramashiva, Pondi Mahan flowed with the words of Paramashiva himself, revealing that Paramashiva, who's the embodiment of both the male and female energies, the Divine Father and Divine Mother components, will himself be born as her grandson. The happening of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been clearly recorded in the Nadi readings. The Nadi readings are about the entire history of life in the universe itself, written originally by the ancient rishis, including the renowned sage and Siddha Agastya. The Nadi readings are an astrological phenomenon. They are originally written by the ancient rishis, including the renowned sage Rishi Agastya. The Jivanadi of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was obtained at this point in time, and it revealed grand ceremonious truths on the advent of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism trained in rigorous yoga with his yoga guru, Yogi Ram Suratkumar, also known as Raghupati Yogi, from the age of 3 until the age of 13. Sri Raghupati Yogi's origin is still not traceable by even his own family. He lived beyond 100 years and came from Burma to Tiruvannamalai by foot, heeding the call of Arunachala in his very being. He was a chosen guru for the revival of yoga through the incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who would be his disciple. Sri Raghupati Yogi was an extraordinary yogi whose yogic feats were well known to the entire townspeople of Tiruvannamalai. He was an adept not just in yoga but also in the science of Aushada and in the science of energy healing. People came to Raghupati Yogi for both yoga and Aushada. Sri Raghupati Yogi radiated the spiritual powers of Paramashiva as a natural consequence of his yogic practice. Paramashiva is the Adi Yogi, the primordial yogi who delivered the original science of yoga to the world. His intention for us behind practicing yoga is to achieve the space of oneness with the whole and prepare the body to radiate spiritual powers from the space of oneness for which the body is originally hardwired. Sri Raghupati Yogi demonstrated this with perfection. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism trained with Raghupati Yogi from the age of 3 until 13 in the Kritika Mandapam, a 36-pillared mandapam inside the 4th circumambulatory path of the Arunachala temple. Sri Raghupati Yogi was known to demonstrate the powers of sound, the power of levitation, of teleportation, his yogic feats, and control over his body and internal organs baffled even the medical fraternity. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describing his yoga guru in action, he says, "The way Raghupati Yogi will play with sound and the way he will transmit the initiation, he will make me sit and keep the bilva leaf on my head. He would say, if the head is silent, the object kept on the head will not get pulled towards it, it will simply levitate. He will first keep a bilva leaf, and once I become silent and the bilva leaf starts floating in the air, he will bring thicker objects like a stick or any small wooden piece, whatever is available in that temple area. And once that also starts floating, he will keep a small stone and that will also start floating, and then he will initiate me into mantras. He will not utter the mantras aloud. He will simply sit and stare at me through the third eye, transmitting the mantras in silence. And I have to pen them down, sometimes on paper and sometimes he will just spread the sand and I have to write on the sand whatever I heard. And on other occasions, he will play the damaru, but no sound will come from it. Or he will just sit in silence, and suddenly you will hear the whole of Trikailaya Vadyam, the drums of Kailasa, playing loudly. Sometimes he will make a sound, and from his mouth, water will flow as if the Ganga is flowing. I used to wonder, in this body, how can this much water be stored? Of course, it is not stored water, it is water flowing from another source through this mouth.
அருணையின் வேந்தன் கொடிதனை ஏற்றி அருளிடும் நாளின் தரிசனம் கருணையாய் நித்யன் கையிலையில் தந்த நிகரில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம் உலகையே இங்கு கடவுளாய் மாற்ற கடவுளே தரும் தரிசனம் கவிதையாய் மாற வரிகளும் ஏங்கும் கரையில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம்
ஆனந்தபுரிதனில் நித்யன் அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வத் திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் ஆனந்தபுரிதனில் நித்யன் அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வத் திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் அன்பு வழிதனை அண்டம் முழுதிலும் நித்யனும் என்றும் நிலை பெற செய்யும் தரிசனம் இதுவோ பொங்கும் கடலென பக்தர் குழுமிட நித்யனின் தெய்வ தரிசனம் புண்ணிய தரிசனம் அல்லவோ அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம்.
Continuing with Sri Raghupati Yogi's extraordinary yogic feats and power manifestation, he would convey messages to people by talking to a stone, and the people will hear it, and whatever the people are responding will come from the stone to him. He will make an ordinary stone act like a smartphone. These are the very words the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is using to describe his yoga guru Sri Raghupati Yogi and the extraordinary spiritual powers that he manifested. He reveals Sri Raghupati Yogi organized the first public lecture. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism delivered the Patanjali Yoga Sutras during this first public lecture that Sri Raghupati Yogi organized. And this happened when he was less than 12 years of age. It was during this incident that Sri Raghupati Yogi performed Pada Puja to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on stage. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism could not bear his guru performing Pada Puja to him, but he remained quiet. And later, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, when he was with Sri Raghupati Yogi in the Kritika Mandapam, pressing his calf muscle. While Sri Raghupati Yogi sat with closed eyes, he asked him, "Why did you do such a thing?" Sri Raghupati Yogi had his eyes closed and did not respond. But upon the persistence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Raghupati Yogi replied with tears streaming down his cheeks. He said, "I know you are an incarnation, and so I wanted to be the first to offer Pada Puja to you." His response shook the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as he had never seen such a melting face of his otherwise sturdy yoga guru. When the time was deemed right, Sri Raghupati Yogi arranged to announce the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as his successor, and for this he organized for photographs to be taken to record his decision in history. He engaged Sri Radha Krishna Gupta, one of the few photo studio owners of Tiruvannamalai at that time. He ran the Kala studio. When the photographs were being taken, Sri Radha Krishna Gupta and his assistant became direct eyewitnesses to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism levitating a clear 1 foot above the ground. Sri Radha Krishna Gupta and his assistant were terrified, as they had never seen levitation before, and they both ran out of their own studio. Sri Raghupati Yogi then went and explained to them the whole science and assured them that there was nothing wrong and nothing to be frightened about. And he brought them back and asked them to take a second shot, as he said the first shot would not have made an impression on the film, as the energy emission during the levitation was very high. And Sri Radha Krishna Gupta watched the film roll and found that it was indeed blank. He then took the second shot, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was seated stably on the ground. And when these photographs were printed, Yogi Yoganandapuri asked the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism what he envisioned himself to look like in the future, and spontaneously the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism drew a self-portrait of what he would look like 10 years from then. This is still seen on the rear of this iconic photograph. Sri Raghupati Yogi's extraordinary yogic feats were such that sometimes he would stop his heart for a full 8 minutes. The doctors would many times declare him dead and call for the ice box when he would sit up in front of their eyes. And immediately after a heart attack, he would sit up and tie an iron rope around his chest and breathe and break it, just with the power of his yogic breathing. The doctors finally sent him home, saying he had no heart attack. Finally, when Sri Raghupati Yogi left the body, he had no heart attack. He just gave the final instructions and simply left the body. And he had already conveyed to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism when he would be leaving the body. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has installed the Jiva Samadhi of Sri Raghupati Yogi and Mata Vibanandapuri and consecrated a Shivalingam on them. The Jiva Samadhi of Sri Raghupati Yogi is in the cremation grounds near Yamalinga, while the Jiva Samadhi of Mata Vibanandapuri is in the cremation grounds near Ishanya Linga, both on the mountain path. Sri Isaki Swamigal, his Jiva Samadhi is in Panchamukam, which is also on the Girivala path. It was with Mata Vibanandapuri, also known as Kuppammal, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explored the Tantra, the Vedanta traditions along with the Sri Vidya method of worship. At a very young age, Mata Vibanandapuri had darshan of Devi, the divine feminine consciousness, as the cosmic sovereign ruler Rajarajeshwari. Since then, Mata Vibanandapuri became a worshipper of the divine feminine. Mata Vibanandapuri founded the Apita Kuchambal Tirupugal Madar Sabai, a female-only organization dedicated to keeping alive the sacred sciences of Hinduism, specifically the worship of the Cosmic Mother, and also spreading devotion towards Lord Muruga through singing of the Tirupugal verses in public functions. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was the only male child inducted in the group, as he was the direct inheritor of Mata Vibanandapuri. Anasuya Ammal, the paternal grandmother of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, was a dear associate of Mata Vibanandapuri and a founding member of this organization. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has further revealed that Mata Vibanandapuri would walk several miles along with Kartish Shiva, a mutant of Tiruvannamalai, who had left the physical body but who would appear and disappear at his will by either pulling out or putting in a herb in his mouth. He was completely familiar with the forest of Tiruvannamalai and therefore with all its sacred herbs. Mata Vibanandapuri would walk 6 to 7 hours with Kartish Shiva Swami and pick herbs to prepare Aushada for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And once the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls asking her why she took so much trouble just to get the herbs. Mata Vibanandapuri replied, most beautifully in poetic Tamil, she would say, You are not the essence of just milk. You are the essence of the very milky ocean. So we only have to take care of you. Mata Vibanandapuri would also walk up the Arunachala Hill at that old age to meet Mala Uchi Mauna Swami, who lived on the slopes of the Arunachala Hill. She went to him to get his inputs on major decisions like initiations, ceremonies, timings, and procedure and dates related to preparing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Anasuya Ammal, the paternal grandmother of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, would also accompany her up to Skandashram. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a pet dog by name Mani, who is none other than the vehicle of Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, who ferociously protected the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during his childhood. He would also accompany Mata Vibanandapuri.
जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिव शक्तीश्वरा श्री शैलेश्वरा शंभो शंकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा.
Sri Isaki Swamigal was a powerful, enlightened being who radiated the space of Paramashiva. He belonged to the Avaduta Sampradaya of mutants who wore no clothes and ate no food. Sri Isaki Swamigal lived with no physical or mental need to eat food and found no social obligations to wear clothes. He was a powerful healer who would heal people just by the power of his words. He was also the guru of Mata Vibanandapuri. Isaki Swamigal is known for putting a garland of humans, what is called the Naramala, around Arunachala during the 1970s, early 80s. And the citizens, visitors of Tiruvannamalai, consulted him on their physical, mental, and spiritual problems. Isaki Swamigal would simply write and show a number, which meant they have to do Girivala of Arunachala that many times. And they would completely obey his words and be healed of their issues. During this period, the major hospitals of Tiruvannamalai were shut down as the entire townspeople were consulting Isaki Swamigal. The number of people coming around Arunachala made it look like a grand garland of humans around Arunachala, described as a Naramala at that time, meaning a garland of humans.
जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा सत्य सनातना
Sri Isaki Swamigal has accomplished another extreme spiritual feat of circumambulating the Arunachala Hill for over 1008 days, not by walking but by rolling his entire body on the ground, what is known as the Anga Pradakshina. In Hindu tradition, there is a spiritual practice called Anga Pradakshina, where the aspirant rolls his or her body on the ground in circumambulation of the deity.
गोकुलनन्दना गोपी मनोहर हरि नारायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर बन्धविमोचना पापसंहारक पतित पावन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर चन्द्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि
As the land of Tiruvannamalai is so sacred,
माता पिता गुरु देव महेश्वर दीनदया
it is described poetically that there is a Shiva Linga for every foot of the land. Isaki Swamigal would come around the hill not with his feet, which would be disrespectful to the land, but by rolling his entire body on the ground, what is called as the Anga Pradakshina. He would cover 2 kilometers every day. He would complete the complete circumambulation of 14 kilometers in a period of a week. Continued his practice for a period of 1008 days. Every day, he would walk to the point where he left the previous day and he would start rolling on me.
नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर பலகோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்தியன் திருமுகம் கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் விழி நீங்க செய்திடும் மறுகையில் அபயம் திருக்காட்சி
Sri Isaki Swamigal and Mat Vibanandapuri would give the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism various Aushada drinks as herbal diet before teaching the subtle truths of the Upanishad. The Aushada used to be either the Arugampul, the Bermuda grass, juice, or neem, or bilva, bail, or tulasi. Or they would cook the pineapple fruit in the night and extract the juice which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would have to consume the next day morning. On one occasion, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism asked his gurus why he had to undergo this herbal diet, while other people were not seen drinking Aushada before reading the great sacred scriptures. Sri Isaki Swamigal replied, whether the rest of the people in the world understand or not, whether they grab the truth or grasp the truth. Finally, the resultant responsibility goes with just them. They live their life without what they understood or misunderstood. But in your case, we cannot take the risk because whatever you are going to say, the whole world is going to listen. So you have to understand it properly. These are the prophetic words of Sri Isaki Swamigal to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Several times, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared on how his gurus prepared and gave him Aushada for the highest expression of superconsciousness through his body. For example, they used to even apply the donkey's milk on his tongue, which is what has made his voice so strong and so metallic. His gurus did all of this intuitively to prepare him to speak for long hours and deliver the same truths. Sri Isaki Swamigal gave the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism the first Volite Chuvadi or palm leaf scripture that commenced the grand revival of the sacred scriptural knowledge of Hinduism that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has accomplished through Kailasa. Sri Isaki Swamigal attained Mahasamadhi in the year 1991. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared the miracle incident that happened 3 days after Sri Isaki Swamigal left his body. They were preparing to place his body in the seated posture in Jiva Samadhi, which required that his body is seated in the Padmasana cross-legged posture. And the great saint Tirumular has documented this in his famous publication Tirumandiram on how to create the Jiva Samadhi for the great incarnations. In that, he has specifically mentioned about the cross-legged posture. So they were preparing to place his body in the seated posture, which required that the body is seated in the Padmasana cross-legged posture. At that moment, when they did not know what to do and they were afraid they might harm the body if they forcefully did it themselves, Mat Vibanandapuri merely looked at the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and told him, "Why don't you do something?" And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism silently looked at his Guru Isaki Swamigal with a prayer request to come into the cross-legged Padmasana posture by himself so they may set him in the Jiva Samadhi. And no sooner did he humbly request him that very moment the body of Sri Isaki Swamigal simply stretched both the legs out and locked itself in the Padmasana posture. And witness to this are all the people of Tiruvannamalai who stood around when Isaki Swamigal's Jiva Samadhi was being done. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during his childhood years in Tiruvannamalai explored the science of Nirahara Samyama and Kaya Kalpa with his guru Mauna Swami Narayan Swami, who was powerfully established in his experience of the Supreme Consciousness and imparted the knowledge and technique of the Nirahara Samyama to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Nirahara Samyama is the science of living without consuming solid food and preparing the body, detoxing it to express the powers of Paramashiva. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes his guru Mauna Swami Narayana Swami thus, in his own words: Mauna Swami never ate or drank anything. He used to sit in the southern tower, Terkukattai Gopuram, of the Arunachaleshwara temple. Even now, there is a small memorial in that place where he used to be in Samadhi all the time. Later, he moved to living on the slopes of Arunachala. It is not that he did not have food. People will bring so many things when they come for his darshan, but he will not touch anything. He will have a small stick with which he will push it out to the devotees, other devotees as a prasadam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is shared that the very skin of Mauna Swami Narayana Swami would shine, radiate because of the higher purpose for which he doesn't eat. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains that it is the cognition, the purpose that adds the sincerity and Shraddha to the act. And Shraddha has the capacity to generate Ojas and Tejas. Ojas means the pure energy, and Tejas is the shining power. Mauna Swami used to be in silence all the time. Sometimes he will write and show answers that he wants to give to people's questions. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism asked him once why he chose the particular place at Tirumanjana Gopuram, near the smaller temple tower on the southern side. Mauna Swami responded by showing through his hands, indicating breathing or pranayama. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism asked him, breathing, pranayama, you can do anywhere. Why here? For which Mauna Swami wrote and showed, explaining that just next to the tower, the temple tower, there is an ilippai tree, the Indian butter tree or the mahua tree. And it is said in Tamil about the ilippai tree, Illada kaattukku ilippai poo chakkarai. It means where there is no sugar mill available, the ilippai flowers are used as the sugar, as the sweetener. He meant that the air of the ilippai tree supplies enough organic sugar, energy needed for his internal organs. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains that this is the science of Kaya Kalpa. The food, when it is solid, reduces our very longevity and health. When it becomes liquid, our longevity and health increases, and when it becomes pure prana or life energy carried by the air, our longevity and health increases much more. All these trees have their own breathing space to the circumference where they spread their flowers and fruits. So, this temple tower in which Maunaswami sat comes within the breathing space of that ilupai tree. So, when he sits there and does his pranayama, the very fragrance of the ilupai tree gets into the body, and his internal organs receive the glucose sugar directly from it. These great beings existed in such powerful ways as described in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and people sought them out wherever they were for their invaluable guidance. These great beings of Tiruvannamalai, the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, existed in such powerful ways as described in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and people sought them out wherever they were for their invaluable guidance. The moment he heard Maunaswami Narayan Swami's reply, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism immediately ran to his yoga guru Raghupati Yogi for more clarity on what he had just heard. Raghupati Yogi asked him to get some cooked rice without adding any sugar or sweetener. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism brought it, and Raghupati Yogi kept the pot near the same ilupai tree and just kept his hand on the tree, inhaled and exhaled, and did pranayama. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism saw that the rice simply turned into sweetened rice. Shri Raghupati Yogi had actually demonstrated how the breathing space of the tree can infuse glucose for your internal organs through prana, the life energy, and how that can be converted and passed through your hands into the food. It is these amazing sciences of the Hindu tradition that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving today and inspiring his followers to live and raise their consciousness to the next level. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has initiated his followers into the science of Nirahara Samyama and Kaya Kalpa. Another great guru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, who was known in the spiritual hub of Tiruvannamalai as Totakara Tata or gardening grandfather because he maintained flower gardens and tied garlands for the temple deities every day. Sri Narayana Swami Pillai was a master in the sciences of Aushada, Mantra, and Yantra, the traditions which use sacred chants, sacred geometric shapes representing the cosmic energy. And they are also used to sustain the experience of superconsciousness in one's body. Preserved and revered in the sovereign archives of Kailasa today are two of the yantras and books which Narayana Swami Pillai gave to the SPH. There are also handwritten initiation mantras with instructions given by Sri Narayana Swami Pillai to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to manifest any reality that you want and to energize herbs and make them into Aushada. Sri Narayana Swami Pillai's grandson, Parthiban Ayya, has shared on how, as a child, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would come to their house every day at door number 1 on VOC Street and spend hours together with Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, exploring the science of Yantra and Aushada. And together they would grind the medicines. Sri Narayana Swami Pillai had 3 large stone crucibles just for grinding the medicines.
நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க தியானத்தை செய்ய வானம் கொண்ட எண்ணம் மாய்த்து விடும் நித்யானந்தன் வேதம் தானுங்க ஆனந்த வேதம் எங்க நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் ஞானத்தையும் தந்து விடுங்க தந்து நம்ம தெய்வீகமா மாத்தி விடுங்க நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க நம்முடைய வாழ்க்கையில எவ்விதமான ஒரு நோக்கமும் இல்ல என்பதும் புரிந்துவிட வாழ்க்கையின் அர்த்தம் அது தெளிந்து விடும் நம்முடைய வாழ்க்கையில எவ்விதமான ஒரு நோக்கமும் இல்ல என்பதும் புரிந்துவிட வாழ்க்கையின் அர்த்தம் அது தெளிந்து விடும் நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க கர்மங்களை வென்றுவிட தெய்வத்தை எண்ணி நீங்க ஆடி பாடுங்க ஆடுவதும் பாடுவதும் முக்தியடைய நல்ல மார்க்கம் தானுங்க கர்மங்களை வென்றுவிட தெய்வத்தை எண்ணி நீங்க ஆடி பாடுங்க ஆடுவதும் பாடுவதும் முக்தியடைய நல்ல மார்க்கம் தானுங்க நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்தி விடும்
Sri Narayana Swami Pillai was one of the powerful mutants of Tiruvannamalai, an adept in the science of Aushada and Yantras. He was fondly called Chakaram because of his expertise in yantras that resembled wheel-like drawings. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explored both these sciences with him during his childhood years. Sri Narayan Swami Pillai used to sit in a small Ganesha temple in the Thirumanjana Gopuram street, where people reached him for solutions for any physical disorder, or if they were possessed by spirits, or if they just wanted to end any life struggle. He would interpret the higher cosmic laws in play and change the very course of their life within its scope for those who cannot come to him. The very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describing his Guru Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, shares, so casually he will take a mirror or a white beetle leaf and apply the Jnananjana on it in his unique style. And it will act like a high-definition television and show him whatever he wants. All the police officers who worked in Tiruvannamalai or even in Chennai 30 years earlier will know what I'm talking about. They will all come to him for resolving crimes, and he will show where the criminal is hiding, where the stolen goods are kept, who has murdered, how the murder happened, long shot, close up, anything they wanted. And they will go and solve the crimes. He will not even see the scenes himself. He will just chew and eat the leaf after they have seen. He was such an unassuming villager who was a great power manifester. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls looking into the mirror once and getting a shock as he saw the image of Devi herself sitting and smiling at him. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls one of the most interesting incidents he witnessed with his Guru, Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, where he saved a life so casually. In his own words, he describes, one day a person named Shivan Pillai got caught in a crime, not because he did the crime, but because he was in the wrong place with the wrong people. He ran to Narayana Swami Tata and begged him, please save me. Tata particularly mentioned one cave in the Arunachala Hill and told him, go and sit in that cave. As long as the food comes to you, do not come out. As usual, the police went to Tata to resolve his crime, and all of them got arrested other than this one devotee. I asked Narayana Swami Tata, why did you tell him to go and sit in the cave? He replied that the particular person was supposed to get arrested, meaning the word bandhana, as per his planetary positions in his horoscope and go to jail. But now, his bandhana or destiny to be in jail has been changed to bandhana yoga, means withdrawal from society and meditating. The same punishment is now transformed into tapas, penance, and he also got some powers because he obeyed the word of the Guru. 2021. Sri Narayan Swami Pillai had the direct darshan of Parashakti, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes in his own words. She gave him one instruction. You can earn any amount of money through these powers, but in the night when you are going to sleep, nothing should be there with you. You should have spent it or distributed it. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, I have seen him earning in those days, in the 1980s, 2,000 to 3,000 rupees per day. But he will not ask people for money. They themselves will drop whatever they have, and before going to bed, he will call the local sadhus and distribute it or give it to some local temple festival. Once I asked him, what will you do later? He laughed and said, the powers Devi gave, that is the only security for future, not this money. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism summarizes the life of Sri Narayana Swami Pillai in one line. He says, he made his career as a mission. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism received many direct initiation gifts from all his gurus, which happens in the Hindu tradition only when the disciple has proven to the guru that he will take all the wealth of knowledge given by them and initiations that were given to him to millions more. Only then the disciple is entrusted with these most coveted and celebrated secrets of the universe. For if they are given to anyone lesser, they will lose their very value and purpose. Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal is the guru and predecessor of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the unbroken lineage of the Guru Parampara of Tiruvannamalai of Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared that it is his great fortune that he spent several years living around Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal in his childhood days. He imbibed the Advaita Bhakti, the devotion through oneness, from him. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes in his own words on the grace of Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal, quoting the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The grace of Yogi Ram Suratkumar, I tell you, the way he would sit and the way he would be, the grace he radiated, brought tremendous assurance and trust about the whole science that he was radiating. It is not that all the time he would be talking to me. Many times I will sit in one corner, sometimes even 100 feet away from him, and I would be watching his activities, his behavior, what he was doing. There are many times not even one word will transpire between him and me. Just one glance. I will go and sit and watch whatever he's doing and come back. Sometimes even once a week, one smile. But there was such a tremendous reassurance, feeling guided, feeling protected. Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal mostly sat amidst piles of garbage at the Ter Mutti on Teradi Street, where the temple chariot was parked. His home was right next to it. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was one day passing by him with a group of children on the way to school, and along with the other children, he stopped and asked him if he will pass in the school examination, for which Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal replied to him, you will pass the very test of life. People used to ask him why he collected so much garbage and kept it next to him, And his reply was, "Am I the only one having garbage? Why don't you look in? You are collecting more garbage than me. Just to remind you that you are collecting more garbage than me, I am collecting and keeping it outside to symbolically remind you." He collected garbage in the outside just to show people that they're collecting garbage inside them in the form of unwanted thoughts. And his sacks of garbage that he kept near the temple chariot would never be disturbed by anyone. The temple authorities will never throw away the garbage. They will simply move it aside. And once Annamalaya gets into the chariot, goes around and comes back, and the chariot is parked, they would put the garbage bags right back in the same place. Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal used to sit in the cremation grounds of Tiruvannamalai. And it is there that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would also find him, and he would be around him. And when he asked him one day why he would always choose the cremation grounds, he replied, "It is here that no one will disturb us." Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal used to smoke the village cigar, what is called the bidi. And the miracle about it was, although he was a chain smoker, there would be absolutely no smell of it around him. On one such occasion, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was spending time around Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal, Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal took the bidi he was smoking and offered it to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And what happened after that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes in his own words. He says, "I was brought up in a very orthodox family. When he suddenly picked up the bidi from his mouth and stretched it up to me, my love for him and my parental conditioning on the other side were fighting with each other. And by that time, the fire went and touched his finger and he simply dropped the bidi. He just caught my ears and blew the smoke from his mouth onto my face. And for the next 3 days, whatever was happening around me was a soundless movie. Everything was so peaceful. But I repent for not picking the bidi when he gave it, when he stretched his hand. If I would have picked up the bidi from him that day, my parental conditioning would have broken. I can say that I would have saved at least 2 years in the mission of Kailasa." The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared this incident time and again, explaining how when we miss, when the Guru stretches his hand, there is definitely a delay in our life, because whatever the masters do for us is only to take us to the next level. If we simply follow it, we will experience the truth sooner in our lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes another incident, which is one of the most miraculous incidents he saw in his years around Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal, when he brought the dead back alive in front of his own eyes. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he describes this incident. One elderly lady, who was his devotee, came and cried at his feet and said her husband had cancer and doctors have said nothing can be done and he may just die in the next few days. And she put her Mangal Sutra, her bridal thread tied around her neck by her husband, at his feet and begged, "Give me the Tali Bhagyam, give me the blessing that I should be Sumangali." meaning never widowed. As usual, Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal was having his bidi and took out the bidi of his mouth and said, "It will be done." Unfortunately, after a few days, her husband died. It takes 24 hours to finish all the rituals, so maybe after 24 hours of his death, the body was being brought to the cremation grounds. And again, Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal was sitting in the cremation ground at that time. Usually, women are not allowed to come with a dead body to the cremation ground, but she came to the cremation ground just to see Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal, and I was also next to him seeing the whole scene. She came and fell at his feet and cried and touched the Mangalyam and touched the feet. He said, "I already told you you will be Sumangali." But she just burst out and said, "He is dead, Swamiji, and they are bringing his body to the cremation ground. I came to just cry at your feet." He was such a powerful being. He just looked intensely, straight. I got frightened because I can see when he was looking, he became a different personality. In Tiruvannamalai, when they bring the dead bodies from the house, the head will be facing the house. Near the Harishchandra temple, they will do a ritual and turn the head towards the cremation ground, meaning his life is over and he is now moving to the next phase. So she said, "They are turning the dead body to face the cremation ground at the Harishchandra temple." He just stared at her and told her, "I have turned his head. They don't need to turn his head now. Go and tell them." I was shocked. She just jumped up and ran, and there she saw he was sitting alive. He had sat up, and all the friends and relatives who were bringing his body got frightened and dropped the bamboo cot, the padai on which he was being carried, and ran away. And both of them, husband and wife, came and touched his feet. And Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal simply laughed. After the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism returned to Tiruvannamalai in the year 2000, Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal, during the last days of his life, called some of the important members of the Arunachaleshwara temple and his first circle of devotees, his disciples, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also present there, pressing his feet. And it was during this time that he declared to the small group that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would be carrying forward the mantle of Paramashiva, guiding the whole of humanity, succeeding him here in Tiruvannamalai. And in just a few days after that, he attained Mahasamadhi. There are rare photographs available that have captured Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism together in the Oya Madam, which is right opposite the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is one of the oldest traditional chowdhuries of Tiruvannamalai. The photographs have been taken on an occasion of the sacred white thread ceremony of the son of a famous writer, Sri Balakumar. Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal was his guru, and therefore he had requested him to come and preside over the function. And the biological family of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also known to Sri Balakumar Ayya, and therefore they were also invited for the function. These great beings of Tiruvannamalai were the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during his childhood years here in Tiruvannamalai. We are continuing to watch the Aushadha Annadhan being served from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, from both the locations on Tiruvudal Street and in Adiyannamalai. As the Annamalaya devotees are continuing to circumambulate Arunachala on this auspicious occasion of Maha Paramashivaratri, Another great sadhu, one of the gurus of Tiruvannamalai, is Sri Annamalai Swamigal, a great disciple and personal sevak of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi. He taught Advaita and self-inquiry as two paths to enlightenment. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent several years around Sri Annamalai Swamigal in his childhood years in Tiruvannamalai. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes the power of Annamalai Swamigal's samadhi and his ability to be unclutched in these following words. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describing Annamalai Swamigal, he can just sit in Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Sahaja Samadhi forever. His is an unbroken Sahaja Samadhi. The most powerful, unclutched being I have ever seen is Annamalai Swamigal. Even when his eyes are open, you can look into his eyes and see that he is unclutched, that he is in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Only in his eyes I realized anybody can come in front of him and there will not be any expression in his eyes. He will be just seeing, but there will be no reaction from within. Such pure Nirvikalpa Samadhi. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his enlightenment experience at the age of 12, which happened after he heard Annamalai Swamigal's words on the truth that we are beyond pain. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls the series of incidents that led to the final experience of enlightenment. In his own words, I will describe exactly what happened at the age of 12 on this Purnima day, and also Vaikashi Vishaka, the Vaikashi month, Vishaka Nakshatra. As per the tradition, this is the day Subramanya appeared from the third eye of Paramashiva as an embodiment of jnana, enlightenment. On this very day in the evening, I went to the Arunachala Hill, where there is a place called Pavalakundru, the Coral Hillock. It is a very beautiful and powerful place where Devi Parvati did tapas and became enlightened. So there is an Ardhanarishwara temple there. The Ardhanarishwara deity embodies the half Shiva and half Devi forms, symbolizing Devi's enlightenment, which is her union with Paramashiva, as his left half. In those days, I started practicing self-inquiry. Who am I? In a little different way as initiated by Annamalai Swamigal. I still remember, I started going to him just because of the candies that he gives. Once I went to listen to him. He was talking about some spiritual truths. I understood from his words that we are not the body. There is no pain or suffering for us. So it was really the beginning of a search for me. I ran to the house. I was in the pure space of listening. So whatever he had said was intensely working on me. My inner space was in completion, and the completion of Annamalai Swamigal, both together were going through a process, through the very words that he had uttered. And I took a knife and cut my right thigh deeply. Blood started oozing out. And my mother started crying. I was taken to Dr. Karunanidhi's hospital, which is just opposite our house. He made 13 stitches, and after 2 or 3 days, I went again to Annamalai Swamigal and said, "You said we do not have pain or suffering." He laughed and said, "Don't worry, my son. You did not understand what I said, but even without understanding, your attitude of experimenting is a great quality. Hold on to it, you will achieve the ultimate." He gave me candies and one last word. He said, "Find out who is having that feeling that you have pain or suffering." It was an initiation. Whenever I find time, I will sit and contemplate who is having pain in me. Therefore, on this very same day at the foothills of Arunachala, I was trying to practice this technique of who am I, who is having the pain experience. And during the twilight time, after 4:30, before 6 p.m., I had the sudden click. It was not a step-by-step experience. Suddenly something opened in me. It is like when you are struggling to connect two pipes. Suddenly you know when from the other side of the pipe water comes out that the two pipes are connected. Exactly like that. Suddenly I know something opened inside me. I was actually with closed eyes, but I could see literally all the sides. 360-degree this side and 360-degree on the other. Not only I was able to see the temple, the hill, the main temple, every single plant, the stone, the sky above me, and all of this I could see without turning my head or opening my eyes. I also experienced that the whole thing is me. How alive you are inside your skin, the same depth of life I felt with everything around me. And slowly, when I settled, I went and told Mata Vibanandapuri what had happened. I asked her whether I was possessed by any ghost. She told me. She took me to the Arunachala temple near the Garbha Mandir, the sanctum, and asked to remember the same experience. I remembered it. She asked, "Is it getting intensified or is it getting diminished?" I said, "It is getting intensified." She said, "This Shivalinga is alive. All these deities are alive. This whole temple is alive. This is the proof that you are possessed by God because the Arunachaleshwara temple is the most sacred and oldest energy center. If you are possessed by demon, that experience cannot become solid here. It will only become dull. If you are possessed by a divine experience, the real Kundalini awakening, only then it can become intense here." I immediately rushed. The joy was so much. I rushed and called my classmate Sampath and took him to the temple and said, "I went and sat and meditated in the rock on that hill and I got this experience. Now I can see anywhere. You also go and meditate on the rock. You will also have the same experience." I thought in that rock the experience happens. Sampath said, "What experience happened to you?" I said, "See, I can now see on all sides without turning my head. If you want, you can check." He took a coin and showed behind my head and asked whether it was a head or tail, and I answered correctly. He did this 5 to 6 times. Then I started describing the ants that were moving on the tree behind me. At that moment, he got frightened at this peculiar turn of events and, citing nature's call, ran away from me. So this method of aham spurana, flowering of the self, was given to me by Annamalai Swamigal. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describing his enlightenment experience at the age of 12. And he also goes on to share how neither his father nor his mother, nor any of his relatives or his friends were angry with Annamalai Swamigal in any way, trying to blame him for what had happened. His mother only said that if Annamalai Swamigal had said something, it would never be wrong. It is just that we have not understood it properly. And his father said, "First let us do all the first aid, and then we will go to Annamalai Swamigal and get the clarity." The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai as such an amazing ecosystem that had such kind of people who never even thought that the gurus could do something bad for them, who had the most powerful cognition that the gurus would always do only good for us.
நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம்
the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describes an incident with Thinnai Swamigal, another powerful mutant of Tiruvannamalai, who lived in the 1980s. Thinnai Swamigal was a direct disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi in this holy land of Tiruvannamalai. His life demonstrated the truth of living in the boundaryless cosmic space, even while living in the boundary of a physical plane, of a physical place. He lived blissfully in the Thinnai, which is a stone slab outside the house of an unknown person, for decades together, which is why he got the name Thinnai Swamigal. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the science of universal boundaryless consciousness as a path to enlightenment. He recalls a profound happening with Thinnai Swamigal during his childhood years, when he experienced, yet again, the magical Hindu way of knowledge transmission from guru to disciple. Describing this incident in his own words, "My Guru Kuppamal once told me, let us go and sit with Thinnai Swamigal and get his blessings and listen from him some of the Vedantic truths. She took me with her. Thinnai Swamigal said, come on, you read the Ribu Gita and the Vedanta Manana Chintamani. I will explain. He's not the person who's very talkative, very few words. I started reading. Mataji Kuppamal was sitting in a very devoted and attentive way. I was reading, and then I was seeing that Thinnai Swamigal, after 1 hour, his head fell and the mouth was wide open and the saliva started pouring. I thought he was sleeping. I just nudged Mataji Kuppamal and showed he is sleeping without stopping the reading. He is such a sweet being. He was not sleeping. He was in samadhi. He did not respond with anything. He just put his hand on my knees to show that he is not sleeping. And I tell you, it was like an electrical shock for me. And whatever I had just read became a reality in front of my own eyes. He was sitting in samadhi and making all those words get into my system and become an experience in me. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent his golden childhood here in Tiruvannamalai, wandering in its sacred space, his eyes ever seeking the mystics, the yogis, the mutants who lived here, radiating the powerful truths of the Hindu tradition. He sat at their feet as a disciple, surrendering to their mystical ways, enlightening words, and joyful lives. One such mutant is Isaki Swami, who lived all his life in a 3 feet by 3 feet enclosure. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes Isaki Swami in these words. I have seen one Swami. He was called Isaki Swami. Isaki means bottle gourd, a vegetable. In front of him, a half bottle gourd shell would be there, in which people would put food. Whenever he feels like, he will eat. Otherwise, he will not. The next person who wants to offer food to him will empty the bottle gourd, clean it, and put fresh food, keep it, and leave. He had at least 25 to 30 dogs around him as his friends. Throughout his life, he lived in a 3 feet by 3 feet small structure. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further describes Isaki Swami. I have never seen him moving. I even doubted if his bones were frozen. I knew he was alive because he used to talk to people sometimes. He would smile sometimes. His hands would move. Because of that, I know he is alive. And he would never move to ease himself. The bird started sitting on his head and eating from his hair. And because of this, some of his followers made a small stone pillared structure 3 feet by 3 feet, and his whole life he sat there. Only sometimes his sitting posture will be different. That is why we can even presume that he is still alive. But the kind of a space that he radiated and the way he would be sitting, it was so visibly declaring the powers of the yogic tradition. As we can see, the Aushadha Annadhan is continuing to be served at Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda JanmabhөөMI Kshetram, located on the mountain path. The sannyasis and the followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are untiringly serving the Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalaya devotees here in Tiruvannamalai. It is here in Tiruvannamalai that Paramashiva first incarnated as Bhagavan Lingodbhava, where the first time Paramashiva, whose formless, entered into form to resolve a dispute between Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. That very same energy of Bhagavan Lingodbhava is happening today once again on the planet, which is the celebration of Maha Shivaratri. And for this sacred occasion, Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, has been offering the Aushadha Annadhan to completely serve and support the Annamalaya devotees in their spiritual practice of performing the Girivala around the Arunachala Hill. On this auspicious occasion of Maha Shivaratri, we had the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivам, the living manifestation of Paramashiva. We had a powerful message directly from Kailasa through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where he initiated us into the most powerful cognition that we are Paramashiva, each one of us. And following this powerful cognition, we received the Diksha initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism into internalizing, bolting this very truth, this powerful cognition within us, where he made us vibrate our very being with the Parama mantra, Shiva Shiva, which will consume our very individual identity and make us experience the Paramashivatva in us.
सिद्धि विनायका नित्य पुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गंगाधर हरा हे परमेश्वरा जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिव शक्तीश्वरा श्री शैलेश्वरा शंभो शंकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा अभय प्रदायक आनंददायक भक्त उदाहरणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has time and again given the clarion call to humanity to wake up and live a cosmic law-centric lifestyle, to be free from all the individual and global struggles that we face today. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has successfully established the only Hindu nation today, Kailasa, which functions on the cosmic principles of peaceful coexistence. An important component in realizing peaceful coexistence is the food component, where eating vegetarian food reduces the violence of killing other beings and consuming them as food. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, while describing his guru, Sri Narayan Swami Pillai, says, if anyone came and sat in front of Sri Narayan Swami Pillai after having non-vegetarian food, he would simply see them and be able to tell this. He would just tell them, there is a dead corpse in your stomach, so come back after 2 days. Such was the power of these gurus and the pure life of non-violence that they lived. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has time and again given this clarion call to humanity. In his very words, in his powerful message to humanity, he says, "It is time we enrich the whole humanity for a dharmic life, the cosmic law-centric lifestyle. We need to align ourselves and enrich our others to align to the enlightened lifestyle. Consciousness-centric lifestyle is no more a luxury, it is a survival need. There are only two choices in front of us. Either all of us wake up and decide to make decisions and policies based on the cosmic principles revealed in the Vedas and Agamas, the consciousness-centric lifestyle, the enlightened civilizational thought currents, so that we all coexist. That is the best way to coexist. The other choice, if we do not wake up and decide to coexist, there will be nothing left. It is time we all wake up and decide to align our lifestyle, policies, everything centered on cosmic principles. It is time to look beyond our borders as the whole global family. Kailasa's effort is to unite all the nations. Uniting all the nations is fundamentally to enrich everyone with the highest values. Hinduism says very clearly, Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha. Non-violence is the ultimate cosmic principle. The natural law of the cosmos functions centered on ahimsa and coexistence. It is time we all wake up to this truth. Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha. We can apply this principle, whether a simple decision of what you eat for your breakfast, or the major decisions you make about the relationships, the way you relate with other countries, external affairs policies. In every level, it is time we bring enlightened principles, cosmic principles, with a global vision. It is time we focus on right education more than developing armies. It is time we focus more on researching longevity than biological weapons. Kailasa, the constitution of Kailasa, gives fundamental rights to all beings, not just Hindus or not just human beings. All living beings have a right to exist, a right to be treated as the manifestation of Paramashiva. The first amendment of the Kailasa's constitution is the right to treat yourself, treat others, to be treated by others as Paramashiva, God Himself, for all beings, not just human beings, but for all beings. Let us all decide to respect, revere, honor, accept, coexist with all beings. Not just human beings, with all beings. Planet Earth is for animals too, not just for human beings. We human beings need to realize we cannot survive on the planet by eliminating all other species. It is time we wake up and treat all beings with not just human rights, with divine rights. All beings have a right to exist, treat themselves, treat others, to be treated by others as divine, Paramashiva. It is time we look beyond the ideas of currency, beyond the ideas of army, beyond the ideas of political ideologies, beyond the ideas of political borders, beyond the ideas of religious philosophies. It is time we look at the whole planet Earth and all the beings through the cosmic principles. Kailasa is striving to present cosmic, conscious, enlightened, principle-centric model communities, ecosystems all over the world. With the blessings of Paramashiva and the gods and goddesses of Kailasa, we do have a territory, but we are not just territory-centric nation. We are territory-based civilizational nation. The territory is just for us to stay and operate. It is time we all started looking beyond borders. O Hindus all over the world, you are all successful. You are the richest ethnic minority in every country you have settled, whether it is the United States of America or Canada or UK or Australia. It is time you take these cosmic principles from Vedagamic constitution and enrich the whole world with it. It is time. We need to enrich the world to these cosmic principles and revive the ancient enlightened civilization. It is not just removing the extreme poverty. It is not just stopping the deforestation. It is not just protecting the animal rights. It is making everyone feel everything is divine. We need to look at everything from the principle of cosmos. It is time for us to wake up. Let us all resolve with the grace of Paramashiva to stand for the principles he himself has revealed in the Vedas and Agamas and revive the ancient enlightened civilization and cosmic principles. Through these cosmic principles, let us protect planet Earth, the only home we have. Let us thrive through coexistence, not just tolerance. I sincerely request these lofty ideals, goals, policies should not be just in books. They should come out to the real decision-making tables. All the statesmen, all the dignitaries, all the influencers in the field of entertainment, like the celebrities and social media influencers, I request all of you, let us be the real change.
அபயக்கரம் தாங்கி நித்யனும் அமர்ந்ததோ சூரியப்பிரபை வாகனம். அபயக்கரம் தாங்கி நித்யனும் அமர்ந்ததோ சூரியப்பிரபை வாகனம். கருணை கடல் குழந்தை முகம் கொண்டு எழிலாய் புன்னகையோடு புவிக்கே தரும் தரிசனம். கருணை கடல் குழந்தை முகம் கொண்டு எழிலாய் புன்னகையோடு புவிக்கே தரும் தரிசனம். கவி பாட உரை தன்னை உயிர் தேடிடும், தேடியதை கூறினாலும் இதழ் எழில் நீரிடும். பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்யன் திருமுகம். கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிணி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும். மறுகையில் அபயம் திருக்காட்சி உதயம் நித்யானந்தன் தோன்றிடும். இது ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம்.
The Aushadha Annadhan is continuing to be served from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai in Adiyannamalai, located on the mountain path.
வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம். கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன்
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, is the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the incarnation of this day and age. Paramashiva is the ultimate cosmic principle that incarnates as the ultimate guru for humanity. From time to time, whenever human consciousness reaches a very low ebb, Bhagavan Sri Krishna, in his Bhagavad Gita, says in chapter 4, verse 7, Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bharata abhyuttana madharmasya tadatmanam srijamyaham. It means, O Bharata, O Bharat, as and when righteousness starts decaying and injustice is elevated, in all such situations I create myself. Time and again, incarnations like Sri Ramachandra Prabhu, Bhagavan Sri Krishna, Swami Narayan, or Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa have come down to bring humanity to a greater level of conscious awakening. In the same way, for the breakthrough of this age that we are living in currently, the cosmic superconsciousness has embodied the form through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the reviver of the Hindu civilizational nation, Kailasa, the only Hindu nation in the world. Entrusted with this vision, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was recognized as an incarnation by his gurus, who prepared him for his avataric mission of reviving Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived all of the dimensions of Hinduism, from the powers of Paramashiva to sacred scriptures to temple rituals to the lifestyle for enlightened living. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established more than 16,000 Kailasas around the world to uphold the teachings of Paramashiva in the form of temples, Paduka Mandirs, Satsang centers, Paramashiva, Shakta centers, universities, and Sarvagnya Pithas. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the Sacred Arts University, which has produced 1 million metal deities and distributed them to Kailasa ecosystems all over the world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is recognized as the leader of Hinduism with more than 10,000 letters of commendation and recognition for his work of reviving this nation from country statesmen, religious leaders, and noteworthy personalities across the globe. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was recognized and received the grand coronation as the successor of several ancient Hindu kingdoms. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the Sacred Arts University, which has produced 1 million metal deities and distributed them to Kailasa ecosystems all over the world. He is recognized and has received the grand coronation as the successor of 21 ancient Hindu kingdoms. However, outstanding of all his numerous contributions, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his revival of the Hindu nation, and his vision for an enlightened civilization stands above all. The ancient enlightened Hindu civilization existed in 56 nations with 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces, and 10,000 Hindu traditions centuries ago. However, centuries of religious persecution has made Hindus orphaned with no country representing them today. The last Hindu nation to fall was Nepal in the year 2007. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the head of 21 such ancient indigenous kingdoms of Hinduism. He is reviving Hinduism to all its glory in the United States of Kailasa, which stands for human rights and religious freedom for all Hindus worldwide, protecting Hindus from protecting one another. Kailasa is the revival of the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation with its own sovereign territory. It is the first sovereign state for all the 2 billion born and practicing Hindus, diaspora worldwide. Unlike any other modern nation, the United States of Kailasa provides a base for the revival, preservation, and central administration of Hinduism. The United States of Kailasa stands for all the great values enshrined in the Constitution of Kailasa, the Vedas, and the Agamas. It is governed by the Sovereign Order of Kailasa and the oldest governing body for Hinduism. The Sovereign Order of Kailasa's Nithyananda is an atypical government, simultaneously functioning as the supreme governing body of Hinduism and a sovereign entity under the international law. The state flag of Kailasa is called the Rishabha Dwaja, Rishabha meaning the sacred bull of Paramashiva, Nandi, Dwaja meaning flag. Kailasa flag has 4 elements: the Nandi, the Paramahamsa bird symbol, the Anandagandha image of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and Paramashiva. The form of Paramashiva in the flag is his cosmic form, Maha Shiva, with 25 heads and 50 hands. It is the most powerful and ultimate form, as he himself describes in the Agamas. In the flag, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is seated in front of Paramashiva. The Kailasa flag is deep maroon in color. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the deep maroon color is associated with Tyaga. It is because of the renunciation of the monks of the sacred Hindu Sannyas order that Sanatana Hindu Dharma is available to humanity today. Many sannyasis and sadhus gave their lives while protecting the Hindu scriptures, temples, knowledge, gurukuls, and deities. Kavi symbolizes their sacrifice, Kavi meaning the Okaru. Their sacrifice, commitment, and integrity to Sanatana Hindu Dharma. All Kailasavasis Born Hindus and practicing Hindus all over the world are welcome to download and print the Rishabhadwaja in their own homes to declare their integrity and support to Kailasa. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, wherever you put this flag, that space will intensely vibrate with Paramashiva's breathing space. Anywhere you put this Kailasa cosmic flag, Rishabhadwaja, Paramashiva's breathing space will fill it. In your coffee, home, cars, temples, anywhere, have this Kailasa flag. This is directly approved by Paramashiva himself. It is directly the flag of Paramashiva. The state emblem of Kailasa is that of Lord Paramashiva and his consort, Devi Paramashiva Shakti. Lord Paramashiva is shown in his form with 25 heads and 50 hands as Mahasadashiva, with Devi Paramashiva Shakti Manonmani sitting on his very lap. It is in this posture, with Devi sitting on his lap, that Paramashiva revealed the Agamas, sacred teachings available today as Hindu scriptures, to Devi Paramashiva Shakti. The source scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma embody the ultimate truths of life. Kailasa is a seed bank of Hinduism, a non-violent, religious, sovereign nation, governed by a lineage of enlightened gurus, and a complement to every nation. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we had 56 desas, countries, 200 states, 1,700 samsthanas, provinces, and 10,000 sampradayas, traditions. Now we have lost all of them. I am the collective voice of all the persecuted Hindus. I will revive and rebuild a Hindu nation that is built on Veda Agamic principles as a refuge for all the practicing, aspiring, and persecuted Hindus, a safe haven for Hindus. Kailasa is in alignment with the Montevideo Convention of a sovereign state with the following 4 requirements fulfilled: a sovereign land, a land under the jurisdiction of a ruler or state, a governmental structure that manages a permanent population, and a permanent population of citizens with the capacity to enter into relationships with other states or countries. the Aushadha Annadhanam is continuing to be served from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai. At the Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi Kshetram, which is located in Adi Annamalai, on the mountain path itself. Therefore, it becomes very convenient for the Annamalayar devotees to just step aside, have their meal, and resume the Girivala. On this auspicious Maha Paramashivaratri night, the Annamalayar devotees are circumambulating the Arunachala Hill in Tiruvannamalai and completely supporting this ardent spiritual practice are the Kailasas Tiruvannamalai with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashi. Aushadha Annadhan, Aushadha based food that is infused with conscious energy and the very living enlightenment software. The mission and vision of Kailasa is to have the enlightened living as a lifestyle for all of humanity and to share with today's world the practical applications of the science of enlightenment. Kailasa represents the revival of the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization based on Hinduism, standing as a bold vision of human potential, peaceful coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Kailasa offers the science of enlightenment as a master key that can solve society's major problems and wishes to share the practical applications of this science as a service for all of humanity. The founding principles of Kailasa are Ahimsa, non-violence. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha, non-violence is the ultimate cosmic law. And all the citizens of Kailasa are Paramashiva and have a right to be treated as Paramashiva by the whole of Kailasa. Kailasa works to unite all nations for common human values such as global peace, eradicating poverty, religious intolerance, gender equality, women empowerment, child welfare, eradicating illiteracy, sustainable development, animal protection, establishment and support of food banks, holistic healthcare, the revival of ancient heritage of Hinduism, protecting and reviving the science of enlightened birthing and pregnancy, democracy and uncorrupt elections, ethical environmentalism, protection of monks, organic and sustainable agriculture, the recovery of drug abuse, of sexual abused victims, vegetarianism, and climate change. Towards this goal of uniting nations, Kailasa has established over 108 organizations and initiatives around the world, such as Kailasa Uniting Nations for Nonviolence and Global Peace, Kailasa Uniting Nations for Feminine Empowerment and Gender Equality, Kailasa Uniting Nations for Mental Health and Development, Kailasa Uniting Nations for a nutritious, food and hunger-free world, and so on.
Shiva Shaktishwara, Shri Saileshwara, Shambho Shankara, Nitya Purisha, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Madhava Murahara, Madhura Manohara, Giridhara Nagara, Nitya Purisha, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Nityeshwara.
To even understand the colossal work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we need to understand Sanatana Hindu Dharma and its original purpose. The word Hindu Dharma has originated from Paramashiva himself in the Meru Tantra, one of the sacred texts revealed by Paramashiva to his consort. Paramashiva says, in Kali Yuga, by chanting the Paschimamnaya mantra for 80,088 times will manifest as power for the beings to fight 5 Khana, 7 Maura, and 9 Saha who come to destroy the Hindu Dharma. O Devi, the word Hindu literally means whole, those who defeat the evil. The Meru Tantra, the 33rd Prakasha, the Sabda Kalpadruma says these lines. So much before Hindu Dharma became a religion as we recognize it today, Hindu was a defining aspect of a person who was keenly intent on destroying evil, not just externally, but by breaking the bondage of Maya or delusion. Bhakti, the word Hindu, is therefore a quality of a person who recognizes the internal spiritual quest for the experience of oneness with Paramashiva and powerfulness as a more tangible journey than what we are in the modern day.
Jagadodharana Krishna Janardana Paramadayagana Nitya Purisha Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजना भक्त परायणा नित्य
As a philosophy, as a civilization, and as a lifestyle, Hindu Dharma emerged from Paramashiva. Over time, it has undergone countless cycles of creation, destruction, revival, and expansion.
चंद्रकलाधरा गौरी मनोहरा परम कृपाकरा नित्य पुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गोकुलनन्दना गोपी मनोहर हरि नारायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बंध विमोचना पाप संहारक पतित पावना नित्य पुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चंद्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माता पिता गुरु देव महेश्वर दीनदयाभरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा.
Sanatana Hindu Dharma encompasses a pantheon of traditions, lineages, and heritages that are still living today after its origin many thousands of years ago. Sanatana Hindu Dharma was never just one philosophy or one god or one tradition. It was and is always vast and expanding.
அலகோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்தியன் திருமுகம் கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிணி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும்
The Aushadha Annadhan is continuing to be served from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi Kshetram, here on the mountain path in Annammalai. This campus was inaugurated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 19th of April 2008 on the auspicious occasion of Chitra Paurnami, which is a full moon night that happens in the month of April. Barely 20 days earlier, the ancestral land of a biological relative of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was offered to the mission of Kailasa. This land where the campus stands today. In about 2 weeks' time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the very inaugural ceremony of this land. This land carries deep significance, as it was here that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his Guru, Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, brought him when he was around 10 years old and installed the energy of the Navagrahas, the 9 planets, right here on this very land, declaring to him that he will be establishing an ashram in this very location several years later. And it is also here in this land that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism uncovered a Shiva Linga that he tripped over in the year 2000 when he returned to Tiruvannamalai. The Shiva Linga worships, it receives his worship till date. And it is also here that Devi Paramashiva Shakti attains oneness with Paramashiva and manifests as Devi Rajarajeshwari. And this place where this Kailasa campus is located is the place of the Gautama Ashrama, the sacred place of Sri Gautama Rishi, under whose tutelage Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself ventured to achieve the space of oneness with Paramashiva again. Within 2 weeks from the time of receiving the land, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism did the planning, the construction, and the inauguration on the 19th of April 2008. Again, on the full moon day of Chitra Paurnami. Ever since its inauguration on the 19th of April 2008, Kailasa Tiruvannamalai became a stable source for food for the hungry, serving 5 lakh meals every month. And a new center was also opened in Ayyankulam, which began offering free medical camps and free yoga classes to promote an active and healthy lifestyle. This Kailasa campus on the mountain path is positioned in an extremely unique fashion, for it is from this campus alone in the entire village of Tiruvannamalai we can have the darshan of the sixth phase of the Arunachala Hill, called the Ajomukha or the Adhomukha, which is the unmanifest face of Paramashiva, manifested in the form of this hill. It represents his pure presence, which Devi Parvati. This sixth phase of the Arunachala Hill alone can be seen from this Kailasa campus. The Arunachala Hill is not a single face hill, but made up of 5 faces, and this sixth face called the Ajomukha. The 5 faces represent the 5 cosmic actions of Paramashiva, which is creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, putting into delusion, and giving liberation. And this sixth face is the unmanifest face of Paramashiva, which represents his pure presence, his enlightenment giving face. And from this Kailasa campus in Adiyannamalai, we will have only the darshan of the Ajomukha. If you wanted to see any of the other 5 faces, you will have to come out of the campus and walk a little to the left or the right, and then you will start seeing any of the other faces again. Therefore, this Kailasa is precision engineered in its location, giving the darshan of Ajomukha, where merely living here is an initiation, because continuously at the foothills of the Ajomukha, is being showered on us. The pure presence of Paramashiva is being showered on us. So merely by living in this campus, we become recipients of the pure energy presence of Paramashiva. From the time of its inauguration, this Kailasa campus on the mountain path has been offering classes through Nithyananda Vidyalaya, Gurukul system of knowledge transmission for the indigenous children of the kingdom. This part-time schooling system amplifies through the dedication and sincere hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Today, this temple monastery complex on the mountain path is a hub for the revival of Hinduism, even at the brink of extinction on the face of continued persecution of Hinduism and its ancient sciences. It is here in Tiruvannamalai that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism flagged off the grand procession, the Kodikan Radayatra of the presiding deities of Kailasa, Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, on the 24th of September 2006. Amidst thronging crowds, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism flagged off the procession of these deities right here from Tiruvannamalai. The deities travelled all over Tamil Nadu and parts of Karnataka over a period of 2.5 months, gracing over a crore pairs of eyes before getting installed in the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya in the temple in Adi Kailasa, Biddi. Everywhere the Kodikan Radayatra went, the services of free food, book distribution, spiritual healing, and more, pujas and homas, brought a flood of positive energy and peace to each individual, to the communities, and to the entire region at large. As part of the monthly full moon celebrations here in Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, this campus on the mountain path, the Kalpataru one-day meditation program is offered, along with the continuous serving of the Aushadha Annadhan. The Kalpataru program is a pure gift from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to humanity to initiate us into the science of manifesting our reality. Kalpataru refers to a celestial tree that fulfills any wish that is asked of it. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, through this one-day Kalpataru program, sows the seed of Kalpataru in us, where we ourselves start manifesting what we desire as a reality in our life. And he also gives us the intelligence to desire for the right things that are in alignment with the cosmic laws. He gives us both the Shakti, the powers, and the Buddhi, the intelligence through this program. So we use the powers with the right intelligence. During this one-day Kalpataru meditation program, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also bestows on us the Samaya Diksha initiation, which is the first level initiation in the worship of Paramashiva, into the official induction into the Adi Shaivism, where we're introduced to the powerful truth that I am Paramashiva, and therefore I can manifest all the powers of Paramashiva, including the third eye powers. Through this Samaya Diksha initiation, a strong connection is established between us and Paramashiva, leading to the space of Shivoham, I am Paramashiva. The Samaya Diksha is given as per Paramashiva's mandate in the Uttarakamika Agama, in the Soma Sambhu Padati chapter. And as part of this program, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gifts each individual the Kanta Rudrakshamala that is tied around the neck, having a single Rudraksh. And he also gives the individuals a Vibhuti bag containing holy ash, This Samaya Diksha is given to people from all religions, caste, creed, gender, to all beings such as animals and birds as described by Paramashiva. This program basically empowers us with the initiation into living enlightenment. It bestows on us the Gayatri Mantra Diksha, which makes our sound intelligence, which awakens our inner intelligence. It also empowers us with the Mahavakya initiation, where specific energized chants are given to us for repetition to transcend the duality of the mind and enter into the space of Shivoham, I am Shiva. All of these are gifted to us from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through the one-day program called the Kalpataru Meditation Program that is being conducted regularly by initiated acharyas, teachers. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has delivered live spiritual discourses to lakhs of people every full moon night here at Nityananda Janmabhoomi Kshetram, and given individual blessings to each and every one gathered. The individual blessings will go on through the entire night unto the wee hours of the morning. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also delivered several mass satsangs for thousands of people here in his hometown at the Tuluva Velalar Kalyana Mandapam and Kamalakshi Panduranga Kalyana Mandapam. It was part of a series of talks titled Ananda Ula. In the year 2008, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally conducted the 3-day Vaalum Varalaru program here in Tiruvannamalai, wherein he narrated the divine life incidents from his own life and led the participants to the very sacred spots where each of the incidents happened. In October of 2012, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the 21-day Inner Awakening program for global participants from this very Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai campus. We are watching the devotees and disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism untiringly serving the Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalai devotees. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has described that Kailasa is nothing but a small, continuous, unbroken lineage of enlightened masters from the remote South Indian village Tiruvannamalai gone right. Every aspect of the happening of the avatar is a divine orchestration, with not even a small sliver out of place. Foremost, the birth town of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was perfectly established for the descent of superconsciousness into the human form. This holy land of Tiruvannamalai has been created by Paramashiva himself for millennia. It has been conducive in bringing down and awakening the enlightened beings. So perfect is this place of his divine advent that in the modern day, it is not only the place of his descent, but the declared model for the very revival of Kailasa nation.
विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर गंगाधर हर हे परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर शिव शक्तीश्वर श्रीशैलेश्वर शंभो शंकर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर.
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes the 5-layer ecosystem in Tiruvannamalai which encircled him during his golden childhood here. First, his gurus, the enlightened beings who were blessed to play the role in the divine life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as Guru. The second layer, his acharyas, the numerous esteemed teachers with whom the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explored many spiritual subjects at that young age. The third, his biological family, immediate parents, grandparents. The fourth are his friends, siblings, and relatives who were born around the same time as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and were the first circle of disciples to be blessed with the darshan of Paramashiva as a young incarnation. The fifth layer comprises the whole town of Tiruvannamalai, from the person who holds the torch during the grand processions of Arunachaleshwara through the town to the players of the Tirukailaya Vadyam, which is the band of traditional Hindu instruments.
नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नर्दन सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुणा सागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजन भक्त परायणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चंद्रकलाधरा गौरी मनोहरा परम कृपाकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गोकुलनंदना गोपी मनोहर हरि नारायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बंध विमोचना पाप संहारक पतित पावन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls not only his gurus but the great acharyas, his teachers, who used to visit Tiruvannamalai every year during the festival seasons and deliver great spiritual discourses. They were all great Tamil scholars with undaunted service to Adi Shaivism. Sri Kripananda Varyar was a great Tamil scholar and devotee of Lord Subramanya. He used to come every year to Tiruvannamalai during the Arunagirinadar Tiruvira and deliver spiritual discourses, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism never missed as a child. He would be taken by his grandfather and they would be seated in the front row. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls one incident with Sri Kripananda Varyar, which shook him beyond his wits. In his own words, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes, "He is my Tamil Guru, Sri Kripananda Varyar. I learnt Tamil listening to his speeches. He used to wear a pierced Rudraksha even in his underarm. And I asked him why, and his reply was, Every time the Rudraksh pokes me, I remember Muruga. So all this was done for a constant ajapa japa spiritual practice. Once he was giving a lecture on how to do the Shiva Puja. He was saying, the linga should be worn around the neck and you should open its locket and take out the linga and keep it on the hand and pour water and do puja. While he was explaining this, he said in Tamil, Angam veru lingam veru agapudadappane. Angam veru lingam veru agapudadu. Angam veru lingam veru aanal Adimurugan arul kittadu. Angam veru lingam veru agadavan Adishaivan என்பது Shaiva Shastram. The translation he was saying that is, the linga should not be separated from the body. After the lecture, all of us went and took blessings from him and received vibhuti, holy ash. I asked him very casually, Swamiji, how can the linga, which is the being, I was meaning the soul, which is Mahadeva, how can that be separated from the body? It can never be separated. I told him in Tamil. He was shocked and just looked up. He just kept the vibhuti back down and said in Tamil, Suttapalam venduma, sudadapalam venduma, என அவ்வையை கேட்ட மாதிரி என்னை கேட்க வந்தியாப்பா. There is another story where Lord Muruga directly comes down and corrects a great lady saint Avvayar in her understanding and gives her enlightenment. So, Kripananda Variyar was saying, just like you did for Avvai, have you come again to give the truth to me? Kripananda Variyar saw the divinity in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism just through the one question he had asked, and it took him no time to surrender. Right on stage, in front of all the people who were waiting to receive blessings from him. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls Rukmini Ammal, whose discourses he would attend unfailingly in Tiruvannamalai. She was a great Shaivite preacher who used to come to Tiruvannamalai to deliver spiritual discourses. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes her as an egoless being. He recalls a later incident around 2004, when she heard that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Paramashivatva, guiding millions in their spiritual path. She came to his feet in Salem as a disciple, attended his satsangs, and received initiation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism refused to allow her to touch his feet, but she replied simply, "Don't refuse. That blessing is for me, just because I taught you." She asked it as a Guru Dakshina, offering from his side to her as his Guru for having taught him, and this the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism could not refuse. He describes her on her passing on as Rukmini Ammayar was a queen of words. Will Shaivism see such a queen like her again? Another Acharya, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls from his childhood days here in Tiruvannamalai, is Geeta Kokilam Ammal, who was a living miracle devotee of Sri Ramachandra Prabhu. During his childhood, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would always be seated in the front row along with his grandfather, Sri Raja Mudalyar, for the discourses of Geeta Kokilam Ammal, who came to Tiruvannamalai to narrate the Ramayanam every year during the Arunagirinadar festival. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Rama Padam, Sri Rama's feet, will be placed there on stage. She will bow down to it and take the sapla kattai, the wooden symbols, in her hands. And when she starts the Ramayanam narration, her speech will flow. Once she finishes and keeps the sapla kattai back on Rama's feet, she will lose her speech. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism acknowledges Kanakammal, from whom he learnt the great Vedantic truths as a child. In his own words, he describes, "She lived Vedanta in such a simple manner. She wrote the commentary for Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi's Akshara Manamalai and his other works, and also taught those who sought her out. Mata Vibanandapuri would ensure that I go to her and learn from her." The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained how Shaivism and the very lifestyle of this holy land was kept alive by at least 100 small and medium-sized organizations like the Somavara Vadipattu Sangam, like the Arunagirinadar Vila Kulu, and the Krittigai Vadipattu Kulu. The Somavara Vadipattu Sangam is run by Aranganathan Chettiar. Aranganathan Chettiar has been running this Somavara Vadipattu Sangam for more than 40 years. He is the founder of the Somavara Vadipattu Sangam, which offers the Abhishekam to Annamalayar every Somavara. As we know, Somavara is Monday and very auspicious for Paramashiva. Every Somavara, Aranganathan Chettiar would be there promptly at the Arunachaleshwara temple to offer the Abhishekam to Annamalayar. And as a child, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism used to assist him in preparing the Panchamritam for the Abhishekam of Annamalayar. Sri Aranganathan Chettiar also has been offering the milk for the Tirupalli Elichi ritual of Lord Annamalayar for over 4 decades now. Even today, in his old age, he wakes up early morning and prepares the milk himself and goes by bicycle to the Arunachaleshwara temple and offers it for the Palli Elichi ritual, which is the first ritual of ceremoniously waking up the Lord. And at the end of the ritual, he himself distributes the milk as prasada to all the Annamalayar devotees who walk into the temple at that early morning hour. Such is the dedication of a few beings in this holy land for decades together, their life dedicated to Annamalayar. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also recalled 2 elderly ladies in Tiruvannamalai who were sisters and who were young widows, who lived such a chaste Hindu sannyas lifestyle. They had written off their entire wealth to their family, and both of them took it on themselves to take care of all the kids in the neighborhood, not just their own children. They ran a small shop on the Thinnai, which is a stone slab outside their home fitted with a wooden door. And through that shop, they sold honey cookies, small items needed for cooking. It was just 2 or 3 houses away from the Karpagavinayagar shrine, located at the juncture of the Tiruvudal Street and the Tirumanjana Gopuram Street. They ran the shop just for offering Mandagapadi to Annamalayar, so that they would not need to go and ask from anyone else in the family for offering Mandagapadi. They would simply offer Mandagapadi from the small savings they put in every day from the sales that happened every day from their small shop. And from this, they would offer Mandagapadi every single time to Annamalayar. And every weekend would be a holiday for the children. So every Saturday, these 2 elderly sisters will take a small tray, clean it, and they would buy 50 bananas and scoop the center portion out and pour castor oil into it and keep it in the tray. And they will ensure that every single child in the neighborhood has come and eaten the banana with the castor oil, which is a powerful detoxing agent for the stomach. And for the kids who ate it, they would give 1 honey cookie free. In this way, they ensured that they took care of the health of all the children in the neighborhood. They were such unselfish people. And with a profound devotion to Arunachaleshwara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has often said that it is the quality of such human beings that he is reviving through Kailasa. The unselfishness of these people, the innocence, the undaunted dedication, the undaunted devotion, where the Shivacharyas and the temple-based community people don't even step out of the borders of Tiruvannamalai to earn their livelihood. Even if they have to step out for social reasons, they come back before the fall of day. Such is their dedication and devotion to Annamalayar. Sri Raja Mudalyar, the maternal grandfather of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, comes under this caliber of people in Tiruvannamalai. So it is these innocent beings, the quality of these human beings that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is trying to revive through Kailasa. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has recognized the undaunted service of some of the key people in the Ramanashram, in Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal Ashram, and in Sri Sheshadri Swamigal Ashram, in keeping the ecosystem alive. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he has said, there are a few people through whom Paramashiva manifests and kept the ecosystem alive. The president of the Ramanashram, V.S. Ramanan, he is the son of Sri Ramananda Saraswati, who is the son of Niranjanananda Swami, who is the own brother of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi. Tireless work. These are the few great people who inspired me. If you see Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi's family, they sacrificed everything for Ramanashram. 24/7, you can see them standing like ordinary volunteers in the welcome center of Ramanashram. Such simple trust, lifestyle, words, politeness, extreme humbleness. I think the quality of Bhagavan came from him to his brother, Niranjanananda Swami, and from him to Ramananda Saraswati, and from him to his son V.S. Ramanan. The entire family radiate Bhagavan's simplicity and humbleness, keeping the whole ecosystem alive. In the same way, Muthukumara Swami, he kept the whole Sheshadri Swami ashram together, and president of Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal's ashram, Justice Arunachalam, his contribution was unimaginable to keep that ecosystem alive. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, acknowledging the undaunted service and contribution of a few beings who kept these three ecosystems alive. And further speaking on Sri Muthukumara Swami, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared, Sri Muthukumara Swami, president of Sheshadri Swamigal Ashram, was a close disciple of Isaki Swamigal. He did the final rites for him. And when I went back to Tiruvannamalai in the 2000, he said, "This fruit is ripened. We cannot treat him as our old village boy. We have to respect him. He is the Guru Parampara of Tiruvannamalai." In 2003 of December, he organized the whole program for my birthday celebrations. I have seen how excited he would be when deities are wearing new jewelry. All his earnings he made jewelry for Shiva and Devi and gave it to the temple. He used to be more excited seeing the jewelry on the deities than even when he sees it on his own family members. Devi he considered as his own daughter and Shiva as his son-in-law. So he will always say in Tamil, "Ponnukkum maappillaikum dhaan pa mudalla," meaning we have to first offer the jewelry only to Devi, the daughter, and to Mahadeva, the son-in-law.
வாழ்க்கையில எவ்விதமான ஒரு நோக்கமும்
past the break of dawn in Tiruvannamalai, and the Aushadha Annadhan is continuing to be served from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhӯmi Kshetram, located on the mountain path, for the auspicious occasion of Maha Paramashivaratri. Kailasa Tiruvannamalai has the unique distinction in Tiruvannamalai where the Aushadha Annadhan Seva, the food distribution, happens non-stop for extended hours on the auspicious occasions such as the Maha Paramashivaratri and the full moon night of every month, where for over 36 hours even sometimes the Aushadha Annadhan is being served to the people, as we can see here. Kailasa Tiruvannamalai is the only destination in Tiruvannamalai that serves food non-stop till the last person has completed the circumambulation around Arunachala. The Aushadha Annadhan started more than 12 hours ago. For this Maha Paramashivaratri, for the monthly full moon nights, the Aushadha Annadhan is served for almost 40 hours.
Shiva Shaktishwara, Shri Saileshwara, Shambho Shankara, Nitya Purisha, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Nityeshwara, Hari Nityeshwara, Madhava Murahara, Madhura Manohara, Giridhara Nagara, Nitya Purisha.
The Annamalaya devotees of Tiruvannamalai are completely familiar with the Kailasa locations here in Tiruvannamalai, and they know that any time of the day, 24/7 around the clock, they can come in and ask for their meal and they will be given. For it is the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to make the food available to the people on a 24/7 basis. The devotees of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are untiringly serving the Aushadha Annadhan well past the Shivaratri night.
Jagadodharana Krishna Janardana Paramadayagana Nitya Purisha Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara भक्तपरायणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चन्द्रकलाधरा गौरी मनोहरा परमकृपाकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गोकुलनन्दना गोपीमनोहर हरिनारायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बन्धविमोचना पापसंहारक पतितपावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा
It is from this Kailasa campus in Tiruvannamalai that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gives the powerful Samaya Diksha and Vishesha Diksha to the people of Tiruvannamalai and surrounding areas. Samaya Diksha is the first level of initiation in the worship of Paramashiva, where he establishes a connection between us and Paramashiva. He initiates us into the space of Shivoham, I am Paramashiva. And following this is the second level initiation, which officially initiates us into performing the everyday worship of Paramashiva as our personal Atmartha Puja. Samaya Diksha and Vishesha Diksha are the two levels of initiation that are given by the Adishaiva Velalar community, pontiffs of the Tonde Mandala Adinam, the Tonde Mandala kingdom, to restore the lifestyle of Adishaivism, where the Atmartha Puja is offered every single day, and the Adishaivism way of living is once again followed. For it is because we stopped living the lifestyle of Adishaivism, the Charya Pada of the Agamas, which describes the lifestyle, it is because that this was stopped that became a major contributing factor to the gap that has happened in the very enlightenment of the human civilization. And therefore, revival of this lifestyle component, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing on a large scale, as this enlightening lifestyle has been given to us directly by Paramashiva through Devi, his divine consort. And this lifestyle is nothing to do with any religion. It is a spiritual lifestyle that existed even before the word religion was coined. That is the special significance of Adishaivism, where it is beyond any religion. It is a lifestyle which, if followed, itself can put us on the path of enlightenment. And it is through this Kailasa campus that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously gives the Samaya Diksha and Vishesha Diksha for people in and around the vicinity of this Kailasa ecosystem. from time to time of its conception. The Kailasa Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi Kshetram has been offering classes through Nithyananda Vidyalaya, the Gurukul system of knowledge transmission for the indigenous children of the kingdom. This part-time schooling system amplifies the learning ability of the children with yoga and Vedic chanting. Tiruvannamalai is an extremely important heritage center for the revival of Hinduism itself, and despite continuous attacks, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has continued his services to humanity from his beloved hometown, Tiruvannamalai. It is through the sheer dedication and sincere hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that this hub, this Kailasa Tiruvannamalai Nithyananda Janmabhoomi Kshetram, continues to be the hub for the revival of Hinduism. Food, charity, and assistance is one of the 5 pillars of Kailasa as per the vision and mission of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. As getting back to living a consciousness-centric lifestyle. One of the important components of a consciousness-centric lifestyle is the kind of food that we eat. This Aushada food that is being served is food infused with conscious energy, food that is conducive for our conscious growth. And therefore, through serving this Aushadha Annadhan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is fulfilling one of his core visions of building a consciousness-centric lifestyle for the people, which is the way to get back to the ancient Kailasa civilization that once upon a time existed, where vegetarian food, food infused with conscious energy, was the way of life. And that in turn created deeply peaceful individuals free from anger, violence, and other base emotions. And therefore, such individuals were able to create global peace at the global level, for it is always individual peace that leads to global peace. Therefore, serving of the Aushadha Annadhan on a continuous basis every day becomes important to evolve and maintain the ecosystem at the individual's level. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has time and again given the clarion call to humanity to wake up and live a cosmic law-centric lifestyle, to be free from all individual and global struggles that we face today. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he says, "It is time we enrich the whole humanity for a dharmic life, the cosmic law-centric lifestyle. We need to align ourselves and enrich others to align to this enlightened lifestyle. Consciousness-centric lifestyle is no more a luxury, it is a survival need. There are only two choices in front of us. Either all of us wake up and decide to make decisions and policies based on the cosmic principles as revealed in the Vedas and Agamas, so we all coexist. That is the best way to exist. The other choice, if we don't wake up and decide to coexist, then nothing will be left. It is time we all wake up and decide to align our lifestyle, policies, everything centered on cosmic principles. It is time to look beyond our borders as the whole global family. Kailasa's effort is to unite all the nations. Uniting all the nations is fundamentally to enrich everyone with these highest values. Hinduism says very clearly, Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha, which means non-violence is the ultimate cosmic principle. The natural law of the